And these are not just businesses. These are innovators that drive Moldova towards the global competitiveness.
For years, startups, usually it's not for like several days. It should be for years.
Startup Moldova is the business card of the country in everything that concerns startups. And we are not alone in this journey. There is a number of community players that also support startups. For example, DreamUps or XY, Technovator, YEP. There are also universities that support the startup development and co-working places that help startups work together and build the products.
Our mission is to translate cybersecurity from a complicated tech into simple, achievable, actionable steps that will lead to a more robust and more resilient cybersecurity infrastructure for the company.
We're one of the best tools in the world for recruitment automation through AI and text messaging. And we've been in the field like forever.
You don't need to know how to build a startup. You just need to have passion, resilience and willingness to learn, and the rest will come.
There is no better teacher than a failure. The understanding of what is wrong, so what shouldn't be in the product, what's the things, the features that are not worth the time and worth the effort to be included in the product.
And failures are cool. And some of them was trying to go too wide at some point of time. At some point we tried to sell like pretty much to each and every country in the world, and now we have customers in 93 countries. But it's actually very difficult to scale this type of operation, so at some point of time we had to narrow it down, and now we mostly focus on United States and Canadian market, and maybe like in 2 or 3 years from now we will go more broad and much more strategic way. But back in the day it was like very ambitious, of course, but it wasn't as efficient as we expected it to be.
The biggest lesson we've learned is the cognitive diversity, so that in the team you should have people who think a little bit different. They should have the same, like, let's say, principles as you have, but they should think differently. And if you remember, for example, TV series Dr. House, it has Dr. Cuddy, who was always stopping him from doing some stuff, right? And together they did a great job. So this is a good example about cognitive diversity.
Every fail comes with a lesson. And it's important for you to understand the lesson and implement it into your daily life, into your startup life.
And me personally, since I'm juggling several roles, because officially I'm co-founder CEO, but unofficially I'm also product manager, I'm also sales manager, I'm also sometimes marketing manager, I'm also sometimes designer, content manager, so everything that needs to be done in a startup.
Because we started our company without any funding from outside. We did it together with my partner, and there have been just 2 of us for literally 8 months or 9 months at the start, and I was writing all the code myself. I basically did nothing else. I only slept, eat, and wrote the code for Zora for 9 months straight without stop. And then we signed our first big customer for $1.2 million contract, just 2 of us. It was so much fun.
But it's always really cool to see how idea evolves, and many ideas, they really die, and that's perfectly okay. We had many more startups. This is the ones that survived, and the ones that have traction, but lots of ideas, they just disappeared, and we just have the lessons learned, but we don't remember the dates when they appeared and when they disappeared.
And we do our best to work as a team, and one of the biggest pluses of the fact that we are not similar, we come from different domains, is that we are perfect sparring partners.
And if you don't match with each other, it's better to stop earlier, because later it will be not that easy.
Most of successful founders, they not came out of nowhere. They've been around this community for quite a while, learning things. And I myself learned most of the things I know, like real ones, about how to build a startup from this kind of very informal meetings with other like elder guys and people who already successfully built $1 billion companies, and talking to them, understanding how they think, how they approach problems, listening to their cases and their stories. This is how we actually learn.
the most impressive thing now with the startups is like first when people start using your platform, this is the first thing, and then when they start paying you money, this is awesome. When you see the first money coming from your startup, this is like the commitment from others that you did a great job. And when you have struggles, just open one more door, fight for your startups, because you will be the only person who will believe in it, learn from others, and go your way.
When I talk to investors, to potential investors, one of the first questions that I get is, why Moldova? And then that's a moment for me to shine, because that's a moment for me to talk about how great is Moldova, about, of course, about the tax regime, of course, about the Moldova IT Park, of course, about the legislation that is changing towards being more friendly to startups and to investors, but also about our community. Because the support that we've got from the community here in Moldova, because we are small, because we are so well connected, and because it's so easy to make networking connections in Moldova, the support we got here, I really doubt that we could have gotten this support in any other country. It takes, it takes one handshake in Moldova to get to the necessary person. In other countries, it may take 3-4 handshakes.
Don't be afraid to fail. This is so important in startup mindset. Go there, do fast, fail fast, start something new, innovate, and be out of the box. United, we are stronger. We have the same goal, and we need to do more efforts together to help our startups.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the third edition of the Startup Moldova Summit. I'm really excited to see so many of you here in person today, as well as all of the ones tuning in from home through all of the social media channels. As you know, it has taken a lot of people to build this event and to bring you all here together. For the third year in a row, the Startup Moldova team has put a lot of stakeholders coming at play to welcome you and to help founders connect with investors, mentors, corporates, governmental organizations, and many other individuals. I'm super pleased to be here today, to bring you all together, to also bring a lot of speakers to the stage, to bring investors, to have reverse pitches, and to have all of the founders that are going to be here. And I cannot think of a better stakeholder to welcome you here than the President of the Republic of Moldova, Maia Sandu.
Distinși invitați, doamnelor și domnilor, mă bucur să fiu astăzi alături de dumneavoastră, cei care contribuiți zi de zi la creșterea și consolidarea sectorului IT din Republica Moldova, un sector care aduce o valoare adăugată substanțială ecosistemului antreprenorial din țara noastră și care constituie unul din pilonii dezvoltării noastre economice. Evenimentul de astăzi are meritul de a aduce împreună antreprenori, profesioniști IT, startup-uri, actuali și potențiali investitori, oferind astfel o platformă unică pentru a iniția noi contacte, proiecte sau idei de colaborare, dar și pentru a împărtăși experiențe, bune practici și povești de succes într-un domeniu aflat într-o dinamică permanentă. Sectorul de startup-uri din țara noastră se află în plină ascensiune. Avem deja peste 200 de asemenea afaceri puse pe picioare de oameni curajoși, creativi, inovatori și, nu în ultimul rând, muncitori. Datorită spiritului antreprenorial al acestora, în ultimii 2 ani, acest sector a putut obține finanțare pentru capitalul propriu în valoare de peste 15 milioane de dolari, o sumă impresionantă. Mizăm pe o evoluție și mai bună în anii care vor urma, inclusiv ca rezultat al măsurilor adoptate de guvern pentru a reduce povara administrativă asupra mediului privat din Republica Moldova. Reiterez și cu această ocazie că oricine face business corect și cinstit, mai ales în sfere cu un potențial semnificativ de creștere, trebuie susținut. Iar statul, prin legile și reglementările pe care le adoptă, trebuie să țină în permanență pasul cu evoluția tehnologiei. Deja s-au făcut pași importanți în această direcție, iar acum, pe măsură ce se dezvoltă startup-urile, este nevoie ca, în paralel, să ducem la bun sfârșit agenda asumată de guvern de a digitaliza serviciile publice, cu atât mai mult cele pentru antreprenori. Dear guests, I would like to address a few words specifically targeted at the international participants of this flagship event, which constitutes a glimpse of the European Moldova of the future that we have been diligently building over the last few years. We have among us renowned investors from abroad with the means and know-how to provide the necessary resources to help our emerging startups flourish. You are all more than welcome to be part of what I am sure will be one of the notable success stories of our economy in a not so distant future. In fact, besides supporting business with big potential, you would be contributing to history in the making as we prepare our economy for full participation in the European single market. Thank you for being here today and placing your trust in our country and in its entrepreneurs. Doamnelor și domnilor, racordarea startup-urilor din Republica Moldova la finanțare, expertiza și rețele internaționale reprezintă o condiție esențială pentru expansiunea acestui sector. Îi încurajez pe toți participanții locali să fie proactivi în a-și prezenta viziunea și planurile și să rămână ambițioși și motivați. Ceea ce dumneavoastră construiți ajută nu doar afacerile pe care le-ați fondat, ci contribuie la transformarea țării noastre în acel stat european modern pe care îl așteaptă întreaga societate. Vă urez tuturor să aveți discuții productive și mult succes în tot ce faceți. Vă mulțumesc!
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's great to have you here, and I think a testament of the support that you're providing to the entire ecosystem. So I'm really glad to have you here with us today. The next person that I'd like to welcome to the stage, who wants to also show his commitment to a Startup Moldova Summit, is Dumitru Aleba, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economic Development and Digitalization.
Morning. I don't know. Is this where? I don't need this. Sorry. Good morning. It's Madam President, dear partners, ambassadors, and of course, dear startuppers. It's really great to be here. And first of all, congratulations for everything that you're doing, because you know, last year, 1 year ago, when I was, let's say, walking my first steps in these shoes, in the current position, more or less jokingly, I kind of asked you, why don't you just get a job instead of, you know, trying to like build something on your own? And in this year, we've got to know each other better. We've communicated a lot, and the answer is clear, because you think you can do much more than just a job. You think you can do so much more than just a salary at the end of the month. You have the courage, you have the capability and the creativity to build and to invent and to try, because you are not only about the income and the revenue at the end of the month, you're also about the freedom. You're also about being your own boss. And it takes a lot of courage to do that and to step in this direction. And I also know that it's kind of very difficult to come back once you've felt really this freedom, once you felt really the fact that you can do it on your own and you can create opportunities for others. It's not so easy to just get a job. So thank you for not getting a job. Thank you for keeping building and keeping creating and keeping trying, even if it's your second, third, fourth attempt. This is what startup is about. It's about always reinventing yourself. And you know, when we speak about local producers, we speak a lot about them, and we're creating all the opportunities for local producers. Unfortunately, very often we see in our imagination a bottle of wine and an apple. And we're proud of our agriculture. We're proud of everything that they can create, but you are also local producers. You are also here to build and to create the things, the tools, the platforms that we, after that, can be proud of and can export and can actually bring cash into the country. So thank you for that. And every step of the way, us in the government, we're looking for ever new ways to create opportunities and to create ever more freedom for people like you. We've cleaned up the equivalent of at least 0.5% of GDP only in 1 year in terms of bureaucracy. I don't think we've used this number, but we have already 54% of public services for entrepreneurs online, and that's up from 38% only in June last year. And we keep doing that. By the end of the year, the target is unchanged, 75%, and going to all 100% until the next couple of years. We have pushed through, together with you, by the way. You were a source of huge inspiration for the company legislation that we have changed in the last year. Now we have one of the most liberal company legislations on the continent, and it's by some measures it's very good. Just check it out. We have phantom stock. We have all the freedom that you can imagine in the relationship between founders and many others. That again, you were the source of inspiration because you are the ones feeling the discomfort of this intrusive government that we are trying to bring under control. Of course, we are among the few countries on the continent who have 0% corporate income taxation on retained earnings, and that is again to help companies accelerate their development. Instead of paying income tax at the end of the year, you're paying now in Moldova 12% of income tax only for the amount distributed as dividend. Whatever is staying in the company is for development and for jobs creation and for increasing the salaries. We have signed the Digital Europe program just a couple of weeks ago, and there are huge opportunities coming from there, especially for the startup community. We want to see a full digital economy, and of course, this is something for each and every one of you to consider and to benefit, and many others that we can do together. So thank you for this partnership, and thank you for the partners who are supporting us every step of the way. And of course, thank you, Madam President and Prime Minister, who are always ready to interfere when things get a bit stuck. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. You heard it from him. Thank you, founders, for not getting a job. You're helping the ecosystem, and it means a lot to everybody present here. The next person that I'd like to welcome to the stage is Kent Longston, Ambassador of the United States to the Republic of Moldova.
Good morning. It's great to be here. Madam President, Deputy Prime Minister, colleagues. It's exciting. The 2024 Startup Moldova Summit. And we're here to celebrate the impressive gains that this community, the startup community, has made, but also to talk about how we can replicate these successes as Moldova advances on its path to EU integration. You know, a few years ago, my sister, after college, headed out to the Bay Area, to Silicon Valley. Some guy named Steve Jobs convinced her to go and work in one of his companies. She spent, I can't even count the number of startups she and her husband have been involved in. And they've made a pretty good life. And my father, the lawyer, was always nervous. One job to the next, one startup to the next. They seem to have done okay. So all of you who are just starting out, you're going to get there. The United States is committed to working with the government and the people of Moldova to address current challenges and, of course, to build a democratic, prosperous, and secure future for the Moldovan people. And your community, this vibrant, growing startup community, is a demonstration of the kind of prosperity that we can build together. And it's a prosperity that encourages young Moldovans to remain in the country and to invest in your communities. The United States, in particular through USAID, is taking a whole ecosystem approach to developing startups in Moldova, partnering with Sweden, with the United Kingdom, to build a more robust infrastructure for IT companies through the Moldova IT Park, foster entrepreneurship through the small and medium enterprise digital transformation, upgrade technology curricula offered by Moldovan universities, which we know are now oversubscribed, which is great, and promote Moldova as a startup destination across the globe. We were enormously proud to support the first Moldova Pavilion at the 2023 TechCrunch in San Francisco. That was a huge milestone and an opportunity to showcase Moldovan talent on the global stage. Through the Moldova Inoviază program, USAID works closely with the Ministry of Economy and the Organization for the Development of Entrepreneurship, and now as well the Western NIS Enterprise Fund, to pave the way for Moldova's next generation of founders. And I'm really excited because we were able to expand this partnership to include the Ukraine-Moldova American Enterprise Fund this year. And over 100 startups have already applied for financing this round, and that's great. We're grateful to our partners at the Ministry of Economic Development and Digitalization, Sweden, the UK, of course the EU, for their close collaboration and their leadership. And most importantly, though, I want to recognize all of you, Moldova's innovators, for your hard work and for your dedication. It's all of you who are paving the way for an innovative and competitive national economy for the Moldovan people. Thank you. Vă mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. We have a few more people that would like to welcome you here today. And the next one that I would like to bring to the stage is Yanis Mazaik, Ambassador and Head of the European Union's delegation in Moldova.
Dear Madam President, Vice Prime Minister, dear colleagues, dear startuppers, good morning. I think it's very symbolic that not only what you're doing, but also where you're doing it, the location, because I was told that this location was not such a great shape some time ago. And I think both your activities and the changed place of the Moldova film is a great testament of the change that the country is undergoing and will undergo. And similarly, the Startup Moldova Summit is a thing that is not only symbolic but also very much necessary, because I believe that this is the future of Republic of Moldova. Dimitri already referred to the great Moldovan wine. Well, this is a sign of the times that the IT exports of Moldova are larger than the wine exports, and there's only that much wine that you can grow, whereas you can keep growing startups. But for us, this is also an important tool in the sense that as we call it in the European Union, economic convergence, because it's a tool for making Moldova richer, being a EU member state of the future, which would not be among its poorest. And the EU has a strong track record in supporting digital startups and digital innovation system in Moldova through various projects. Along with the ongoing projects, we also have a new program called EU for Innovation East, and the inception phase of that program is ongoing, and we are expecting to have full clarity on how to reach the objectives soon. And well, the pitches were mentioned. I'll try a couple of EU pitches. I do invite you not to miss the last panel session on development opportunities for startups, where Thibault Cherlet will enter more into depth about the opportunities stemming from this flagship program. I am also proud to highlight that through the support of the EU for Moldova Startup City Cahul project, a digital impact program was implemented, and citizens of Cahul now have their own regional innovation center for IT and entrepreneurship called Innotech, and I encourage to visit the stand and to participate in their events. On the big picture, what is going to be important for the future of the country is that the European Council has decided last December to launch the accession negotiations with the Republic of Moldova. And this will bring new responsibilities for the country, but also new opportunities. As alignment with EU acquis, so the body of EU legislation, is expected to bring certainty for business, potentially drive their innovation and facilitate cooperation with the EU and EU ecosystem, business ecosystem. Moldova is also now taking part in the EU Single Market Programme and the Digital Europe Programme, while also enjoying full access to Horizon Europe, the EU Research and Innovation Programme. This will strengthen the links of Moldova with the EU business and innovation ecosystem and will consequently increase competitiveness of Moldova's economy. EU support to private sector and SME development, which of course includes digitalization, is here to stay. It is built on the successful approach of the EU for Business initiative. So I'm happy to see the startup community growing in the Republic of Moldova and the innovation ecosystem building up. I'm convinced that this will continue with new energy and with the launch of the EU accession negotiations. Vă mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you for showing the support of the European Union. As someone who's born and raised in Belgium, I can say I feel very strongly about what the European Union is doing, and I'm great to see that you will keep supporting the tech ecosystem and its growth. The next person that I'd like to welcome to the stage is Katarina Freid, Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Moldova.
Madam President, Deputy Prime Minister, colleagues, partners, tech enthusiasts, innovators, and friends. Bună dimineața and good morning. I am, together with my colleagues here from the Swedish Embassy, really excited to join the Startup Moldova Summit 2024. This must really be the most awaited event of the month, and with no doubt, the speakers that have been lined up for today are going to make this a day to remember. First of all, I'd like to join the Deputy Prime Minister in congratulating you, each of you, for transforming Moldova into a strong national IT brand. Since I came here in September 2022, I have witnessed how we, with joint efforts from the government, business and advocacy associations, civil society, ecosystem players, and numerous development partners, have boosted entrepreneurship in creating employment, value, and innovation, much thanks to a more conducive and digitally friendly environment. And despite serious regional challenges, including the humanitarian, economic, and energy crisis caused by Russia's brutal and illegal aggression in Ukraine, Moldovan entrepreneurs and the startup landscape have managed to adapt, produce added value, and export. I'm pleased to see that we have the similar patterns in my own country, Sweden. Despite an unstable global economy, Swedish startups continue to raise investments during 2023. Close to 75% of the total venture capital investments were raised by impact startups. Swedish startups created 138,000 jobs globally in 2023 alone, including 79,000 jobs in Sweden. The momentum for creating local and global impact via digital means is clearly now. Sweden is eager to support Moldova on its EU accession path, strengthen its cybersecurity capacities and competitiveness by giving everybody an opportunity, and in particular women. As the ecosystem plays a pivotal role in fostering technological advancements, we aim for fruitful collaboration with innovation enablers like universities, incubators, capital providers, and the public sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I'd like to say how wonderful it is to have so many entrepreneurs and innovators from around the world here gathered for this summit. And I'm also very proud to announce the participation of Andreas Flodström, the founder of the Swedish-Ukrainian IT company Beetroot, which went beyond a classical business model by opening an academy that helps young people to master digital profession. And I do hope that you will be here for his talk later today. As no one can thrive and create great impact in isolations, I very much encourage you to use this inspiring space to ask questions and start new partnerships. Enjoy the discussions, the networking, and the summit. Mulțumesc pentru atenție.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I'm also really excited for the presentation of Beetroot later. We have so much really exciting content for you today. I cannot wait to get started. Before we get there, a few more people that I would like to bring to the stage. And now please give a big round of applause to Theron Oreen, Ambassador of the United Kingdom to the Republic of Moldova.
Bună dimineața, good morning. Madam President, Deputy Prime Minister, ambassadors, colleagues and start-uppers, I am so delighted to be here this morning. The speeches are almost over, honestly. But I love the energy in this room, I love the energy outside, and today's event demonstrates the potential and the excitement around Moldova's startup ecosystem. This community is growing fast, adapting to evolving market demands, and coming together at this summit is a great time to celebrate how much has been done, but also explore all the opportunities ahead. Technology is a force for good and can be used to tackle global challenges like climate change, pandemics. It can strengthen security, bolster democracy and good governance, and drive prosperity. It's a game changer, and the rapid pace of change in this sector has been amazing, and it can transform lives. So you are real change makers and trailblazers. Innovation is at the beating heart of economic growth and increased productivity. It creates better jobs, better paid jobs, and more jobs. And it enables businesses to grow and improve competitiveness and allows societies to thrive. So that's why I'm so delighted and proud that the UK is here today, and that the UK is a leading country in successful startups. We've built a strong education platform, universities and schools and professional courses that help talented and creative people in this field. We've also established a UK Tech Cluster Group, which is a national organisation that focuses on growing strong, resilient, technology ecosystems and enables collaboration across the UK, and is a forum that engages thousands of technology businesses. So we're really keen to share that experience here in Moldova and support what is going on at this exciting time. I'm really happy that with our partners, the US and Sweden, we can share all of that experience and support Moldova on its path towards greater innovation and creativity. And this event is proof of Moldova's commitment towards that whole sector, entrepreneurship and economic development that's great for the citizens of this country and the community that we live in. All of you participating today have the power to shape a future, a new future, a brighter future. to redefine what is possible, and to leave a legacy for our children to come. So I urge you to dream big, think outside the box, be creative, and as we heard from Olga and Aliona at the beginning in the video, make mistakes, fail, because you will learn from those and they'll be stepping stones to success. So thank you for your attention. Let your journeys begin. I hope that you have an amazing summit. Mult succes. Vă mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Ambassador, for those inspiring words. You spoke about resilience, and that's definitely something that will come back throughout the day in many of our presentations. Now, the next person that I would like to bring to the stage in the last ambassador is Katarina Björlin Hansen, Director and Head of Moldova European Bank for Reconstruction and Development.
Madam President, Deputy Prime Minister Laiba, friends, colleagues, Your Excellencies, it's so great to be here this morning. I'm the last introductory speaker, so I will make it very short. We, as EBRD, are very, very proud to be joining the startup event today. It's a key event for Moldova. At EBRD, we talk a lot about economic inclusion. This means that we want to make sure that everyone, everywhere in the country, has the same economic opportunity, if it is to start a business, run a business, and export abroad. So this is at the very core of our mandate, and this is also what you are doing today. You're bringing opportunities in areas where many of us didn't even think that this would be possible until we heard about you. So this is a great contribution of the startup scene in the country. In my work, I have the opportunity to meet startups regularly, and I have recently met two very interesting companies that have been part of EBRD's Star Venture program, which is our dedicated program to support startup. One of these is Gustus Life, which is an innovative digital platform for wine sales, and there may be, Dimitri, it's something that can be combined with the wine. Another one that I just recently met is Fitness Mama, which is an online community for fitness and nutrition. These companies were very inspiring with great ideas, great drive, and I see this drive throughout the startup community in the country. The Star Venture program that EBRD runs started in Moldova in 2022. We started working with 5 high potential companies, and we are now we've supported them with dedicated, customized support for them to grow and expand and internationalize. Now we are about to start the second round of our Star Venture programs, and we're looking for another 5 high potential startups. My colleague Maria Terence will speak about this later today, so please stay tuned, because I think it will be very interesting for all of us. With this, I would like to just say, have a good day today, network, talk to each other, and go forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director, for these introductory words. So now we have one last person that we're going to bring to the stage. I'm very, very happy to have her come here today, and that will be the CEO of Startup Moldova. Olga, you can come around already. Please give her a massive round of applause. None of this today would happen without Olga and her entire team. I also wanted to say thank you to all of our, Prime Minister, Deputy Prime Minister, President and Ambassadors for sticking to the time limit. We know that there's lots of content that we want to bring on today. And so without further ado, Olga, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Madam President, Deputy Prime Minister, Your Excellencies, fellow innovators and startups. I'm very honored to talk today about the untapped potential of Moldovan startup ecosystem. But before that, let's just imagine a bit. Imagine that Moldova is #1 country in bringing innovations in agriculture. That Moldova managed to solve problems that are related to optimization of farmers' work, jobs in agriculture, or reduce impact on environment. Or let's take another sector. Let's take education. We know how hard and how important it is to teach and educate young generations. Imagine that Moldova is #1 country that brought innovations to the world in education. Well, I think it's not just an imagination. I think we are very close to this one. For example, Grino. Grino is a Moldovan startup that managed to bring solution in AgTech, so it's on the cross-border of agriculture and technology. And what they do, they help farmers do data-driven strategies and plans in order to optimize their own production and improve the usage of the soil. Grino is deployed in 30 countries, and they managed to attract already 2.2 million euro last year. Grino is a Moldovan startup. Or education. Who doesn't know Bloom Coding? Who doesn't know Bloom Coding, right? Bloom Coding is another Moldovan startup that is teaching young pupils using virtual and augmented reality tools. So Bloom Coding is, you see? Bloom Coding is helping young generations become the leaders of the world. And this is another Moldovan startup that managed to attract 1.1 million euro just last year, right? Woohoo! So what I want to say is we have startups to be proud of. Yes, maybe we are not yet the #1, but we are very close to become one. And I want to send this message to all of you. There are startups in Moldova that we can be proud of. So who we are, or who are these young innovators and heroes? Overall, our database accounts about 250 and more startups that are coming and going, appearing and disappearing. Overall, about 80 startups are actively looking for funding. We have startups that represent mostly the following verticals, that is EdTech, FinTech, agricultural technology. We also have startups in mobility, travel, marketing tech, and so on and so forth. More than that, 68% of our startups build B2B solutions, and 2/3 of that is SaaS solution. More than that, unfortunately, yet 24% of all the startups are represented by women founders or co-founders. This is overall not that bad, because overall in business community in Moldova is about 30% of women entrepreneurs, though we will aim to have more women founders than that. And today we'll have more women founders talking from this stage. This number is very interesting. Just a few years ago, the average number of founders per startups in Moldova was about 1.5, meaning that our founders was preferring to have less founders and do it more like a solo entrepreneur, which is not really a startup idea. So now we have more and more founders joining together and building startup together. From the startups that are legally registered in Moldova, 80% of them have also entities registered in other countries. And this is mostly driven by either investors who invest in the countries that they are in, or by the markets that they represent. So most of them is Romania as a second country of registration, followed by Estonia, followed by UK, and then the USA, and then the other countries. This is just few of them. This is not all of them. The other thing is 52% of the startups that we have in our database said that they participated in accelerator programs, which means that the startups recognize the need to be helped and the need for capacity development, and those accelerator programs are both local and international. In just last 2 years, our startups managed to attract more than $15 million in their development in VC funding and angel investing funding. Last year it was less than the year before, But as a number of investments or as a number of deals done, last year we managed to do 30% more than the year before. And per startup is about 1.5 rounds of financing rounds, which means the ecosystem is very young yet. We don't have startups with over 10 rounds of funding, which means, again, we're not that mature. We just started, but let's meet next year. I'll tell you different numbers, I'm sure. Then some of the startups, or 80% of the startups that responded to our survey, said that they are going to fundraise this year or in the next 18 months, which is a shout out here to all the investors present. Please meet our startups, ask them who is going to fundraise, and be open for their offers. And yes, Moldova may be not the country that will pop up into your mind when you ask about the best ecosystem, startup ecosystem in the world yet, but I think we have a lot of things that we can be proud of and things that can make Moldova upcoming, at least Eastern European hub for startups. And let me just name it. First of all, and of course we're very proud of that, a 7% flat tax rate, which means in case you're working in IT, and most of the startups do, you are not going to pay half of your revenue to taxes. You're going to pay only 7% flat tax, and this 7% are guaranteed for another 10 years till 2035. The other thing is digital transformation is a national priority, which means the government and both Madam President and Deputy Prime Minister was talking about that. The government is investing in promoting the digitalization of the country, which means not only the solutions that are used by the population and the businesses and the relationship between the government and the businesses, it also means education of startups' customers, which again will ease the possibility for startups to come with new solutions for them, for the customers. The growing number of IT professionals. This is another thing which we are proud of. Yes, it's not a big number yet, but for the last 7 years, we managed to grow 20% yearly, and the growth pace of women, by the way, in IT professionals is higher than men, though the number of men is yet higher in IT. And this, of course, are future founders. The other thing is cost effectiveness. What do I mean by that? It's quite cheap and affordable to build a startup in Moldova. Our prices and our cost to build a startup is 50% less than in US, meaning the salaries, the cost of living, and everything that is related to that. So if you want to build a startup in Moldova, because, well, we know, everyone knows the startup needs money, this is the place where you spend less money to build that. The other thing would be linguistic challenges. Linguistic and cultural diversity. Culturally and historically, we as a country have seen so many things and forces around us which made us resilient, which made us agile, which made us adaptable, and this is a great character features for the founders. It also means we know not just 2 languages, which is Romanian and Russian as founders, and almost everyone speaks them. We know at least 1 more foreign language, which is usually English, and then followed by French or Bulgarian, Turkish, Ukrainian, and other languages. The other thing would be IT visa for founders. So if you're a founder and you need a founder from abroad, which is not necessarily Moldovan, we have a streamlined process for getting IT visa for founders, for professionals, and for managers, which means you can get a visa easier, and then you can also get it for yourself and for your members of the family for at least 4 years for the first period. Ecosystem. This is another thing that we are very proud of. Christy will be telling more about that today later, but we have community builders, we have accelerators, hackathons, different programs, we have organizations that support startups and make sure the startup or the young people that want to develop something are not dying, but they help them to grow and go abroad. And then the growing investors' interest. As I just mentioned, we managed to already attract quite considerable amount of money, and the number of deals is growing. So we will see next year how much we grow as number, but also as value. The other thing which is very important and very interesting about our startups is that we are in small market, which means we build in a small market cheaper, but we already know this is not enough, so we build for the solutions for the big market. Our startups from the start know they need to go to big markets. We are not just relaxed in the Moldovan market. So this is also a very interesting fact about us. And another thing is support from diaspora. Yes, Moldovans are not as big as diaspora, for example, as Armenians or Jewish diaspora, but we are very united. We have experts working in various IT fields all over the globe. And more than that, all of our diaspora members, they have the feeling and the desire to pay back to the country. They want to invest in our startups and they want to help them grow, both sharing their own. And we have Andrei here who just came from UK and he's a diaspora member. And you came for two weeks to share your experience, and also you'll be speaking here, to share and to invest in our startups. Okay, well, you would say, so cool, we are good. Do we need anything else? I would say yes, and briefly explain what else do we need a little bit more. First, startup-friendly regulation. Currently, there is no difference between startups or traditional companies. We need to have better regulation on how to exit, how to register a company, online registration, more streamlined. We need support for investors that invest in the startup. Then we need more talents and more startup mindset. As we are saying today, it's okay to fail, and the more we understand and support those who manage to fail, it's okay. It's just another step to grow. The other thing would be access to know-how, and by know-how, I mean mentors, experts, specific expertise from the field that we are not necessarily having in the country, which again makes us cooperate with diaspora members. The other thing would be corporate and startup partnerships. It's a shout out here to all the corporations present that please do work and be open for cooperation with startups, either sharing your experience or sharing your resources, access to customers, or sharing the challenges that you want your startups to solve. The other thing would be foreign markets, access to foreign markets, which means, again, we know how to build. We are very experienced. By beyond building, we also need to know how to sell and scale in foreign markets, and we need your support to do that. Funding, never enough. Funding both local and international. We do have already 2 programs in Moldova supported by the government and international partners that invest non-dilutive equity funding in startups. I'm talking about ODA and I'm talking about Agency for Research and Development. But this is not enough. We have 2 angel groups in Moldova who invest small tickets. We don't have any VCs, so we need to combine both local investments and foreign investments and attract it to local funding. And the other one would be international, and this is the last one, the international spotlight. Yes, we can do a lot of things here locally, but we need to buzz the world and say a lot about our startups and be the ambassadors. Every one of us needs to be an ambassador for our startups and say how proud we are for building such amazing teams. Thank you very much. And just for the ending, all this was not a dream, and let's not just imagine that we have something, let's all together work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Olga, for this inspiration. I could not think of a better way to set the stage for opening this Startup Moldova Summit 2024. You've had lots of people welcoming you here today and introducing themselves. I think it's probably time that I do so myself too. So my name is Sebastian Tupi. I'm a community builder and storyteller at heart. I spent the majority of the last 10 years connecting founders with investors, mentors, and corporates. And it's really great to see what's happening in the energy in the ecosystem that we have here today. So going through a few housekeeping rules before I can welcome our first speakers to the stage. As I mentioned earlier, there's going to be a lot of really interesting content on stage. A bunch of different sessions, a mix between inspirational keynotes and sort of more deep dive in panel discussions, but then also a lot of pitches. This event is also about connecting. It's maybe even primarily about connecting. So I would encourage all of you to check the Brella app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, please do so. There's going to be time at the break as well. There's a room at the end of the hallway over there where you'll be able to meet with people. There's dedicated tables. You can set up meetings. It's probably the best way to connect with the majority of the people that are here, as well as some of the speakers and executive members that are in the room. So I would encourage you to talk to each other, to mingle while you grab a coffee, and make sure that you interact with people. And now we've been talking about mentoring and support system from international people and organizations. Olga mentioned the importance of bringing people with expertise. And I'm really, really happy to welcome our first speaker to the stage, who's not only an exited founder, but also an investor and someone who's been in the tech ecosystem globally for many, many years. So please welcome Dave Parker to the stage.
I have a microphone on. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. This is exciting. Thanks for everybody for coming and doing the kickoffs. First off, I want to answer the question, why in the world should you listen to a guy from Seattle? Now, we have wine in common, we do have apples in common, and we do have a coffee culture in common. But I will tell you, our largest exports now are none of those things but technology. So the thing that's exciting about me coming from Seattle is we have a lot in common, though the ecosystems are in different ages and vintages. So why listen? So over the last, since my first startup in 1998, I've actually started 5 companies. I sold 3 of them, but 2 of them failed, one in a gargantuan crater. And it wasn't the first one, ironically. Usually you think about startups and you go, the first one's going to be a fail. In my case, it wasn't the first one, it was the 3rd one that failed. So in that time, however, I've had a chance to be a 3-time venture capitalist, invest in almost 200 early stage companies. And then if anybody knows Startup Weekend, I had a chance to be the COO and Senior VP of Programs at Startup Weekend. We sold that company to Techstars in 2015, but my last 12 months there, we did 1,265 events worldwide in about 460 cities and 120 countries. In fact, that's the last time I was here in Chisinau. Thanks for having me back. Was the last time was during a Startup Weekend. So what, in that time, I've had a chance to visit about 46 countries and 22 of them for startups. So I want to give you some common practices across those regions. Since I published the book, Trajectory Startup, about 3 years ago, I've had a chance to work with over 1,000 founders across a lot of different markets, including about 600 in MENA. So that includes places like Tunisia and Cairo, but also places in not just the Middle East, but across the globe. And within that, we have a number of things in common on startups. But the biggest thing is we always compare ourselves to Silicon Valley, but none of those markets are the Valley. I had a chance to work in Silicon Valley for about 3 years for a venture fund called Mitsui Capital. Mitsui is a $250 million venture capital fund, but it represented a $200 billion revenue company out of Tokyo. So Seattle, we have this chip on our shoulder that we're not the Valley, but Tunisia has the same chip on its shoulder, and so does Moldova. So we have to get past that and say, what can we learn from those early markets that make the markets actually better? So we actually did a program with Google for Entrepreneurs when I was at Startup Weekend. We wrote up what were the dynamics of the most important criteria of working in a startup ecosystem. So first, it's about talent. It's about you as the founders. It's about working with developers and finding the right people to be part of your team. By the way, that 2.2 number for startup founders probably won't get to 3. Anybody remember the 3rd co-founder of Apple? Anybody remember the 3rd co-founder of Google? The 5th co-founder was a guy named Brian Lent. He was in Seattle. He actually dropped out of Google and went back and got his PhD in mathematics at Stanford. The number there is that as co-founders, typically the number is 2. So you won't see that number climb much past that. So talent is number 1, finding the right people, and you guys have the right people. In post the pandemic world, it's actually more portable than ever. So helping you find the right founders and find the right talent, whether it's through a staff augmentation company or whether it's through a website like Fiverr. The second issue is density. You have to have a location where people can get together and cluster and actually meet other founders. The collaboration that happens there is really important, especially with non-competitive founders. So whether that's a university location or a co-working space, it's important that you have a sense of density, and at least you have that here in the city, here in the capital. You may not have it in other areas, and you'll see people come and cluster in those areas to be important as that part of the factor. The third thing, and you've heard it today a little bit, is culture, and there's a culture that says, in the Valley, if you've tried but not failed yet, you haven't really tried. Because in the Valley, it's okay to fail. Other places, I will say, the further you get away from the West Coast, in the US, from the West Coast to the East Coast, failure is not really accepted, and it's hard to do that. However, I'm a big fan as a founder of, I'd rather you kill bad ideas fast than actually fail. Failing is hard. Like, failing costs mortgages and relationships and your house, right? So I would rather you not fail fast. I think that's usually something that people who have rich uncles do. For most of us that are mere mortals, the answer is kill bad ideas fast, try not to fail fast. So, because that's expensive, both emotionally and financially. So culturally, it has to be okay, but you have to celebrate that too, because as another culture, as a startup founder, if something fails, you can't disappear, right? You have to come back and try again. And it's important that you have a culture that accepts the fact that failures will happen. The last one, you heard it on the stage earlier, it's access to capital. Every place I have been is like, oh, Dave, you don't understand. We don't have enough angel investors. We don't have enough VCs. Every city I've been to has that same delusion, right? We all feel that way. But I will tell you that my first fundraising didn't come from Seattle. My first fundraising came from New York, which was a 5.5-hour flight from my hometown. So fundraising is an option, but there's things you have to do as a startup founder before you can fundraise. You have to have traction. And that traction could come in the form of customer development interviews, and where you've talked to tons of customers, or it could come with users, or it could come with revenue. But the idea that you're going to have an idea on the back of a napkin and get funded is delusional. You have to have some form of traction to get funded these days. My first startup, I was able to get away without that, but that was decades ago. And today, investors require more and expect more out of you. And as founders, you have to do the work. At the end of the day, if you don't put in the work, the idea is just in your head. So the fifth component then really becomes regulatory environment. The front row is now empty. You've heard some of the changes that are being made. I will tell you that regulatory environment still matters a ton. We have to get friction out of the process, or you all will take your companies somewhere else. So within MENA and working in the Middle East and North Africa, I can tell you almost all of those companies are incorporated in the US as Delaware C Corps. And the companies are prepped to pitch in English because that's where they're going to raise money. So regulatory environment is important. You as founders will find a way, one way or the other, because that's the nature of founders. That's what we do. Now, quick sidebar here on product market fit, because one of the things I get asked a lot about after writing the book is, Dave, I'll talk with investors and they'll say, hey, when you have traction, come let me know, which by the way is an investor way to pat you on the head and send you out the door, right? And then if you ask them, what traction would you like to see? In most cases, they don't know because they've never run a company. So I'm going to give you the 5 components of product market fit. It's math, right? The first component is traction, or is velocity on your website and the number of visitors you have on the website per month. If that is the only thing you track, that's a vanity metric. But if you track that in combination with the leads that you get from the website, that's a step in the right direction. So that's number 2 is leads. Traffic's number 1, leads is number 2. Customer count is number 3. Now, if you're pre-revenue and pre-product, you're not going to have customers yet. But number 3 is customer count. And I'm looking at the conversion rate between traffic to leads to customers. That should be trending up. The 4th component is annual contract value, or ACV. How much is that customer worth? As your product gets better, you should be able to increase the price of the product, which means your annual contract value should be trending up. The last one is trending down. And the one is trending down is time to close. So a practical measure for you here is, I have 4 things that are trending up: traffic, leads, customer count, and annual contract value. And the last one should be trending down, which is time to close. Now, over the last 18 to 24 months, I will tell you that time to close has not been trending down. Time to close has been trending up for most enterprise companies in my portfolio. And the reason is big companies have pumped the brakes to close on new deals. So the important thing for you as founders is once you have those 5 things in your favor, you have the magic of compound interest, right? There's no mystery to it, it's just math. So start there with the sense of what's important from for product market fit. So what's changed since we wrote the report for Startup Weekend around the 5 environments or 5 components of the market? I think the change is really threefold. One is post-pandemic, people are more portable than ever, which is from a work from home perspective, I can find talent across borders. It doesn't matter where the geography is. The second component is I no longer need an office, which means my cost of fundraising has gone down because my expenses have gone down in accordance with that. And co-working spaces are more available than ever, but from that perspective, I no longer need an office expense. The last component is really cloud computing services that brought the overall cost down, which means things that we would have tried 5 or 6 years ago that would never have been profitable can actually be profitable businesses today, because I no longer have to buy racks of servers and do that equipment myself. So the trend from what we wrote about in the original documents and what had happened today is actually the costs have gone down, which is in our favor as founders. But you know, as founders, one of the things I was on stage recently with a VC, and he's like, founders love this type of season because things are cheaper and they can go do things. And I'm like, you don't understand founders. As founders, we're compelled by an idea. And the idea consumes us in such a way that we have to go do it. It's not a matter of what the costs are. In fact, we never really think about the costs. We're just compelled by the idea. And that's what makes being part of the startup ecosystem so interesting. So the thing about community, I will tell you, is nobody owns community. Community is like a quirky family with a couple weird uncles thrown in, right? So every time I go to a startup community and meet with a group of folks like this, I will tell you that in general, 5%, now most of us as startup founders are a little bit delusional, right? Because we know 90% of startups fail, and we know it's not us, right? Now, 5% of the community is completely delusional, which means they'll take feedback and listen to a mentor, and then they won't listen at all. Now, some of you have a picture of somebody in your head right now at this moment, I'm sure, because they're the person who is like, oh, I'm asking for feedback, but I'll never do that. What I'll tell you about being on the other side of the table, having worked as a founder first and then crossed over to venture capital, there are founders who do the work, and there's founders that talk about doing the work. There's founders that never get out of their heads, and they're entrepreneurs, and there's founders that go and do the work. If you're one of the founders that do the work, the mentors are here for you. If you're one of the ones who hasn't changed their pitch since the last time you talked to a mentor, the mentors don't really want to talk to you again, because I need you to go make progress. So a few years ago, we started a program in Seattle called the Founders Cohort Program through the Washington Tech Industry Association. So the WTIA is a community builder organization, very much like the team here, that puts on events, and we're part of community building. Now, I want to distinguish for you all between being a company builder and being a community builder, because they're different things. If you're a founder in the room today, focus on your company first, get to product market fit. If you don't get a product market fit, you have a nonprofit. If you get to product market fit and you get sustainable income from a cash flow, or you exit the company, come back and be a community champion and contribute to and be a mentor in the community and be an investor. But your ability to build both a community and a company at the same time is incredibly difficult. And as an investor, I would tell you, build your company first, and then use the money you make from building the company to reinvest in the things you want to reinvest in. So with the WTIA a few years ago, I went back to that org and said, hey, I want to run this new program, but I need you to judge it in 10 years. Because 10 years is what it's going to take to really change the dynamics of making Seattle a better startup ecosystem. So after 5 years, we have served about 260 founders. And our objective of the program is really twofold. One is we want to get them through a curriculum that takes 6 months instead of 18 months, because in 6 months, sometimes it's the difference between success and failure for the company, right? If they're going to run out of money in 6 months, 18 months to learn those things is too long. So we get them in front of investors the very first week of the program, and the program is 6 months in length. So our goal is to help them navigate that ecosystem. The second objective is to really encourage them around the idea of the PayPal Mafia. Are you guys familiar with the PayPal Mafia? So the idea there is that group of people worked together, and then they reinvested in each other's companies. So Sarah Imbach was the only woman in that group, by the way, and Sarah now lives in Seattle and is an active angel investor. And the important thing about that was the flywheel effect of you as founders reinvesting in other founders is incredibly critical to the success of the ecosystem. So what you need to recognize is I need to be part of the community needs to support you through that, and then as you have success, you can come back and reinvest in the community. So that program for us has been super fun now. We're 5 years in. We've supported about 240 companies, and collectively they've raised over $310 million. Now, they did the work. We're just supporting them. The important thing about that I want you to realize is there's two different things. To raise money for your startup takes time. The average time it takes for a startup to exit in the US post-institutional money is 7 to 10 years. Anybody ever heard of DocuSign? You know that one? So a buddy of mine started DocuSign. Believe it or not, it was a 17-year overnight success story. When he started it, it wasn't actually legal. It wasn't illegal, it just wasn't actually legal. And it took 17 years for them to go public. So you have to have the perspective of the biggest companies in my portfolio are going to take the most time to mature. So I would close with this. So I happen to live in a neighborhood that's super awesome, and we're surrounded by about 150 hectares of sustainable forest land. When I get back from this event, I'm going to go and plant trees. Kind of a crazy thing, but after we harvest trees about every 10 years, we turn around and plant those trees for sustainable forest land. Those trees will be ready to harvest in about 70 to 80 years. Big surprise, in case you don't know, I won't be here for that. But building community takes the same sort of view of decades and not months or years. Build your startup, get to product market fit, and then contribute back to the community, because the stuff you do for the community today will help your kids and their kids, and you need to have that long-term perspective. Thanks very much for having me, and thanks for letting me be part of your startup journey.
Thank you very much, Dave.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll keep you here for a
Yeah.
second, if you don't mind, as you're going to be hosting the next one. We can be on this side. They're going to bring the chairs up. Brilliant. So, yeah, I mean, very excited to hear all of the insights that Dave had to share with us. He's going to be moderating the next session here. And I kind of wanted to just ask him a little bit, like, what is, let's say, his take on moving from being a founder to actually being an investor. So what's kind of the biggest thing that you learned that you didn't expect?
Well, I would tell you I'm still a founder at heart. Yeah. So the biggest thing I think in the learnings is deal structures, and really helping to understand, like, hey, what terms can you accept money and what terms should you not accept money? Because there's some deals that are bad deals, right? And not all money, even though it funds the company, not all money is good money from an investor perspective. So sometimes you have to look at it and say, do I want this investor or not?
Okay, makes sense. And then my last question here before you jump on with all of the founders. You've gone to loads of countries and loads of events for Startup Weekend. What would have been one of your favorite memories?
Well, this one's kind of weird. So some of you guys probably remember there was some civil unrest in Beirut a few years ago. So I happened to be running a seminar for 3 days at that event. This was before the explosion happened. It was a WhatsApp tax. Right? So this happened in Brazil as well a few years before when I was Startup Weekend. And so we did the 3 days worth of seminars. The first day, full group. Second day, about 50%. Third day, about 10%. Most people were online. And we got done, and they're like, we need to get you to the airport now. And I wish I had the photo to share with you. There's a photo of me with a selfie with fire in the background, because there's tires on fire in all 3 lanes of traffic going both directions on the way to the airport. So the driver was able to get me back to about 1.5 miles from the airport. And people often say, hey, what's the biggest risk in startups? I'm like, clearly it's financial, right? Because you're just writing a check as an investor. You never think about actually any other risks. So on the way to the airport, the driver was driving, and we crossed a bunch of things, and all of a sudden he braked really hard and turned right, rolled my window down and said, would you like a coffee? And I'm like, that kind of encapsulates kind of the startup environment, right? There's this crazy chaos that happens, and then every once in a while, like, hey, would you like a coffee? Just kind of join me, so.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that. Give him a big round of applause. And then now it's time for you to welcome our founders on stage.
Exactly. I'll have our panel come up and join. Come on.
Brilliant. Go ahead.
I'll give you this extra microphone. Thank you. Come on up. Hey, how are you? Some I have only met on Zoom. So I'm going to start off by having you all introduce yourselves to the audience, and we'll just start here and go down the line.
Let me see if this works. Hello? Yeah, it works?
It does.
Hi, very happy to be here. I'm the co-founder of Bloom Coding. We are teaching the next generations to code, hopefully next startuppers, successful ones as well. Very happy to be here. Thank you for organizing this. This is the second event. It's huge, and I see a lot of beautiful people. I'm glad.
You had a nice shout out this morning as well, so it's
Yeah.
always a good place to start. Nick?
Yeah, so hello everyone. First of all, thank you for having us here. It's a great honor to be here with you on the stage. So my name is Nicolae Guzun. I am the co-founder of two startups. BenDev, it's the first company, is doing is building remote development teams. And Sunboard, that you can see here, it's an embedded analytics solution. We are just launching the startup, so but I'll tell about this a little bit later.
Great.
Hi everyone. It's a bit noisy in the in the hallway. My name is Viorica Vanica. I'm a co-founder of Self-Talk. Self-Talk is a mental health mobile app which helps you to manage your challenging emotions. Think of it like Spotify for self-therapy, for managing, let's say, anger issues or breakups or like problems that you have with other people or with yourself. And it helps you by creating a personalized audio which feels like a self-therapy audio which guides you from a negative emotion that you feel towards a positive one that you want to feel instead.
Great. So I wanted to start off with a little bit about your founder journeys, because for the founders here, I just normalized the fact that sometimes it's a little bit crazy. We hear you've raised over €1 million. Congratulations. That's not
Thanks.
a trivial amount of money, and clearly there's a journey in the background. So tell us a little bit about the founder journey there.
Okay, I'm going to start with my journey. My background is in arts. I actually graduated theater and movie acting, and I'm still a big fan of theater. But I never worked in the field because, unfortunately, culture is still not something you can live off in Moldova. I worked in all areas, starting from sales, marketing, customer support. Then I pivoted into IT field. So ladies here looking up to IT or pivoting their careers, this can happen and it can be beautiful in results. I started working as a business developer in an IT company. Later on, I took courses of networking, cybersecurity. I got to project management, and from project management to startup. So this was the journey, quite a bumpy one and fun. As for the startup, we started Bloom Coding with a pivot as well. We first started as a physical school, pandemic hit. We pivoted, we adapted fast.
Went from immersive to online
exactly.
only.
And the goal was the idea that you were talking about, that we are obsessed with. There are two ideas. My co-founder Emil has the one of changing children's lives, as he did before, and he got thank you from a mother crying, seeing this effect. For me, I have children, so I know how important it is. I want to build a school that I love to my children to live there, to study there. For raising, we had a lot of successes on the way, a lot of wins. We worked a lot for it. And as I say, I see those successes, but I don't know when they happened because I was working all the time. That's the thing. You don't work for success. You work for your startup. You work for your idea. You work to bring the best to the customers that you promised something, right? So this work would not have happened if I wouldn't have my amazing crew as well. So my team is here, a part of it. The other part, I'm saying hello from the stage. I'm really proud of them. I'm very happy and lucky I have them. So this is a team effort, and it's a lot of work. This is all I can say. And all those millions are just the result of traction, of the result that we work. Investors love ideas and founders that are excited, but they love numbers more.
Yeah.
So you just have to work. That's
Talent's important. Talent without the hard work
it's nothing.
is nothing. Nick, you've done both the services company and a product company.
Yeah.
So to help bootstrap and grow the company, tell us a little bit about your journey and the company journey.
Yeah, so like, where do we start the journey from? Because my startup journey, we can say, started from the elementary school when I was selling like bubble gums and photos to my classmates. And then, throughout the years, I tried, I built, and I launched a number of different products with different degree of successes. So you can say that I was, always, ambitious and fascinated by the startup world, and reading all these success stories in TechCrunch and all around the world. So and I was always wanted to be part of it. But my current journey, the journey of BandDev and Sunboard, started about 5 years ago when I co-founded a startup with several European-based partners. I was responsible for the product and for the product development here in Moldova. So I have created a company here, and I started building the development team, and we started building the product, right? Everything was great. Like we launched the product in beta. We started having first users, started having first paying users. The product had great reception. We raised money, like as you read in all these nice success stories. And about 1 year later, I've got an email from one of the co-founders say, "Hey, we ran out of money. The company is put on liquidation. Thanks for the ride." Boom.
Boom, done.
So yeah, you can imagine it was a huge blow. It's like the world was ending. As a co-founder, as Michaela said, like you really put your effort in it. You really put your skin there. So it was like world ending. So normally the option we had at the time was just to lay off the whole development team here and call it a day. But knowing and seeing like how difficult it was for us to assemble the team, to make them work, to be oiled well, and I was very reluctant to do so. So I was starting like looking for solutions, and I was started looking for new customers that would need this development talent, and like we succeeded. Like little by little, we found first customers. We started to have revenue pouring in, and we kind of started seeing the light at the end of the tunnel.
You went from a product company then to a staff augmentation company.
Exactly.
So services businesses versus product business, completely different, but same team, and you were able to sustain the team.
And we after like I think half a year, we started hiring, expanding the team. So it turned out well. Right now we are steady growing, profitable company that's delivering like complex projects for customers around the world. So yeah.
So you have to find a way, I think, as a founder, right?
Exactly.
It never goes quite as predicted. You have to find a way.
Exactly. So yeah, that's the story of BandDev. Now the story of Sunboard. While developing different products for our customers at Band, one of the customers approached us, asked us to find a tool, an analytics tool that was like easy to use, had great visualization, and that was easy to integrate in the product that we're building. So we launched some research, and we couldn't really find something that would match exactly our needs. So, and that's how the idea of Sunboard, came. We said like, hey, let's try to build it ourselves. So we quickly built a prototype, and in like 2 months we deployed this to this customer, which turned into a paying customer from the day one, right? And then we started deploying and proposing this solution to other customers. We saw that they were very happy with it, and then we said, like, hey, there is maybe an opportunity there. And we assembled a dedicated development team to start building a product around this idea. And here is where we are
now
right
you
now.
have revenue on the product side instead as well. So
yes, it's small. We're not like break even, but it's a small one. We have like customers that are using it heavily, let's say so. One of them, I think, they're like our solution is the mostly used part in their back office with thousands of users per
Great.
day. So,
all right, perfect. I'm going to switch to B2C. So we went B2B and enterprise, to shift to B2C. Tell us a little bit about the journey of, because I know you guys have gone through some pivots there as well. Wow, so.
I think two. We were B2B and then B2B2C. So the company journey?
Yeah, start there.
Okay, so we started at the end of 2021, and Elena was my co-founder. She was the one who came with the idea. She was doing a hypnotherapy license in UK, and she understood that the part of the hypnotherapy process can be digitalized or scaled. What happens in a hypnotic or process is that a person with a therapist in front goes into subconscious mind to, let's say, dig into a problem that the person comes to deal with, let's say money issues or relationship problems. And in that session, they're like, they go into depth to understand I would say moments that actually defined that sort of system of beliefs that causes the person to act in a certain way. And after that, the therapists were creating like an audio which was called like to reprogram the mind. That's how the idea came. So, we can scale that. That's how it started. We were creating these audios manually, and we did it for 100 people, and we had like a type form. We started with friends, and they would feel like what kind of negative thoughts you have about yourself, and then what negative emotions you feel when you tell that to yourself, and then the positive emotions they wanted. And based on that, we were creating these audios manually. We would have someone on Upwork to record them for us, add the music in the background, and send them to them. And the reactions were like crazy. Because it was so personalized to their thoughts and their emotions. People were crying. They were going to their parents to talk. If they didn't talk, like, it was a girl, she didn't talk to her father for like a lot of years, and then she was like, I want to talk to my dad. So we said like, okay, that's interesting. Let's do more of that. So we validated, as I said, with 100 people, because they came like, I know a friend that needs this. I want something like that. And then we charged up to $79. So people paid for these audios from $9 to $79. That's where we understood to say, okay, now we can build an MVP, because there is need for this. And at that time, we were in Silicon Valley in a pre-accelerator, Team Draper pre-accelerator. Yep. And they advised us to go with a B2B version, because this is more like a revenue stream, and it's
selling to human resources for businesses versus selling to consumers.
Yes, and we said like, okay, we thought that they know better than us, so we accepted that. This is apart from that. So we developed the MVP for B2B, but the user was the employees of the company. So at the base is a B2C, but the owner of the company pays for it. Then we found that while we were in that accelerator, we had like, we found a team of, they were selling cards, like wireless cards in, not Delaware, in New Jersey. They had a team of 15 employees, and we were doing these audios to their, without having a product. We were doing this manually to their employees every single month, and they were paying like $39 per employee. So there's like, there is a need for that too. Okay, which one we take?
Right.
So we developed in mind to, like, the product to have in mind that it's also for B2B and it can be for B2C too. But this time we went to a TechCrunch with the delegation from Moldova, and we were trying, like, I came back from US in December, and all this time we were trying to sell, and the sales cycle for the enterprises is huge, yes. Yeah. And in order to get the feedback to improve the product or something, we needed like a faster, for people to give us feedback. So it's like, and the B2B was good, but something was not inside, was not right. So we said like, okay, let's go back to B2B2C. So we go to B2C, we get the feedback, we iterate, we improve, we make the product, and then we go to B2B. So that's how we pivoted to B2C.
So it sounds like, though, you guys actually hacked together an MVP before you had an MVP.
Yes.
So using Fiverr for recording,
WhatsApp,
WhatsApp,
yeah. Yes.
So the idea there is like, how do you hack it together before you even get to the MVP? So all of your journeys, in the time we have left, I really want to spend a little bit of time for everybody's benefit in the audience. Like, tell me about, like, what's the biggest lesson you learned that you would like to tell your younger self and be like, here's what I wish I knew when I started this business. And so I'd love to spend a few minutes with each of you on that topic for the benefit of the audience.
Oh. For me, at the beginning of this startup or the previous?
You can pick whichever startup you want. So, but what's the biggest learning you wish you knew?
I would say from this one, to move faster. And not to move faster, but more like to avoid the distractions. Because there are so many distractions that can be like, oh, you're a startup, this is so cool, and you are like, no, this is not cool. This is not for everyone. You have to be insane to do this. It's a lot of work. And there is a lot of distractions. Conferences, like parties, or like things like even pre-accelerators. Just to stay focused on what we deliver to whom, get the feedback, and it's just the user talk to users and build. That's all. That's the being focused at the beginning.
Yeah.
That I would change.
And past the beginning too, I'm sure.
Yes,
so.
yes, all the time, customer in mind.
Yeah, great. Nick?
Yeah, so for me that's a very, let's say, tough question, you know, because I believe that what defines us today is the sum of all the decisions, small, micro, big, that we've made throughout our life.
Yep.
You know, so maybe if I had done something differently, I may not be sitting here with you in this on this panel. But there is a story that I remember. So as I said, like throughout the years, I started different products. So one of them was a web application for real estate for Moldovan market. It was something, you know, revolutionary at the time. There was something that didn't exist at the time here. So we launched the product. We started to populate it with data. We started having some traction. So everything was nice, but then we got stuck. Like, okay, what's next? How do we grow the product? How do we get people to use it? And so we realized we really had to do lot of investment, both in time and money. And that was a little bit difficult because at the time I had a daytime job, because it was doing a
This was a side hustle?
Yes, it was a side hustle, and it was like it required a lot of time. On the other hand, we were not quite sure like how much revenue this would bring us, you know, because at the time, like the construction companies were not really investing in the promotion, and the online advertising was very, very small here in Moldova, at least. And also, one of our biggest competitors launched a similar service.
Right.
So balancing all these, we said, okay, let's just close it. Okay. But several years after that, you know, while looking back, I noticed that maybe if we had persevered a little bit more, maybe we would have turned that into a successful product. Because the market conditions have changed. The online advertising boomed. The company started to spend more on the promotion and advertising. And also our competitor never reached the level of the service that we were offering back like several years before. So it was this old time dilemma for founders, like to pivot or to persevere, right?
Well, and timing is one of those factors, I think, for all of you, but this specific thing, like, as founders, we have an idea and we're so motivated that we don't really think about timing that much. And when you think about most of the companies that have been successful, they've been successful partially because of timing, but you only know that looking backwards.
Exactly.
You don't know that looking forwards. And you guys, sounds like you were early to market, which sometimes as founders we're like, we want to be early to market, and sometimes it's too early. And too early is just as expensive.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, but again, like this specific lesson, like taught me while developing both Bend and Sunboard, you know, that you really need to persevere. If you believe in something, you need to trust your guts and just do it.
Yep. And hopefully have some facts and data along the way from your point on customer validation. It's like, it's not just trust the delusion of your gut. So speaking of long-term plays, EdTech is not a particular fast customer space. So tell us about lessons learned in that one.
It's not, and it's difficult from this point of view. Well, the thing with the startups, not only EdTech, you have to move fast, and you have to move smart, and you have to hope that you catch the wave, that you're in the right time. But the key to that is being very flexible, even with the ideas that you really hold dear to yourself. Sometimes you have to give up on things, and it's gonna be very tough. So this is a thing I wish I would knew before, just to prepare at least mentally, that it's gonna be difficult on this side as well. And one thing that I think is very important is decision making. You have to make decisions fast. Either you kill the idea, either you continue, when to kill it, and aside the fact that it is very consuming, decision making. Making the good decisions is even tougher. So build a strong community around yourself. Surround yourself with people that want the best for you, for the company, and always get this, go to these advisors and help yourself out. And if you made a decision that was wrong, don't beat yourself up too much, because otherwise...
We got a self-talk for that.
Yes, exactly. You get self-talk for that. That's about it. And care about your people. Like, this is the main thing. We are very human intensive. We are a school, online but still school. And the people that are building with you this startup are actually the most important resources that you have. More important than the product, the digital side, is the people that go with you in this journey, that invest as much time and soul and their own tears and sweats, because this is what happens in a startup. It's not an easy ride. Invest in those people, cherish them, and always, whenever you decide something or you act in any way, just think about them first, because they matter.
Yeah. Last topic, I know in all the markets that I visit, you know, there's always an issue of scarcity, right? So, and you all are making decisions as founders and co-founders, early stage around, we have limited resources, we have limited time, we have limited developers, and it's not just capital, it's also time. How do you think about making those decisions? You just talked about a little bit, so and have you follow on first. How do you think about making those decisions with scarcity? Because if we say yes to this thing, we're saying no to something else.
I think it's a bit of craziness in that as well, a leap of faith, a lot of times. We try to look into all the data we can gather. Yeah, we started a project to look very well in all the details, how this affected our numbers, how much time it passed. Like, you try to gather as much data as you can, so you can make a good decision. After that, it's going to be advisors. It's going to be people who will be around. Speak to your teams that work there. They will have amazing insights that you have no idea about. And in the end, it's going to be a leap of faith. It's going to be, yeah, I think I'm doing the right thing, but I'm going to know about it in a couple of months,
or years.
Or years.
Yeah.
So you hope, yeah. You hope for the best.
Exactly. I would second, you know, Michaela's thoughts. It's as I said, like, it's your gut feeling, you know. most of the time. Okay, we say that we rely on data. We say that we rely on, you know, like advice, expert advice, or.
But let me tag that, because you guys, the same is true in every market I'm in. You have mentor whiplash, right? Because you come and talk to me, and I say, oh, this one thing, and you go to talk to somebody else, and you get something else. So you've got incomplete data, right? You get mentor whiplash when you ask for advisors, and yet you still have to make a decision and decide how to source. So I just want to, partially I'm normalizing this for everybody in the audience, but partially it's like, but how do you, when push comes to shove, how do you make the decision, right?
Well, sometimes, as one of my previous mentors said, you just toss a coin.
That's one way to do it, yeah.
Yeah, it's because sometimes what we're thinking that if we're thinking too much on something, we'll get a better decision.
Right.
But that's not always the case. It's kind of the opposite, I'd say. You know, so base your decision on your past experience, on what you had before. But also, what we're also doing is, you know, we're not taking a decision and say, hey, this is it for the next 5 years, right? So we're taking a decision, we're testing it quickly,
right?
Then bringing in the feedback and, you know, learning from that. Either we keep persevering with this decision, or we
change. Yeah.
We change it.
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm thinking of what to add to this, because this is like, I subscribe to what it's all about. I think for us, like I'm thinking right now, like a few weeks ago when we were doing the customer interviews, and the decision was to find out the pains, gains, and jobs to be done from these interviews. And I was not really that much into this framework, like not know all the idea, like everything that you needed to know about this. And you know, like that, that led me to find someone who did it very well. Like, I'm good at this. Like, find someone who has done it, they know how to do it, they just, like, by talking to these people, it just opens up a new mindset. Like, oh, I can do it too. Oh, he's done it. Oh, I can do it too. Then that, I think that it was one of the elements that speed up the decision-making process. Was like, I saw someone doing it, they did it, okay, I realized what's the path to it, and then it was just execution. So that's one thing, to connect with people that have done it, for the things that you are doing, so someone also done it. But for the things that nobody done it, it's just the gut feeling.
Right, there's the never been done before.
Yeah.
So because some of you are working on startups that the idea is interesting but has never been done before, some of you are doing copycats of ideas that have already raised $10 or $20 million somewhere else. And some of, if you're in the services business, people are already buying those services, they're just not buying them from you. So you bring up an interesting point too, there's finding frameworks. I know one of my friends is like the master of frameworks. Right, it's kind of, and so one of the approaches he's taken, to your point, is data, action, and outcomes was kind of his framework. I'm curious if you guys have come across any frameworks that helped you in the early stage of the startup, say, because you mentioned one there, that you can share with folks around, like, here's a framework you can kind of put into place to think about that.
Oh, I'm a big fan of frameworks. I'm a big fan. It makes things easier, and yeah, always remind yourself there are people who have done this before. Maybe not exactly what you're doing, right, but something similar. And they wrote books about it, and they talked about it, and the information is there. And this is amazing. Reach out to this information. And one of the frameworks we started with is the OKRs. I completely enjoyed them.
So objectives and key results, for those who are
objectives and key
familiar with it.
results. We needed a frame because we had so many ideas. We were so excited. We wanted to do everything at once. So, okay, we need to stop and slow down a bit. We need to understand what are our main objectives. Where are we going? How do we measure? And how? And I started searching. How do companies do that? So I got to the whole history, how the objectives and key results have developed, and said, okay, so this is what we're gonna do now. It doesn't mean that we did it by the book. No, you don't do it by the book. You adapt it to your company's needs, right, to your needs at this time, and it works. So in anything you do, frameworks are amazing. Scaling, decision-making, objectives, reach out to the information that is there, find a framework that might fit, tweak it, and go.
And I think taking that framework and then making it so that your team understands it as well.
Absolutely.
It helps bring clarity to that piece of it too. So I see a head nod at the end for framework, so.
Yeah, we are a fan of Miro. Everything gets in, like, we all the time need to have a bigger picture, and the Miro is for that. We do have a framework for, I would say it's personalized on whatever we want to test. Right now, let's say it's social media that we want to test, or like a growth channel that we want to test that brings the most users with less effort. And we have hypotheses, and then we do have like a solution how we solve that. Like we think that this is going to work, and then we have like a period that we test, and then we have, okay, these are the results. What we learn from it, do we go with it or not? We adjust. So that's one that works for us right now, because it has the result in mind. So we start with the hypothesis from what's in the end goal, and that sort of adjusts what's the trajectory to it. And I think we need to do that from the first day.
Let me add, because I think what I hear you saying is this, is rather than, because Google will take your money, right, whether you have a hypothesis or not.
Yes.
But what I hear you saying is we have a hypothesis of these are 3 things we could go test.
Yes.
We think this one has the best return. We're going to go test that against our hypothesis and then decide to double down or not.
Exactly. And I came with this because I was tired to work just like, okay, grow, just think of what's going to bring users now. And then I wanted to think like long term. Find something that is building the product, that it's by itself brings other people. And I don't know, it came from personal pain, I guess.
Right.
I just wanted to solve it, and that's how I looked up.
So that gets you to product-led growth as well.
Yes,
so
multiple streams into into the growth channels, yes.
And my guess is your early hypotheses probably weren't very accurate, but every time you tested it,
yes.
it gets better.
We need to, as my colleague said, you need to be flexible. You need to adapt. It doesn't work, okay. Drop the idea, don't be attached to it. That's hard. And then, okay, move on. You cry one day, and the next day you're back.
Move on to the next.
Yes.
It's great.
Yeah, so for us, since we are, as I said, like we're only launching right now publicly our startup, we have not used a lot, these frameworks in terms of selling, promotion, testing, stuff like that. But we were using this hypothesis while building the product, right? So we're putting a list of hypotheses like, hey, maybe our customers would need this and this feature, or maybe the other feature. So we're then conducting, some interviews between the customers that we already, or the users that were using the product, to see how necessary would that feature be for them. And also, while me coming from the development environment, and there we use a lot of agile practices, agile frameworks like Scrum, Kanban, stuff like that, which means shorter cycles, with feedback, faster feedback loop. So we're trying to implement this also in other parts of our businesses, to have these short plans with the faster feedback loop or like everything that's there, be it
Back
features.
To faster speed, more flexible.
Exactly, be it as I said, like features or even outreach that we're making for our products, and so all other aspects.
We're down to just last closing thoughts for the audience before we go. So anything you'd like to close with?
They say if you want someone to watch a movie, tell them not to watch it. So this is what I'm going to tell you. Don't start a startup. Just don't do it. You might change the world. You might make an impact. This is very bad, so never do it.
I like that.
Exactly. As it's. I think, we're not here to demotivate everyone, like saying, hey, it's hard, it depends on everyone, like on each one's preferences. But it's hard, it's not easy, but it's also rewarding. Like the pleasure you have, like after you have your customers' feedback, like it's enlightening and giving you this power to move forward. So persevere and just do it. That's as simple as that.
Just follow. It's just one life that you have. It's just big shot, I guess. Live it or not. I think you're the only one who can believe in your own idea. And if you don't believe it and you don't follow it, nobody is going to do it. And you're the first person who has to do it. For yourself first, then other people too.
Love it. Every idea is crazy right before it works. Let's hear it for the panelists. Thank you. You bet. Thank you. Thanks, of course.
Fantastic. Thank you so much to all of our dear panelists. Thank you, Dave, for moderating this. It was great insights, especially for all the early stage founders here. It is difficult building a company, but it is absolutely worth doing. The next person that I would like to bring now to the stage is going to talk to us a little bit more about business model. So he's a business coach with quite a lot of experience in building startups as well. And please, I would like to welcome to the stage Nick Imovic.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Can you hear me? Fantastic. Excellent, that's me. We've almost ready to go. Let's see if the slides are here. Excellent, 3 winning business models from Moldova. So, as he said, my name's Nick Imovic. I'm a business coach, and my goal is to enable startups and entrepreneurs and corporate innovators to have more aha moments. You know the types of moments I'm talking about, right? Hopefully, you'll have some today as part of this presentation. So I've worked with lots of different companies. I have a YouTube channel. Please subscribe, and also connect with me on LinkedIn as well. Today, I want to be a mirror. Let me explain. I've been living in Moldova for over a year, and every time I tell people, oh yeah, I live in Moldova, but I'm not from here, they're like, what? You're crazy. You live in Moldova? Why? Why would you do that? And actually, I see things from a different perspective. As a foreigner living in this country, I think that I can see there are many wonderful things happening here, and many wonderful people doing wonderful things, and startups doing incredible things. So what I want to do today is reflect back to you, like a mirror, the wonderful things that are happening in this country, and I want to inspire you about the startups, but also encourage you and give you tips that can help you grow your startups as well. If that sounds okay, can you give me a, yeah, that sounds good, it worked. Brilliant, thank you, thank you. Okay. So these are the 3 startups that I'm going to be talking about. I don't want to tell you what they are just yet. I'll reveal them shortly, but you might recognize some of them. I'm sure you've heard the saying that if you give someone a fish, you'll feed them for a day. But if you teach them how to fish, you'll feed them for a lifetime. Now, to do that, you need the right tool. You need a fishing rod, right? It's the same with business. I believe that you need to have the right business tools to be able to create great businesses. And these books, I think, are some of the best books that are out there. Regularly, Business Model Generation is in the top 10 business books of all time. I really recommend that you check them out. Today, we're going to focus on one tool in specific, which is the Business Model Canvas. Now, the Business Model Canvas enables you to tell the story of your business using just one page. It's a very powerful tool. Now, why are business models important? Well, this is the inventor of the Business Model Canvas, Alex Osterwalder. He's my mentor and my friend, and he says that the right business model can be the difference between success and failure for the same product. So that's why it's important that we get our business models right. Okay, so the other thing that a lot of people don't realize is that it's possible to steal business models. You can see what other successful companies are doing and then apply it to your own business, but you can do it in an ethical way. Because let's not call it steal, let's say inspired by, okay? And this enables us to do it. So what is it? There are 9 building blocks. The first one is customer segments. Who are the customers that you're trying to go after? And also, as I'm doing this, with your startup, answer the questions yourself in your mind now. Who are the customers that you're going after? What's your value proposition? What are your products and services, and what value does it bring to those types of customers? Channels. How are we reaching those customers? How do they find out about you? What platforms are you using for them to find out about you? And what platforms are you using to deliver your service? Customer relationships. What types of relationships do we need to build with customers to build a strong business? Revenue streams. How are we going to make money? Is it just transactional, one-off? Or have we got a subscription or an ongoing revenue stream coming in? This is important. Now, key partners. Who do we need to work with to make this business model work? What are the key things that we need to do inside our business, key activities? What are the key resources? Are they people? Is it a factory? Is it our computer? Is it intellectual property? And finally, what is the cost structure? What are the main costs that are driving our business? So this is really important, and I'm going to use this model to tell stories of startups today. I'm really passionate about this, and I've spent probably the last 10 years using just this model, as well as others. Okay, so Planable is the first business. What I love about Planable, and what they did, which was so special, not just special, but just a great way to go about it, and I think it really goes along the lines of what the startups are doing here, talking about this morning, was that they really had a good idea of who they wanted to help. They wanted to help social media managers, digital marketers, in agencies and also in big brands with the problem of social media management. And so what they did was they realized that they had a lot of jobs they needed to do. They needed to create content, tweak content, organize and manage work, collaborate with the team, get feedback, get approvals, and publish content. And some of the frustrations they had was that they were working on multiple brands at the same time, switching between platforms, we all do it, waiting more than 4 hours to get approval for their content, and all these other things as well that you can see there. So there was some real challenge. They spent a long time understanding this, and I highly recommend that you check out their commercial on YouTube. Planable commercial. If you search that on YouTube, you'll see it. And their commercial is so clear who they're trying to help and what they're trying to help them do, because they spent a lot of time in the beginning actually doing those customer interviews, understanding their customers. So let's use the business model canvas to break down their business model. They had a social media collaboration platform, that's what they sell, and it helps you get your content where it needs to be without the drama. They've got two main customer segments here. You've got the people that are creating the content and the people that approve the content, okay? Two different types, and they can both use the platform. They sell it through the Planable website. It's a self-service thing, nicely automated, and these are the revenue streams. So you can get some functionality for free, but then you pay per user, and for enterprises, there are some additional options for them too. Now, this is key here, the key partners, social media platforms. What they've done is they've partnered with the social media platforms, and of course they have their product developers developing, but it's the social media APIs, application programming interfaces, that's like a plug that enables them to connect their platform to the social media platforms so that they can post all at the same time, okay? And what I like to say is this is like a piggyback ride business model. You know when you've got someone on your back and you're walking along? You're riding on the shoulders of giants, right? It's fantastic because they don't need to build all the social media platforms themselves. That already exists, but they're plugging into it and getting benefit for it for their business. So this is a great thing. I call it the piggyback business model. And then, of course, they've got salaries as the main thing that they're doing. This is a simplified version, but I'm sure you'll agree this is a very useful way to understand their business and tell the story of the business. Okay, so how can you use the question that I'll ask you now, that I think will help you maybe think about your business, is how can you use existing tech infrastructure to power your business model? Could be a great question to create an aha moment. So think about that one. Okay, the next one is Robolex Docs. Yeah, I think we've got Mihai and Niku here, so a round of applause for them. Come on. This is a fantastic Moldovan startup, and this talk is called 3 Winning Business Models from Moldova. They're literally winners. They won the DreamerCon startup competition, and I coached them as part of the Pivotal program. And again, they started with a clear idea of who they wanted to help. Entrepreneurs. They did a lot of interviews with those entrepreneurs first to understand their problems. I recommend that you do that if you haven't already. It's key. Now, the problem they were trying to solve was debt collection, okay? And there was expensive legal fees, cash flow issues, and blocked growth. So this meant that they had to get lawyers and accountants helping them, and it was very expensive because they had to do all these things: analyze documents, search templates, enter party data, all this other stuff. And they had to do it 10 times a day, 60 minutes per claim, and thousands of lost claims. So they applied something called a business model pattern. This is something you can apply to your business. This is where you have a new value proposition for your new market. Robolex docs, before they did it, that type of thing didn't exist. Like, they did something that was completely new for a new market. So they unleashed market potential, and they got growth from that new market. So the value proposition here, the new thing that didn't exist, is a tech platform that enables entrepreneurs, lawyers, and accountants to increase their debt collection efficiency and create legal documents 60 times faster. So as I said, it was for entrepreneurs and lawyers and accountants. They sold it through the website, and they had a per-claim model and a subscription model. So that's how they made money. So the question I'll ask you is there an untapped market with large potential that you can start targeting? Think about it. If you can get the answer to this, this could be your next billion-dollar business. The last one I'll talk about today, just because I'm running out of time, is Self-Talk, another amazing business, maybe the most important business model I'll share with you today. So they found that there was a problem with therapy. It's expensive and not accessible for many people. So what they said is, we want to target female professionals. And actually, we saw Vio today as well, so it's great that we're talking about her business now in more detail. So they said they had relationship struggles. I'm not understood. I don't feel appreciated. Close to burnout. And also, I'm never satisfied with myself. I don't know if any of the female professionals in the room can resonate with this. It's interesting. They've done a lot of interviews that have helped them understand this. And actually, I've used the app, and it's really impressive how it makes you feel understood. And that's come from the amount of interviews that they've done. Okay, so they applied the democratizers business model pattern. This is where they say, we're going to democratize, make it open for a bigger audience, the value proposition. And we're going to create a mass market, a new one, and we're going to get growth from that. So the value proposition was Spotify for cognitive behavioral therapy. I recommend, if you haven't downloaded this app, you should download it. Go through just the kind of sequence to start using it, and you'll feel understood already. I genuinely found it really helpful, and I'm not even their target audience. They went for female professionals. It was an automated service, and they delivered it through the App Store and Google Play. Now, it's also a subscription model. So last question for today is, how could you make a high-end product, service, or tech available to a wider set of customers that it's not available to already? Think about this one. If you can come up with a great answer, it could be great for your business. So my ask of you today is, use the tool, the business model canvas, to map out your business. It's going to help you tell your story so that everybody inside your business understands it better, and everybody outside your business is going to understand it better as well. So please do that. Check it out. Use one of those. And please connect with me on LinkedIn. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. If you want some help mapping out your business models, connect with me about that too. I'd love to help you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nick. Very much appreciated. It's great that you make us think of the business model, reminding us of the importance of it, and to review it often. If you have more questions about this, feel free to grab Nick during the break or later during the day. Now it's time for us to have a short break, so we will be back here at 11:15 in about 13 minutes. Grab a coffee, stretch your legs, feel free to start connecting with people. Reminding you of Brella. If you haven't downloaded Brella yet, please download it. There's a bunch of tables for you to connect later. And I'll see you back here at 11:15.
It's been on the floor. Give it to the, yeah. Oh, thank you. That was fun.
these are not just businesses. These are innovators that drive Moldova towards the global competitiveness.
For years, startups, usually it's not for like several days. It should be for years.
Startup Moldova is the business card of the country in everything that concerns startups. And we are not alone in this journey. There is a number of community players that also support startups. For example, DreamUps or XY, Technovator, YEP. There are also universities that support the startup development and co-working places that help startups work together and build the products.
Our mission is to translate cybersecurity from a complicated tech into simple, achievable, actionable steps that will lead to a more robust and more resilient cybersecurity infrastructure for the company.
We're one of the best tools in the world for recruitment automation through AI and text messaging. And we've been in the field like forever.
You don't need to know how to build a startup. You just need to have passion, resilience, and willingness to learn, and the rest will come.
There is no better teacher than a failure. The understanding of what is wrong, so what shouldn't be in the product, what's the things, the features that are not worth the time and worth the effort to be included in the product.
And failures are cool. And some of them was trying to go too wide at some point of time. At some point, we tried to sell like pretty much to each and every country in the world, and now we have customers in 93 countries. But it's actually very difficult to scale this type of operation, so at some point of time we had to narrow it down, and now we mostly focus on United States and Canadian market, and maybe like in 2 or 3 years from now we will go more broad and much more strategic way. But back in the day it was like very ambitious, of course, but it wasn't as efficient as we expected it to be.
The biggest lesson we've learned is the cognitive diversity, so that in the team you should have people who think a little bit different. They should have the same, like, let's say, principles as you have, but they should think differently. And if you remember, for example, TV series Dr. House, it has Dr. Cuddy, who was always stopping him from doing some stuff, right? And together they did a great job. So this is a good example about cognitive diversity.
Every fail comes with a lesson, and it's important for you to understand the lesson and implement it into your daily life, into your startup life.
And me personally, since I'm juggling several roles, because officially I'm co-founder CEO, but unofficially I'm also product manager, I'm also sales manager, I'm also sometimes marketing manager, I'm also sometimes designer, content manager, so everything that needs to be done in a startup.
Because we started our company without any funding from outside. We did it together with my partner, and there have been just 2 of us for literally 8 months or 9 months at the start, and I was writing all the code myself. I basically did nothing else. I only slept, eat, and wrote the code for Zor for 9 months straight without stop. And then we signed our first big customer for $1.2 million contract, just 2 of us. It was so much fun.
But it's always really cool to see how idea evolves, and many ideas, they really die, and that's perfectly okay. We had many more startups. This is the ones that survived, and the ones that have traction. But lots of ideas, they just disappeared, and we just have the lessons learned, but we don't remember the dates when they appeared and when they disappeared.
And we do our best to work as a team. And one of the biggest pluses of the fact that we are not similar, we come from different domains, is that we are perfect sparring partners.
And if you don't match with each other, it's better to stop earlier, because later it will be not that easy.
Most of successful founders, they not came out of nowhere. They've been around this community for quite a while, learning things. And I myself learned most of the things I know, like real ones, about how to build a startup from this kind of very informal meetings with other like elder guys and people who already successfully build $1 billion companies, and talking to them, understanding how they think, how they approach problems, listening to their cases and their stories. This is how we actually learn.
the most impressive thing now with the startups is like first when people start using your platform, this is the first thing, and then when they start paying you money. This is awesome. When you see the first money come in from your startup, this is like the commitment from others that you did a great job. And when you have struggles, just open one more door. Fight for your startups, because you will be the only person who will believe in it, learn from others, and go your way.
When I talk to investors, to potential investors, one of the first questions that I get is, why Moldova? And then that's a moment for me to shine, because that's a moment for me to talk about how great is Moldova, about, of course, about the tax regime, of course, about the Moldova IT Park, of course, about the legislation that is changing towards being more friendly to startups and to investors, but also about our community. Because the support that we've got from the community here in Moldova, because we are small, because we are so well connected, and because it's so easy to make networking connections in Moldova, the support we got here, I really doubt that we could have gotten this support in any other country. It takes, it takes one handshake in Moldova to get to the necessary person. In other countries, it may take 3-4 handshakes.
Don't be afraid to fail. This is so important in startup mindset. Go there, do fast, fail fast, start something new, innovate, and be out of the box. United, we're stronger. We have the same goal, and we need to do more efforts together to help our startups.
All right, everyone, we're going to start back in 2 minutes, so if you can grab your coffees and then come back to the main stage, we'll be back live in 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you're doing great. I know that everyone wants to network and chat. Don't worry, we're going to have plenty of time for that during the lunch break. We have a whole hour for lunch for you guys to meet with each other, mingle, take it to the back room. For everybody that's still grabbing a coffee, if you can hear me, please get your cup, come over here. There's loads of space at the front, so I encourage all of you that are standing at the back over there to come and take a seat here in the front rows. We've got plenty of space for this. And now it is time for us to talk a little bit about, after our success stories, let me see. Here you go. Power of community and growth. So we're going to talk a little bit more about community. Dave mentioned it earlier, and now Christian is going to talk about it a little bit more. So please welcome to the stage Christian Cernanu, Senior Entrepreneurship and Startup Manager at FTA. Christian, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I hope it's loud, okay? Welcome, and I'm really excited to show what we do with the community here in Moldova. Dave talked about international experiences and some of the best practices, and I hope with what I'll show today is that we managed to include some of those in what we do here. We are young community, youngish, and in order to be as agile as possible, we have a startup approach for the startup community. So the entire community feels and works like a startup with a lot of iterations, with a lot of asking the customers in what we do. So my presentation today is going to be very similar to a startup pitch, where we start with the problem. I'll show what the solution is, or the way that we see the solution. I'll explain the team, or rather the teams that work very hard on this, and then a very small ask from our side. So let's start in. The challenge. Moldova has a brain drain, which has been the case for some time now. It's been a challenge to keep the talent here, but this also brings us with some opportunities. We are a small country, and again, this has challenges for startups that want to kickstart their ideas and to grow their sales, because, well, there is not that many sales that you can do here. And we are still lagging in GDP versus our neighboring countries. As any good startup would do, each of the challenges transforms into a great opportunity, actually. We have a brain drain. Great. We have a large pool of mentors and experts with international experience that work in great companies and have founded, some of them, startups abroad. So we can connect and we can expand more easily than those that don't have such a large pool of people outside the country. We are a small country. That's, again, great, because we can connect very easily with the community. It's easy to reach, as it was mentioned in some of the presentations earlier. Pretty much anyone. If you have the courage and you ask enough people, you can talk to anyone in the country, and they will usually like to help you. And lagging GDP, well, that's why we are so excited about the startup community, because a unicorn could actually imply a double-digit growth for the GDP, which is amazing, and I hope some of you will manage to achieve that status. And even if that's not going to be the case, still a good number of high-growth startups is going to have a significant impact on the entire country. So we're really excited about that. Now, the solution that we have for achieving those opportunities, full funnel ecosystem approach. So here, the philosophy is that we want every startup at every stage to have the right support that they need. What are some of the stages that we look into? And I'll explain a bit later why we have this flow. We start from talents. We have a lot of great talents, a lot of great kids that are growing. We have a historically great STEM curriculum, and we want to leverage that talent into the startups. We want to have more and better ideas. We want good MVPs and faster building MVPs. We want to help at the first sales to gain traction and scale. So each of these are some of the breaking points that we've seen for the startups here, and usually are the same across the globe. And this is what the milestones that we want to help with the programs that we have here to ensure that each of these stages is covered. The educational side, where the talent development is done with the help of the educational community, with the universities, schools, the programs that are available there. And the scaling, well, that's the part where the startups have to work on their own. There we want to help them have access to finance and mentors and so on. But again, it's done more in partnership with the financial community. Now, our main focus for the startup community is what happens in between. What happens when you have the talent, and how do you get them to the scaling stage? And here we have a series of initiatives covering at each stage. We start with the entrepreneurial mindset. I mentioned we have a good starting point for IT and STEM skills, but entrepreneurial mindset is something that we are still learning in Moldova. And then we have the product management know-how, again, trying to help the companies and all the talent that is working in the IT sector to build the products here and to keep the IP here in Moldova. And then for the startups themselves, we start from hackathons, which help to build ideas. We have accelerators, which come in 3 flavors: pre-accelerators, early-stage accelerators, and traction. We know that mentorship is needed pretty much across board, so that also comes in handy. Then we start to help startups to pitch, to show themselves, to learn how to show themselves and sell their ideas to investors and to the community. And finally, to help them with access to finance. And also, there is a series of activities that we do to help the ecosystem across board. So on one side, we want the community to grow. We want to have a strong legislative support. On the other side, we want the community to be connected with the international community. So here we have international events that we try to organize here, and also to participate in international events to show what we have done so far. And that's pretty much the recipe. Now, how do we do it? We have the team. Here we have a number of great communities and organizations. Startup Moldova, who's organizing this event, and it acts as a glue between the community players. DreamUps, which is the oldest and has the largest portfolio of activities in the country. XY, which has a very hands-on approach with the startups. We have the angel networks, Business Angels Moldova, and Mosaic, which have had quite strong traction so far in helping startups. And we have Technovator, who is helping growing talents. Yep, who is focusing on the creative sector. Investici, who's helping startups to with mentorship in accessing to finance, and Organization for Development, for Entrepreneurship Development, who's in the last year been supporting startups with the first funding. Now, this is the scariest slide, and it's the busiest slide, but at the same time, I think it's super useful for any founder and anyone who wants to engage the community to understand a bit where and how they could engage. So I've mentioned earlier what are the stages for the startups. I've mentioned what are the organizations that we have. Here you can see a very extended list, or actually it's not the full list. Most of the organizations have more programs than the ones showed on this slide. But basically everyone has their list of programs. I would just highlight one per each, because it would take a lot of time to mention all. There is somewhere, I think, in the networking area, a poster where you can get a QR code for each of the organizations, and you can find and connect with them. So to have a quick run-in, Startup Moldova, we have the Startup Summit that you all hear, and I hope you are having a great time. And they have also the great platform that unifies a lot of the information that we have about the startup community here. Technovator, that's focusing on talent. They have this, last year they organized GigaHack, which was the largest hackathon, deep tech hackathon in Moldova, with over 250 participants, over 40 teams. So it was a very nice event. Yep, which has 2 flavors. On one side, there is the Startup 101, which last year they had 1,200 kids from schools in this program, and on the other side, they have the Creative Accelerator and Elevator, which are some of the programs for accelerating startups. DreamUps, which has a huge portfolio, they like to call themselves an ecosystem within an ecosystem, and that's pretty much true, as they start from kids from school, kids in universities, on-demand classes, Pivotal for product management, Accelerator, which is their flagship program, and recently it was launched this week with over 92 teams accepted from 180 applications, so that's a great result. XY, which has the XY Accelerator as their flagship program, and I really like their hands-on approach where they stay really close to their startups during all the time and then maintain the relationship and are really invested on a very personal level with the startups to help them grow. Investici, which we hope this year will have some very interesting investment readiness program. WADA that has shared, it's already in the second edition with over 110 applications received this year, and 20 are going to get a financing of up to $25,000. And then we have the angel networks, Business Angels Moldova, which is more with the pool of local angel investors, and Mosaic, which leverages the diaspora know-how. So we have a very extended network of organizations and programs, and I encourage you to connect with each of them, because each of them has a very strong team and a lot of experience. Now, a very short task, let's connect. For startups, I encourage you to get into the programs, to connect with the community, to find out who the community is. They're very supportive. For the investors, to connect with our startups, to connect with the communities, because they already have quite interesting offerings. And for all the communities to work together, because that's how we're going to get the best startups.
Fantastic. Please give Christian a big round of applause. Thank you for that overview. I think it's very important for founders in the audience to understand what happens, what are the programs that are accessible to them, what's the timeline for the events that are taking place here as well. And before giving you the floor to discuss with our next panelist, I wanted to ask you, so it's my second visit here in Moldova. I was here in September to host GigaHack, which was exciting. And I wanted to ask you, with all of the activities that you're involved in supporting, coordinating, and to some extent, like, what are you most excited about for the future of the ecosystem here in Moldova?
I'm super excited to see the community grow so fast. Last year when we started, initially we thought that we needed finance, and we quite easily solved that part to come bringing here different investors, and realized that actually first we need to bring and grow the community of startups. And I'm super excited to see exponential increase in the number of founders that are coming to programs. We've seen huge growth, double-digit growth, in some cases doubling, tripling the number of participants in each of the programs. So that shows a lot of potential and a lot of hope that in a few years we are going to get some really cool startups.
Can't wait for that. Seems you've been busy. I will leave you now the floor to introduce your panelists, and thank you so much for the presentation.
Next, in order to better understand what each of the program does, because you've seen a lot of information, we decided this time to have a bit of a shift around. Instead of the organizations presenting their own programs, we're going to have the alumni from these programs to share their experiences, to share their stories, and showcase where they got with the help of the programs. So I'll invite in not in a very specific order, Mihai Moglan from Sang Energy, who's the most recent alumni of XY Accelerator. Yes, please. Next, I'll invite Mihai Koșleț from Robolex, who is the most recent graduate from UpNext. And actually, there are a few more things that I'll mention in a few seconds. Next, I'll invite Christina from Recicline, who's been part in a very extended program from Elevator from YEP Moldova. And last but not least, Mihai Dascal, if he's close. I think he's might be networking. we see him. Mihai Daskal from BabyMedi, who's been working closely with Technovator over the last few years in several ways. All right. So before diving into what your implication with the programs is, I'll offer you a 30-second pitch about what do you do. So you'll see some of them later on with the full-on pitch. But since we are a startup community, I think you already know how to do an elevator one. Let's start from Mihai. What is BabyMed about?
Hello. So my name is Mihai Daskal. I am assistant professor at Medical University. As well, I'm a CTO at IT company at Corlab Tech, and I put all these knowledges together. And I built a joint startup, BabyMedi, which involve IT and health together. And we built a device to monitoring children's health, to make parents to be happy and doctors to take informed decision.
I think that's gonna give a lot of calm to the parents, and I'm very happy to see a already quite developed startup with hardware from Moldova. Next on, Christina, please introduce yourself and tell us what do you do.
Hi. I'm Christina. I'm the founder of Recycline, that is an impact startup with an waste to product concept, launched 2 years ago. Briefly, we transform plastic waste in diverse design products. This way offering efficient waste management solution that will contribute to decrease the 8 million tons of plastic that ends up in ocean every year, while promoting a sustainable and recycled material on the market.
Thank you.
Hey, it's an insanely cool experience and an opportunity to be an ambassador for the accelerators here in Moldova. As Christy mentioned, I'm Mihai. I'm one of the 3 founders of Robolex. You got a teaser from Nick about what we do, but in short, we're basically automating and improving the legal industry by helping lawyers, accountants, and next is going to be small and medium enterprises to minimize the number of actions they need to do to get their legal documents. Currently, we're focusing on debt collection, as you just upload your invoice and you basically get your claim into clicks, and you do it by like almost 10 times faster than you could do it just by pen and paper.
Hello, I am Mike, and together with another Mike, we are double mics. We are the co-founders of Zeng Energy. We are an energy tech startup. We minimize the financial loss of renewable energy companies who produce green energy, and unfortunately they have to deliver at least 1 day ahead energy generation forecast, and in case the forecast is different from the energy generation from the next days, they have big penalties, and we solve them by offering high quality forecasts using the latest state-of-art machine learning and computer vision solution.
So, thank you very much for the great introductions. I'll kick in with Mihai again, starting from their side. Mihai, with his startup, has been in a few programs actually along the journey, starting last summer with Business Campus organized by Orange in partnership with DreamUps, been at Startup Weekend from Startup Moldova, and the most recent one and the most extended one has been the XY Accelerator that finished last month. Please share, because we have representatives from almost all organizations, please share what was your experience in the XY Accelerator. And,
So I have graduated the Accelerator 7 from XY. It was a great bootcamp. It lasted for 4 months, and what's the secret sauce maybe from the bootcamp is like there are 5 resident mentors who are working in different domains, like from financial, B2B, like, I don't know, business advisors and so on. And they always are offering support 24 hours per 7 days per week. And we split the bootcamp in three mini bootcamps, like that lasted, everyone that lasted 1 week. And fortunately, due to these programs, I learned from scratch what does a startup mean, how to find the problem, how to validate the problem, also how to offer a great solution for a market, how to make sure that the clients needs this solution, but it's not only mirage, that is like only the solution only in my head. And one of the biggest opportunity and which the bootcamp offered for me, it's like they introduced me to a lot of great guys from around the world who are investors, founders of different IT companies in general, angels and so on, and it was very super and great. And also due to these great mentors, this leads to us to our first lead, like one of the biggest energy group from locally from Moldova, which we are trying to convert into a client right now. So really, it just helped us very much.
Thank you very much. Next, Mihai Koșleț, you've been in the full journey, I would say, within these DreamUps programs. You started with Accelerator, you've been in the Pivotal Product School, and the most recent was Up Next. And actually, Mihai is also the winner of the pitching contest at DreamyCon. So the full journey there within the DreamUps ecosystem. Please tell us about the journey and what are some of the highlights from their
It would
side.
be my pleasure. As Christy mentioned, we've been part of DreamUps, but one preface that I want to make is even though there's four organizations that are striving and helping us succeed, we're just different in name, right? So I'm going to just mention DreamUps because they've been closest to us and we've been in collaboration for most of the time. And again, I'd like to emphasize the power of the community and the fact that we are not alone. The most powerful thing that I've encountered and confirmed over and over and over again, that we are not alone, that there's been people from inside, from outside of the community that's been coming to us, giving us advice, introductions, and it's been always an honor to see their trust into us. As like what I want to mention that I think has been reinforced in DreamUps, especially in the Up Next, and we've been a graduate for that Traction Accelerator, is the fact that you have to go as much and as loud as you can, right? So dream big or go home, or whatever the expression is. And this is reinforcing a very fundamental truth. You can't really just wing it. You can't just come here and hope for the best. You have to try to be the best. You have to try to meet the best people. You have to try to attract the best people. And you can't do that if you're drinking. if you're thinking small. I mean, that comes next, but usually you do that after hours. You have to be attractive, not just for investors, but for the best talent. As we mentioned, Moldova is not that big of a community, and we're trying to get as many partners as possible. You're not going to be interested if you're going to be just, okay, I want to make, I don't know, 1,000 euros a month, or like, I want to help 10 people. I mean, that's noble as well. That's how you start. You start with a community around you, but the fact that they've been part of this journey for so long has helped us understand that, yes, the change starts from the small ones, right? From your community that you're part of. But if you can't traction, right, as they said, and if you can't scale, that's probably going to be not the journey that you should follow. Again, at Mosaic, the VC has been organizing a lot of events, and they have been helpful and facilitated investment of over 50,000 euros. I think 55 is the exact number, which has helped us tremendously in, one, validating who we are and the fact that we're doing right, because these events are a big part of why we do it, because the journey as an entrepreneur is with its ups and downs, and this community has helped us bring the ups even higher and make the downs more tolerable and manageable. Yeah, and again, I want to thank everybody for giving us the opportunity to be here first, and the opportunity to represent Moldova on not just on this stage, but on the international, which is the next steps that we're looking forward to. Thank you.
Thank you. Christina, you've kickstarted your journey with the Moldovan ecosystem at the product management course we organized with Berkeley. Last year, you were one of the winners of the ODA pitch contest and the funding from there. And then over the last year, you've been throughout the elevator program organized by EB. I am very excited to show you all the stories of each of these founders being through different programs. And at the same time, I think it's very interesting when you get to scale and identify new areas. Please tell us about your experience within Elevator and how it helped you.
Actually, the involvement in YEP Moldova program prepared us for a totally new phase for our business. We started it with a collection of jewelry made of recycled plastic, and when we felt ready to expand our product range, namely the furniture line, we get involved in this accelerator. And as this is a totally new market, a totally different strategy, we received the right theoretical part combined with practical part, very well shaped with the experience of the mentors and the workshops we were involved. Also mentioning the network and the community that we succeed to build in this program. We finished the accelerator with a very well-defined strategy for development, with a good audience research, and also, which is very important, with a non-equity financial aid that we invested in to accelerate the process in our workspace. So briefly, we transitioned from a social project, which was a very important stage for us, into a commercial venture with a big potential and with a well-prepared plan for growth.
Very nice journey, and congrats on your evolution. Now, Mihai, you started your journey, I think, the earliest out of all the startups here. And you've been working with Technovator in the application for the ODA program last year, which you again received an award from there. And I think it's very exciting also from your side to be involved in lots of types of programs with Technovator and the startup community, including in GigaHack, including in Digital Health Forum. Please tell us about your relationship with the community and Technovator especially.
Yes, I will start with, I started my journey with the the startup system Moldova with the call, Health Tech Hackathon. So I heard health and tech, that's mine, when if not now. So I applied with two ideas. One idea, personal, it's what to do and how to behave when my child has fever. And second one, how to help patients, old patients with Parkinson's disease. So both this idea, we took first and second place. And as a continuity, we go to the accelerator. And through the accelerator, we figure out that the baby made it's the most painful problem. So we decided to go with baby Medi. And after that, Technovator took on board. And with helping of Technovator, we applied to ODA call of innovation. And we took a grant win for $24,000. After that, together with Technovator, we was involved in GigaHack as partners, also in Health Tech Forum as partners, and also our last work together was to apply for GISA call on Horizon Europe together with the University of Medicine and with the Ministry of Education. So Technovator is the community which can put you in contact with university. For our startup, it's very important to have university behind us.
I'm really excited and happy to see the universities being more involved with the startup community, and Mihai is a bit of representative of both, so I'm really thankful for your help in uniting these two worlds. Now, since our time is kind of running out, I'll offer a 30-second opportunity to tell where you are now and what you're looking for the two of you who are not going to present a bit later with the full-on pitch. So, Christina, if you could go first with this.
Today we are ready to launch our furniture collection in Moldova, Romania and Denmark. Also we are working on a bigger workshop that will triple our capacity, and in this case we are open to collaboration with local HoReCa offices as an organization for furniture projects, and also for distributors and shops all around the world for our design pieces.
Sounds great, and good luck.
Yeah,
Mihai?
so I have three things to say. I want to say that we're launching our affiliate marketing program for implementation partners, for legal firms, accounting firms, and micro-crediting firms, in the premise of you make money, we make money. We're also planning to open an investment round closer to the end of the year, so if you're interested, if you liked what we talked and what you saw, please approach us, follow our social medias, RoboleX, RoboleX Docs, RoboleX.io, and last but not least, we're also looking for testers and early adopters to figure out how we can go big as possible to digitalize and modernize the legal environment in any area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For the other two of you, I encourage everyone to please join the pitching session where they're going to tell their full stories and the full asks and details. And thank you everyone for sharing about your stories and about our community. I hope it gave a bit of a feeling how it feels to be in our community and the support that each of the organization offers. And yeah. Please connect. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Christian. Thanks to all of our panelists for sharing their insights and telling us a bit more about what they do. What's the energy in the room? How's everybody doing? Okay, we'll start that again. How's everybody doing? All right, that's more like it. Okay, so the next speaker is going to ask a lot of energy from you and project a lot of energy as well. So I want to make sure that that's there. I see a lot of people standing in the back. There's plenty of seats here, so if you just want to come through, you can grab a seat here at the front. There's plenty of space, then you don't need to stand. All right, so carrying on with the program, now I would like to welcome a productivity and performance coach, also an author. So please give a big round of applause to Stoyan Yankov.
Hello, how's everybody doing? Woo! All right, first time in Moldova, but actually the first time I met people from Moldova was 16 years ago in the United States. I was in a work and travel, and I have 3 flatmates. We drank a lot, okay? So, great country so far. So, okay, let's get on going. First of all, by a raise of hand, how many people in this audience are entrepreneurs? You have your own company. Okay. How many want to be entrepreneurs? Good. How many students? Any students in here? Good, great. So, my entrepreneurial journey, when I began this journey 11 years ago, this was the picture that I had in my mind. You know, I'm going to start my own company. I'm going to be the boss. Finally, you know, my boss sucks. I can do it better. I'm going to connect the dots and make the world a better place. It's going to be amazing, right? Then you start your journey. And then it's a lot more of these, right? This is actually me when my video production company in Denmark didn't succeed. Washing dishes. sleeping in an office in Copenhagen, right? My first client didn't pay me, but they gave me an office to sleep in. Showering in fitness world, right? So, but that's the most part of the journey. You've probably seen the statistics. Less than 1 out of 10 startups is going to survive in a few years. Doesn't mean they're making money. They're surviving. Sergiu Negut from FinTech OS, great company from Romania. I interviewed him for our book. The everyday life of an entrepreneur is digging a muddy trench. There's little, very little glamour. This is what you do when you start a company. Every day is a fight for survival. You're entering the jungle, right? Everybody's like, wow, it's so cool to be an entrepreneur, man, amazing. You're entering the jungle. Everything is trying to kill you. You have to make it to the next day. Okay? Find shelter, find food, make sure you have people around that can have your back. And that's how you should look into entrepreneurship. This is Cristobal Alonso, the CEO of Startup Wise Guys, the leading startup acceleration program in Europe. They were actually the best global accelerator 2022. A few years ago, we decided to embark on a journey and to answer the question, what makes companies successful? So we started talking to people, really, really cool people. This is the co-founder of Printify, soon to be a unicorn company, talking to them through podcast interviews, working with more than 450 startups across Europe. Some of these people, you know, the founder of Reebok, the president of Starbucks, what makes a company successful? And we came down to an answer. It's not as sexy as it looks. I don't have a magic formula. I don't have the one thing that you should do. In fact, consistency is what makes the difference. It's not rocket science, it's simple, but you gotta do the work, right? Consistency is always going to be more important than intensity. I can say, hey, I wanna be strong. Okay, let me go to the gym. I'm gonna go for 5 hours with the best program, then I'm going to drink a protein shake, wake up tomorrow morning, boom. I'm strong, man. No. I need to commit to a program. I need to probably go for months and months and months before I can see the results. Same thing with your startup, right? So let me introduce you to a methodology. By the way, you can use it if you have a startup or if you're working for a company. Methodology that is going to emphasize on the areas that often get neglected, but if you pay attention to them consistently, you might actually get some results. First of all, P stands for purpose and values. Why do you do what you do? What is the kind of culture you want to craft? When should you start focusing on these things? By asking this question, the answer that we usually get, this is the founder of Miro, $16 billion company, right? By the way, he leaned a little bit too close on this picture. What did he say? Day one is the right time to start talking about these things. Day one, you come down with your co-founders and you start talking about who are we? What do we want to build? Why do we exist? If everything goes by plan, where do we see ourselves 5 years in the future? Right? A good starting point, the 3 pillars of a strong startup culture. The purpose, the why, the vision, the what, and the values, the how. How do we do things? Purpose, why? Why do you exist? Why should people care about your startup? We are a software that, okay, cool, but why? If you have a strong why, you're probably going to have a better chance to attract investors, get their attention. You're probably going to have a better chance to inspire top talent to join your company on a budget. You're probably going to be more likely to excite clients. And another thing, you're probably going to be more excited to do your thing, even if you wake up at the wrong side of the bed and everything is going down. What's your why? Let me give you a couple of examples. First of all, accountant. This is my accountant, Klaus. I help small business owners sleep better at night. He's not an accountant. This is the sentence he has on his webpage that interested me to work with him. I'm still his client, right? Why do we exist? Lubomila Yordanova. She's the founder of a company, just raised 24 million euro. German startup about climate change. They grew to 350, 400 people for a few years. Okay, cool. I asked her, Lubomila, how do you attract top talent to a company? And she smiled at me and she said, I don't have to. We have a huge waiting list of people connected to our purpose, connected to our mission. If you go to LinkedIn, she's only talking about the purpose. Why do we exist? We have to combat climate change. Okay, cool. Why do you exist? And sometimes it could be hard to define. Anybody's using Vivino, a wine app? Okay? The founder of Vivino, Heine. We had a conversation. Heine said, every decision we make needs to help us to help people drink better wine. Our purpose is to help people drink better wine. When we have a strategy meeting, do we do this? Well, is that going to help us to drink better wine? No. Okay, good. We're not doing it. Why do you exist? Sit together with your co-founders and think about it. Okay, vision. What do you want to achieve? Where do you want to be? 3 years in the future, maybe do this exercise, right? When we finish the day of the conference. Go back, close your eyes, and write down the answers to these questions. And then sit with your co-founders and see if they have the same answers. Where do we want to be? What is the boldest vision? How big is the company? Who do we serve? How big is the revenue? Who are the investors we have? If you have a vision, you can build it backwards, okay? And values. How do we do things? What are our operating principles? Anybody's using MailerLite, platform MailerLite? So this is a company from Lithuania. They did an exit last year, 90 million euro exit. Ilma is the co-founder of the company, and she shared with me they were working remotely, right? So once a year, they'll go to this company retreat, vacation. They'll live with their teammates, and they'll work together. The first time they did it, she started seeing some kind of patterns. She asked herself, I'm not sure I want my kids to be around some of the people from the team. But they're great performers. Why is that? Well, they have some negative skills, some negative values. They had to get rid of those people. Who are the people that you bring on board? What are the things that matter to you? What are your values? Give you an example. This is my little team of 7, 8 remote workers. These are our values. It took us a couple of years to kind of sharpen them. But even when we have this, people have different understanding what that means. We had to go one step further. What does that even mean? Productivity and ownership. Well, let's talk about it. This is how we behave. If you're part of our team, this is who we are. Okay? Take the time, sit down, and talk about these things and put them on paper. Okay, purpose and values. Good. Second one, my favorite, effective planning. But Stoyan, I don't have time to plan my time. I'm just so busy, raising funding, product, people. I'm very busy. I don't have time to plan my time. Maybe you haven't planned your time. You don't have a time management little practice. So now you have no time for anything, right? You can't be constantly in the survival mode down in the jungle. I would say every single day, no matter if you're in a startup or you work for a corporate, you gotta have 20 minutes in your calendar to go high up, to see the whole picture. 20 minutes, reflect on your day, what happened today, and what are the core results that I need to produce tomorrow? What are the core results that my team needs to produce tomorrow? What should be delegated, right? And you have to create these structures. Nothing new. How many of you are using OKRs? Anybody using OKRs? Okay, objectives and key results. There's a great book, Measure What Matters. But it's simple. For our quarter, what are the objectives for us as a team? What are the key results? Let's adapt it like the guys from IRM did. Adapt it so it makes sense. Track it on a consistent basis. Now that we have the objectives and the key results written down, there's more accountability. Good. What else? Okay. What are our priorities? A company for Hungary. Take a picture of that one, by the way. What are our priorities? Each person from the team, now this is a team around 50 people, okay, so they will be looking into my team, but if you're 8 people, that could be your personal priorities. What are my top up to 5 priorities for the month? You talk about it with your team. By the way, these guys are having a strategy rule of thumb, 30% of the energy focus needs to go to the number one priority. 25% number two, right? You can create your own thing, but where is your time going? And then as a founder, you gotta manage your time. If you don't have a to-do list on a daily basis, you're wasting time and energy. Okay? This is Victoria from Knowledge Gate Group, a Copenhagen company using our tool, Perform Planning Methods. You don't have to use this tool, but use something, okay? Take care of your time. Make sure you schedule time for the things that matter most. Okay, roles and responsibilities. And I love it when I go to, to a conference like this, you meet some founders, and you ask, hey, so what do you do? I'm the chief marketing officer, and he's the president of the company. How many people are you? 3. Who are you a chief of, man? Who can, okay, cool, that's good. You have a title that can open doors, talk to investors, good. But what do you really do? What do you do? Who is in charge of the product? Oh, me and Maria and George are working on who? Who should we point finger at? It's not delivered. Okay? What did you do? And one step further, do I know not only the strengths of my people, but also what they love to do? Very simple exercise. You come down with your team and you put together all the different tasks and responsibilities and you ask them, traffic light, green, these are the things I love. Yellow, kinda. Red, I hate doing that. Doesn't mean that they're not gonna do the red, but you can have a real discussion. And what if you have a team that is 80% of the time doing the things they love and they're good at, right? Then you combine it with something like RACI. Anybody's using RACI? Couple of people, okay? RACI. Who's accountable, who's responsible, who's consulted, and who's informed. Simple stuff. Let's talk about it. Now we are clear, there's accountability, let's move forward. These are processes you gotta do on a consistent basis. Okay, focus on execution. You might be the best planner. There are some of these founders, tech founders, they're planning all the time. You gotta get things done. You gotta focus. I spoke to Melissa Rosenthal, she was the chief creative officer of ClickUp. And she told me, as a founder, there's always 2 or 3 things you should, maximum 2 or 3 things you should focus on. We are so bad in saying no. And this is what success looks like. Very effective founder, Steliefti from Close.com. My biggest productivity tool is saying no. You say no to the things that are mid-impact and low impact, so you can focus on the few things that really matter, right? This is startups, okay? Startup is about speed, meaning you're gonna make a lot of mistakes. Many of your decisions will be wrong, doesn't matter. You gotta move fast, you gotta create a culture that's moving fast. Let me give you an example. Bulgarian company, the first Bulgarian unicorn company. Anybody heard about Payhawk? First Bulgarian unicorn. 4 years, they become a unicorn from a country in Eastern Europe, right? Amazing. I spoke to Christo, the CEO. What did he say? Stoyan, I gotta tell you, we did 25 iterations of our price and our offering. This is in a matter of 2-3 months. They launch, the market says no, okay, let's get back, change the pricing, launch again in 2 days. Okay, 2-3 months. 4 years later, unicorn. You gotta act fast. You can't be a perfectionist, okay? Next one, optimal energy, the well-being. I've burned out a couple times, maybe more. Who here burned out before? Anybody? What do you do to take care of yourself, your own energy, mentally, physically, spiritually? And what do you do? Create structures that you inspire such energy to your team. There's an extreme example, another Bulgarian company called Fast Track. A little bit of an extreme example. If you work for Fast Track, you have to exercise one hour a day. They have a gym in the office. If you don't do it 2 or 3 times, you get fired. For them, well-being is important. They're like, hey, I know that we are competitive. You gotta take care of your body. You gotta take care of your mind. What do you do to support your team? Right, I have a small team, remote team. We can't really meet up because people are different places. So what do? We do something called, for example, personal development hour. I pay them to be part of this meeting, 1 hour, 90 minutes a week. We talk about the topic connected to energy, well-being, personal development. They love it. They love it. They learn new things, how to take care of themselves. They connect. What can you do to take care of yourself and be a good example, but also to create strategies that you can support your team? Okay, robust communication, the internal communication. How do you talk to each other? How often do we have meetings? How effective are the meetings? Who hates meetings, by the way? Anybody? How often do we have them? Is it frequent enough? Are they effective enough? How do we give each other feedback? I love the metaphor that I learned from this guy's cinematographer, the DOP of these movies that you see. And when I asked him, what's your biggest challenge as a leader? He said, my biggest challenge as a leader is to make sure that every person from my team is making the same movie. And by the way, he had 250 people on Terminator. 250 people in the camera department. How do I make sure everybody is making the same movie? Who can relate to that, right? Marketing department does this, the sales does this, the operation. Are we making the same movie? Great question to ask. Couple of things you want to focus on and emphasize. The kind of topics we forget, especially in Eastern Europe. Talking about values. Hey, Maria, great job with this and this. That really connects to our values. Okay, cool. Priorities. Repeating the priorities over and over again. Failures. We suck at this in Eastern Europe. We don't want to talk about failure. I need to be strong, man. Otherwise, why would people listen? Because you got to say, hey, guys, I made a mistake. Otherwise, how do you expect your team to share? And achievements, of course. Hey, man, it's hard to be an entrepreneur. Hey, well done. Good job. Hey, we landed a meeting. That's amazing, right? Create these celebration practices. Okay, moving on. Mental toughness. Our capability to deal with stressors. Our capability to lead our team in times of crisis. Spoiler alert. As a startup founder, every day is a crisis. Every day you have to have fires to put out. Let me give you an example. Now I moved back to Bulgaria. I lived in Denmark for 10 years. So I moved back. This is a picture from my gym. What is the common thing in all gyms in Eastern Europe? In all fitnesses in Eastern Europe? Anybody can guess? Okay, let me tell you. In every gym, during working hours, you will see a cleaning lady in the men's changing room. Men can relate here. You go to the gym, you take a shower, you come out, and there's the lady cleaning her stuff. Now, first time I saw that, I come out from Denmark, right? I come back home, and I'm like, I saw the lady, I'm like kind of smiling a little bit, and she's like, what? I work here for 20 years. If you know what things I've seen. And then she kept on doing her thing, diligently cleaning the changing room. So my invitation to you is be like the cleaning lady in the men's changing room. Don't give a fuck. You shouldn't be affected by the success and the things. You gotta keep a cool head, okay? Mental toughness. Everybody's taking pictures now. Okay, cool. Again, the perform methodology, things that we neglect, but they are critical for our success. To pay attention to on a consistent basis. Tomorrow, sit down with your team and ask them, guys, give a grade from 1 to 10 for each of these 7 areas. Where do you think we are? I did it once with my team, and I say, planning, 9, smashing it. And then my intern said, I think it's a 4. Ooh, the productivity coach. His team thinks it's a 4 on planning. Interesting. Why is that? Okay, let's talk about it so we can fix it. Okay. I'm going to leave you guys here. I'm here until the rest of the day. I'm going to be here a little bit tomorrow. I hope we can connect. And this is my invitation to you as well. Don't stick only to the people that you know. Go and talk to 3 new people. Okay? Ask them, where do you come from? What do you need help with? Connect them with somebody. Let's create this kind of energy. And just as a little gift, Stoyan, you can find me, as a little gift, you can go and get a free copy, PDF copy of our book. You can just go to this link. It's our book. Just leave your email and you can get a free copy. That being said, thank you so much for having me here, and let's keep performing.
Thank you very much, Stoyan. Thank you for running us through the presentation. and your methodology. Thank you for the wonderful analogies as well, which I'm sure will stick with some of the people in the audience here. And now it's time for us to welcome the next speaker to the stage. So the next topic is going to be about scaling. So we're going to talk about scaling. And for that, I would like to welcome our moderator, André Jouk, to the stage. André? Fabulous.
Hello, everybody. I enjoying the event. Woo, I don't hear you. I enjoying this event. You paid a lot of money, man and girls. You have to. So, our guest is Daniel. Daniel, please welcome to Moldova, and I'm excited I'm thrilled to present you. Actually, when I met Daniel, he said me his 10th time in Moldova. First time when he came here, he was in a very early stage startup, and now he's in a billion-dollar company. So he came back to Moldova, share his experience. So let's hear what Daniel has to say to us.
Hey guys, firstly, hi. Secondly, I think we're going to improvise here a little bit. I actually just learned the topic as we were walking up here. I thought we were talking on AI, and so now we're talking on scaling. Let's do it.
And we'll talk on AI too.
Yeah, okay. So what we're going to do here, the format we're going to have is he's just going to ask me questions. I'm going to answer things and probably ramble a little bit.
Yeah. So, yeah, Daniel, just tell everybody, when you have a startup, first of all, you have to read a lot. You have to stay on x.com or Twitter, and you don't have to work on product or, spend time with your customers, because this is, not good at all, right?
No.
Okay, tell us.
So here's the thing. I think the message that I would like to, I was here 10 years ago, and we've seen a lot of what I would call green shoots. There's a lot of activity happening here, a lot of great startups here. And how do we take and turn those great startups into succeeding? And the one message I'd like to get across to people here is stop chasing investors. Just stop it. Chase revenue, chase customers, get revenue. Stop looking for investors, because investors aren't looking for you, right? You don't, until you get to a certain stage, you're not going to be on their radar. You're not going to be in their, their attention. Our company, as a company, we never actually went to a stage of looking for investment, right? Everything was bootstrapped. Everything was bootstrapped all the way up to, a valuation that you're talking over $1 billion. So you can go and get the customers, particularly in a market like Moldova, where you are geographically separated from the markets you're trying to serve. You are also, very far away in terms of the way that the local opportunities might be from the opportunities that you might want to attract.
So first insight is stop chasing investors, chase your customers.
Chase your customers. And the thing is you need to, before you're building something, right? Do not build anything unless it's something that you have a buying customer for, right? Engage with the customer, engage all throughout the initial process. And do not go through this long development cycle and try to sell something, right? The whole idea is, if it's not going to get you money to make the next payroll within the next, let's say, 2 weeks, don't do it. That's even changing a button, a color of a button, or anything like that. Do not do it. Focus on what's going to put money in the bank. That's all that matters.
Okay, put money in the bank, second insight. So get the paying customers. Look, I'm a startupper too, so do I have to work on the product, or do I have to, come to a lot of events and, disturb anyone on LinkedIn? What do I have to do?
So, I mean, the advice that I'm going to give you is a little bit controversial. You should be spending more time with your customers than with your colleagues, right? Your customers are going to tell you everything you need to know. And you should be talking to them, you should be selling them. Forget all these events and going and doing all these things if it's not going to get you money, right? And I will stress this again and again and again. In a market like in Moldova, what you should be focusing on is revenue, right? And when we talk about, well, how do you get that and where do you get that from? The market here is largely a services market. There's a lot of services companies out here. And so as a services company, you might be working with a particular platform that you align with, right? And there are often opportunities with that platform vendor that are not being met. And where the market is small enough, that and we're talking small enough from the platform vendor side, it could be a 20, 30, 40, $50 million opportunity, but for a multi-billion-dollar platform company, that's not something they're going to even bother with. So if you can identify through the process of a services company the unmet needs of a particular really thin slice vertical that you can make a really good amount of revenue from, focus on that. Find those customers, align with that particular platform. So in a market like Moldova, like the same as in Estonia, the same as in Latvia or Lithuania, any of these smaller countries, horizontal opportunities are not what you should be focused on. Vertical opportunities, very, very vertical niches, and capturing that one thin slice of a niche. And from that thin slice of a niche, moving over to the next one, to the next one, to the next one, right? So from our side, I mean, our company, we have 400 million users, right? From the side of a music company, that's big. From the side of an anything company, that's big. But we started in a very, very thin niche, right? Just serving guitar players and moving to the next one, to the next one, to the next one.
So niches are riches. It's like another insight from you. Daniel, did you hear about the hype thing called AI or artificial intelligence, or what's going on? Like,
AI, there's a lot to say about AI. I mean, we talk about AI. AI is something that can become quite transformative for some of your businesses, but it also could be something that's an incredible distraction, right? And we've seen these hype cycles before. You know, we have these hype cycles with everything. Everyone decided, okay, I need to shift everything I'm doing to go Web3 and blockchain, and so I can get investors, because investors are investing.
NFTs.
NFTs. Remember NFTs? So everyone that was shifting, all those companies that suddenly pivoted and shifted to become NFT companies, we're going to do what we're doing, but NFTify it. What are they doing today, right?
Now they make it .ai.
Exactly. So AI is not a solution, it's a tool, right? It's a tool the same way you would use any other tool. And how I would say in this particular market, how you should apply AI is go back to the thing. Does it help you get more money right now? Does it put more money into your bank account? And that could be by reducing some of the, let's say, task-based, repetitive types of
costs.
Cost administrative. It's a cost side. So if AI can be a tool that could help you to scale more by keeping your costs lower, or can reduce some of the administrative costs now, do it. But don't go chasing some innovative, shiny thing, because it's really, really easy to get wiped out by companies that are spending large amounts of capital doing that. So find the niche, apply AI to it if it makes sense. And makes sense means, is it going to put money in your account for the next payroll? Do that. If not, keep going on. Do the next thing. Don't be distracted by it. It will be something that 100% you will be able to incorporate into your business at some point. Do you need to do that now? Maybe not, right? But identify, does it help you make money?
Thanks, Daniel. Do you use AI in your company, like from when ChatGPT 3.5 came out, or do you use it before because you're now a billion-dollar company? And tell us about AI and how do you use it?
We do, but the solutions are divided into, let's say, 3 different types of categories. And the first category of this is the customer-facing things. So we have, for example, an AI solution where you can go and play piano, it listens to it, and it transcribes the notation. It's super cool. It was in the last Apple commercials for the iPad Pro, because it can run on the iPad Pro. It was really neat, cool, sexy. We also have another solution where you can play, you play your clarinet, your violin, or whatever. It listens to you play, compares it against the notation, and tells you where you did right or wrong. So those are customer-facing activities. Those are expensive and very time-consuming to produce, and you have to get to a stage where you can make those big bet investments. On the other side of it, there's the things that we have that are focused on administrative tasks and productivity. And those administrative tasks and productivity are looking at customer support, looking at content moderation, looking at all these types of things to be able to improve some administrative activities and administrative functions. We even use it in terms of our processes with Jira to automate all different types of functions and things like that. And excuse me, the third side of this is all of the things that are, you know, basically related to the functions that you have in the company that could be, for example, automating financial tasks, automating things that are going in, you know, payouts and all those types of things. So that those are kind of internal facing and kind of external facing, you know, working with partners.
Yeah, that's amazing. Why I asked you, because you use AI before ChatGPT 3.5 came, so you invested in AI because you see efficiency into it. Now let's talk a little bit about scale, because you are a startup too. Your startup was bought. Now you're a huge group of companies actually, and you use M&A as an instrument or as a tool or as a, let's say, as a channel to scale. So tell us a little bit about that.
So let me clarify one point here, because I think this is also a really important lesson for some of these founders out there. So I created a company and it was acquired before I created another company and so on. I was on this third company that I had created, and I'd met these guys who were the founders. At that time it was Ultimate Guitar, and they had really an interest in what we were doing, what we were developing, which was a multi-track music video solution with automatic editing, you know, algorithmic editing, and it was kind of really clever at the time. I had investors. One of the investors wanted to sell. The other investor didn't want to sell. And so it ended up being kind of a conflict between the investors, and that dragged on in this particular conflict. And the founder then, Ultimate Guitar, he says, listen, man, why don't you just come with me? You know, you're gonna make more money, you're gonna have great opportunity with greater scale, and you're gonna have greater impact. And I took and I thought about that, and it's just like, yeah, maybe I don't need to do what I'm doing. And I went back to the investors and said, hey, here's the shares, sign them all over to the investors, and moved on. And my role is actually as an entrepreneur, but inside a company. So essentially an intrapreneur. So working within the framework of a particular company to do that. So as a founder, sometimes you're going to be a better founder and be a better entrepreneur inside of a larger company. And that is an option out there.
Yeah, and you also still, as a group, you still buy other companies, and that's, you know, one way you scale your business.
Yeah, and that's actually the stage where we're at right now, in terms of, that's what I focus a lot of my time on, you know, in focusing on the strategy here, is by identifying companies for acquisitions. We've done about 15 different acquisitions, you know, ranging from a few 100,000 to, you know, a few 100 million on this scale. So our stage as a company now, we don't go, a startup is 0 to 1, right? The first phase of a startup is 0 to 1, and then the scale is from 1 to infinity. And we don't do any 0 to 1 anymore. We acquire 1 to make it from 1 to infinity, right? So that's a whole other stage, but your mindset right now as an entrepreneur, how do you get from 0 to 1 as quickly? And what is 1? 1 is revenue. Again, I'm gonna keep driving this thing home. Money in your bank account. That is all that matters. Stop looking for any articles on TechCrunch or articles on this or this hype here or you know, all these things. Don't have an Instagram account. Don't have any of these things. Focus on money. Money is the only thing that matters.
Amazing, Daniel. You told me a great, like, you know, a great story or a great mind of yourself. Is like, when you start something, you have to be able to pay yourself in 2 weeks. Why do you think so?
Because it's payroll. I mean, you got to eat. So this is another thing. Is like, there's a lot of founders that go and they take that leap. They take their savings and they're like, I have this great idea. I'm going to take that leap. I'm going to go through all my savings. I'm going to focus, and I'm going to get investors, and it's going to go great. And we're going to go this IPO. It's going to be this big thing. That doesn't happen, right? If you're looking to start a company, if you're not a founder right now and you're looking to start a company on the side. Make it your side hustle. And do not make that leap to move from your stable, steady gig until it's making you money, right? Until it's making you enough money that you can comfortably move and shift. And then once you've made that shift, focus only on money. What's going to get you the next payroll? Imagine you're driving, you know, across Europe, right? And you got enough money just to get to the next gas station. You know, you have this next gas station. You're going to run out of gas. By the time you get to the next gas station, you need to be able to make money to fill the gas tank up again and also get a snack. So every single time you stop, that's what it is being a startup. You're traveling across the country and you need to every single time be able to make sure you have money to fill up that tank again, right?
That's cool. This is how a bootstrapped company thinks. This is how a bootstrapped owner thinks. Like they don't try to chase investors from, you know, from one month to another or from round to another round, but they try to, you know, get money in the bank account for, you know, in the next 2 weeks. Another cool thing you said me, it's like when you try to acquire a company, you think that it has to be a $20 million revenue company in how much time?
Right. So the way we think as a larger company is that a company should be, we're only going to focus on this opportunity if it's going to generate, let's say, 20 million within 24 months. If it's not, we're not going to touch it. But that means there's all these opportunities, again, as I explained before, with these larger companies, particularly if you're working with these enterprise platforms and so on, there's all these 20, 30, $40 million opportunities that they're not going to touch. And that's where there's a great opportunity for startups. So for us, we see all these opportunities. They're great opportunities. They're just not large enough. But we think, okay, well, how can we capture this is to kind of develop an ecosystem for partners and encourage people to go after those opportunities, right? That kind of align with our system and our platform. And a lot of companies have similar types of programs to go after the things that maybe they're not going to be going after as the company, but would encourage partners to do.
Yeah, amazing, Daniel. Look, like, I personally asked you for advice, and I want you to say it again so everybody here hears it again. I made money already. I want to invest in something. What do I have to do? Where do I have to invest as a founder?
Invest in what you know. Do not invest a single cent in something that you could not go and take over.
No NFTs or something? Crypto
No,
stuff.
if you don't know about it, don't touch it, right? And if you're not an expert in it, don't invest in it. So if you feel like it's a good opportunity, dive in, look and see if it's not, you know, become an expert in it and determine if that, and after you become an expert in that area, do you want to invest still in that, right? And now you're investing in it based on something you know. But do not invest, do not spend your time on anything you don't know. Right? It's just going to wait. The thing I'm going to keep going on is focus, 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 money in the account. Forget investors. How much time, as a founder, how much time should you spend right now chasing investors? What percentage of your time? 0. Right? 0. Until you have enough revenue you're getting to a scale stage where the revenue is proven, right? And you want to be able to scale and expand. Let's say you got a company that's going and you have a solid 5 million in revenue. If a small team, maybe 10 guys, 5 million in revenue, and you think that you could get some money in to get that from 5 to 50, well, that's when you start looking, right? But you've proven the model, you have those things. Do not look for early stage capital. Create a company that's going to get revenue, period.
I just want to end on this one. You believe Moldova has, you know, cool opportunity of bootstrapping because of what?
Okay, so if you look at, here's the opportunity. All these founders think, like from Moldova. I run into a lot of founders when I'm in London, I'm in Berlin, I'm, you know, in Scandinavia, and I run into a lot of Moldovan founders. And they've moved there, they've relocated there, and they think, I'm going to go, you know, to London, and I'm going to create this thing, and it's going to be great, and it's going to be big, and it's going to be all these sorts of things. No, they're living in London and scraping by, right? And their product's not getting to the revenue. Stay here. Stay here, build here.
Why?
Well, think about the money you need to live in London, right? To just even barely live in London compared to here. I left London and I moved to Riga, Latvia.
Look, Daniel, that's cool. Look, living in London, it's cool, you know?
It's not.
It's not for a founder. It's not.
It's not. You know, London is really cool once you're just baller, right? And you've got all that money to go out and spend. It sucks if you're not at that stage. So the opportunity, like I moved to Riga, Latvia from London because the fact that, hey, I can live easier and relaxed and more calm, and I can get to London anytime I need. You know, I can get to London at the end of the day. So stay here. There's great talent, great resources. It's less expensive to build, to grow, and you can have a great quality of life for the amount of money you could have a terrible quality of life in London, right?
So please give a round of applause to Daniel. Thanks a lot, Daniel, for coming to us again. It's a pleasure to know you, and this is a message I wanted to give them. You know, we have a lot of investors here who are, you know, maybe founders are trying to chase, and we are giving the advice against it. So,
Exactly.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for this discussion and all of those insights. You heard it. Staying here is a good idea for now. There's a lot to build in Moldova. And the next person that I would like to welcome to the stage is no stranger to being here. He's also going to be the one moderating this pitch presentation that we have. So we have 6 founders that have come on stage. They're going to talk about what they do, and we'll be also asked some questions by our jury. So without further ado, please give a big round of applause to Tal Catran.
So I'm not gonna make you scream or shout or anything. You can keep on sleeping, but know that I think after us comes lunch. So there is what to expect. Listen, it's been really a remarkable day. And I'm telling you, if you need to buy someone's book or to download anyone's presentation, I'm not sure you're in the right place, because entrepreneurship is something that flows in your veins. It's something that you need to live. You should do mistakes, as many as you can, but also succeed. Don't come only with failures. And what I'm telling you is, if you will try and memorize everything today, impossible. But you should take small portions and just go for it and try. I've been here since June of last year. I've been here every month for a week. I have learned, I think, everything that I can or someone can learn about this ecosystem. And if I know any ecosystem all over the world, it's always about people. So it doesn't matter if you did altogether 15 million or you raised $1 million or you sold with, in the end it's people, and people you have, and you have good people, capable people. Now it could be one of you, it could be neither. But what you're going to see now on this stage are capable people. We had to look through, let's say, over 20 applicants that wanted to participate in today's event, and we chose the best 6. I wouldn't say the best, but 6 that can really show you traction, that can really show you capabilities, and they need your support. They're standing there, kind of excited, very ready for you. We should have some investors here in the front. Are they here? Okay, Razvan is here. So Startup Wise Guys is in the room. Let's see who else is in the room. Chan is in the room. So they know to say. So we have Early Games Ventures. Florin is here. Marius, Tech Angels. Say yes, someone just say yes so they will feel okay. Raya, Launch Hub, Robert, Gap, Minder, VC, Alexandru, Roca, X, Anton, U Ventures, and I said Wise Guys is here. So the money is here. Now you're going to see the talent comes to the stage. So I want to call first and foremost, in an order, our first presenter of today will be Dumitru Cioric of Fagura. Please.
Hello, good day.
Dumitru will have, like everyone else, 3 minutes, and then our investors will not ask you questions, but they will give you a positive feedback and possibly money.
Great idea.
Okay, so whenever you're ready, you can start.
Whenever we see the presentation. Can I see the presentation on the screen?
Dumitru, don't push.
Oh, okay.
You're asking too much.
Okay. Okay. Hello, we are Fagura. Hello, we are Fagura, the game changer for SME financing. We have discovered there is a problem. Small and medium enterprises are underserved. That happens in Moldova, but also in Europe. About 1/3 of SMEs' time is spent on banking and financing. The worst part is that a newly created startup or an SME can't get funding from traditional financial system. Why? Because they don't have a track record. That's why we have created Fagura, the platform that connects borrowers and investors. Investors that have money for SMEs. Fagura means quick access to fairly priced capital for borrowers, and for investors, that means 10 to 15% profit-making opportunities. If we speak about our international competition, we cover both sides, the retail, but also the business. Our business model is very simple. We take a commission fee of 4.5% from borrowers and 2.5% from investors. Revenue that helps us to achieve our financial goals. By the way, currently we have a monthly recurring revenue of 20,000 euros, aiming to reach more than €500,000 by the end of this year. And the target for the next year is that we reach more than 1.5 million annual revenue. The great news is that we have managed to intermediate more than 5 million euro until now. But the best part is that 1 million euro have been funded on our platform just in the last 3 months. All this money came from the investors we have across all Europe. More than 1,500 investors across Europe are active today on Fagura. We are a validated platform, trusted by clients, trusted by our investors, and our plans are the next. We want Fagura to become the platform for alternative investments in Europe. We plan to scale in Central and Eastern Europe for SMEs financing and launched our digital banking services by the end of this year, where in the app, people will be able to borrow, invest, or transfer money instantly. We have important news on the investment side also. We have managed to attract until now more than 1.6 million euro. Currently, we're in a fundraising convertible note round, targeting to raise 1 million euro. We have secured already €500,000, but we are able, together with our investors, Mosaic Ventures, to receive another €500,000 for small angel investors, for instance. Also, we plan a Series A investment round in the next year. All of this would have not been possible without a great team. We know each other for more than 15 years, and we have managed already 5 business exits. And of course, a special thank you goes to our partners. Thank you for your attention. If you have questions, please.
Since we said there are no questions, you're going to get a nice feedback. Those who want to ask should ask me. Yeah, go ahead. What's your feedback? You're still kind of a state of shock. I realize that. You want to maybe add something again about your revenues currently? How are you doing your revenues?
Yes, currently we have just the last month in February, we achieved about 90,000 euros. That's revenue that comes from our Moldovan and business side. We plan to, the launch in Romania is better than we have expected. And we plan to launch our digital banking services by the end of this year, which will boost revenues also.
We have a huge delegation from Romania, very much interested to take you and help you should you need any support. Guys, last chance, anything? Yeah, the microphone. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. Marius Istrate is my name, Tech Angels Romania, part of the delegation here to help. Just maybe an insight and a question. People's appetite for risky assets has declined sharply now that money is no longer at zero interest. How do you plan to grow that community of investors from 1,500 to how many of them do you need 2 years from now? to be able to achieve your targets. Today you are achieving what you showed with 1,500 investors on the platform. How many do you need to grow to in a couple of years, and how do you plan to get there?
Of course, we're planning to multiply by 10x, by 20x, because our target is to reach €500,000 monthly revenue by the end of this year. The risky investments are crypto, the most risky. Fagura, I would say, from our statistics, is somewhere in the middle, because we've taken enough steps to minimize the risks for investors. The default rate, the NPL, is decreasing in the last year. It's less than 2% for SMEs and about 9% for individuals.
Dumitru, I need to stop you here. We're over time. Razvan, nothing? Okay. Guys, thank you so much, Dumitru.
Thank you very much.
Fagura. Moving on to our next startup. So I would like to call to the stage Vasily from My Sport Link. Vasily, please take the floor. Let's see the presentation is ready. Wait, clicker.
And you need to press where?
You can start. Please go ahead.
Happy Thursday, guys. That's great? All right. Hi, my name is Vasily, and I'm co-founder of MySportLink. And this app was created based on our personal experience and life story. And actually, our app is launched. And the problem is, as every third young athlete experiences enhancement, anxiety and fear. And this not only impacts their sport performance, but also impact their, it can bring to more serious issues like low self-esteem, depression, and even quitting sports. And we found the solution that providing them interactive tool that's gonna help them to track their emotions and mood, and they're gonna help them to see how they impact sport performance. And also, for coaches and club psychologists, it's gonna be a great tool to see how the athletes performing and training and step in and help with support, needed support in the right time. And also, our plan for the future is to implement the wearables and AI just to start tracking and sharing insights for a better sport performance. Why now? This is a clear rising trend that started after COVID-19 for emotional reflection and also for mental well-being. And also there's fun fact that Apple launched their own app last December 2023, and so we can see the clear trending here. And why us? For the last 6 years, we've been developing interactive training journals for sport organizations and clubs, and some of our key partners are Canada Basketball, and for their junior NBA program. And our kids across Canada, they use journals and work with our journals for their NBA program just to look forward to become as an NBA professional basketball players. And also, why us? Our team can lead this product for the further realization, because we have a personal life story. My son, he is a former professional soccer player who left Canada at the age of 16 to start playing in Europe. And my daughter, she's Canadian champion in synchronized figure skating. And I really know what I'm talking about when it comes to help kids to succeed in sport. And what's our business model is B2B through sport organizations. And our business model based on subscription, subscription-based for individuals use, and also for licensing for clubs and associations. We beta tested with 300 users last year, and we have received a lot of valuable feedback, and we finalized on ad adjustments, and right now we're ready to start USA-wide marketing. And conclusion, this is the right time, right solution, trending is rising, and we have a great team. Please Thank you.
Okay, now you're more into this, okay? Good. Microphone, where do we start?
Hi, thank you for the pitch. Andre Montiano, Grow Channel. What's your go-to-market strategy?
Go-to-market strategy is through colleges, sport organizations. It's just through this old kind of networks that already exist. And I forgot to mention that we personally invested $60,000 from our own pocket. It means we really believe what we're building. And we're looking to raise $250,000 for next development of the product, marketing, and business operation as well.
Answered? Okay. Andre.
Hi, Florin Visha from Early Gain. What will make the organizations promote your product? Because in a way, the beneficiaries are the athletes, but if you can't get the organization and the coaches to push the product, it's not going to move. So what's in it for them? More than, you know, it will help our students.
Yeah, we created back office for sport organizations, clubs, where I can use the fundraising tools using our app, and of course the benefit. Because we're not running only for the money, we're running also for like the effectiveness of our app. Because this is the first step for emotional intelligence development. This is the first step to recognize your emotions.
Alex Bogdan, RocaX. My question is related on what do you plan to do in order to tackle the fact that Apple launched a similar, the trend is good, but at the same time it's difficult to provide a differentiator.
Yeah, Apple launched their own app. This is for day-to-day reflection, but it's for general use. In our app, you have to have this opportunity to interact with your coach. Every entrance, coach, they can see on another site and interact and tell you what's going on with your performance, and it's completely different. It's our niche, completely for sports.
The short answer, we're going to sue Apple. It's that simple. Okay, we're done. Thank you, Vasily. Thank you so much. Okay, Maricela. So we had FinTech with Fagura, we had Sport Tech, and now we'll have Health Tech. This is yours. Please take the floor is yours. Yeah, green, red. Baby Medi, please.
Only to check how it goes.
Yeah, it moves. Yeah, aim it to the screen.
Hello everyone, I'm Maricela and I'm not just co-founder of Baby Medi, I'm also mother of 5 wonderful kids. So parenthood, it's an exciting journey, but in the same time, I was not exempt from cases where my kids were sick and I gave it a lot of tiredness and stress. And we, with our colleagues, decided to make an interview for 400 moms, and we find that they have the same problem of tiredness, of discomfort, of stress in the process of monitoring their child's health. And this is not just our story. In Europe, there are 90.5 million families with children up to 5 years. And our studies show that 83% from these moms suffer a high level of stress during their child's illness. That's why we created Baby Medi. And our vision is to inspire hope and contribute to the health and well-being of parents and their child through medicine and modern technology. We designed a reusable, wearable device that will monitor their child's vital signs like temperature, pulse, blood oxygen level, and breath frequency in real time. It is a device like this that is easy and comfortable to use. It will be smaller. We put this device on the child's chest, and all the data will come on the parent's or doctor's phone. But Baby Medi is not just about the data, it's about giving peace of mind to parents. While there are other devices on the market, we stand out with having all these 4 sensors together that are medical certificated, and parents could have a comprehensive, complex understanding about their child's health status. With 90.5 million families in Europe, with at least 1 child up to 3 years, we have a massive opportunity to help parents to better care of their kids. Our business model is selling the devices, subscriptions, and partnership with healthcare providers. Starting in 2021, now we are at TRL5 having this device, and this month we are testing it on kids in hospitals. And our stronger part is our team. Here we have parents that understand very well the problem, and in the same time we are specialists in IT, in engineering, in medicine. We have professors, we have doctors, pediatricians, and our advisory board that come with their large experience in healthcare and strategic planning. With their help, we believe that we can achieve our vision and will make a change in every family life around the world. So, Baby Medi, our team envision a world where no parent should feel hopeless. Thank you for your attention.
I think Stoyan should add a photo with 5 kids under resilience. Okay, please, microphone. Razvan.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the passionate presentation. Just a remark here. Perhaps you, in your future pitches, you could put more depth into giving us an idea how big this problem is. So you gave us some numbers about how many families, the stressors on the mom, but how does that convert? Is it into less productivity? Is it into more maternity leave? So something that ties it to money, time, so we get an idea of the scale of the problem, regionally, or you can go globally.
Good comment. Yes, please.
Congrats on the pitch. It was really, really good. Short one, how much does it cost you to make the device?
I think our engineer is here, but we find that it will be less than 100 euros.
We owe you an answer. Yes, please.
Maricela, congrats for the presentation. First of all, as a brand new father, completely resonate with the problem. I think there's no other way of sizing it. You need to have a kid to understand the issue. Just a quick question for you. Do you plan to grade this as a consumer-grade product or as a medical device?
Medical device. And we have already contracts with the University of Medicine and hospitals of children.
Here in
Moldova, and now we are speaking with someone from Los Angeles, maybe to test our device too there.
We would love to have in Romania. Thank you for the question. Okay, we're good. Thank you. Please. Okay, moving on. So now we go for energy. So Seng Energy, Mihai, you already, you all know him. He's famous now. That is yours. Let's see the presentation. Aim your clicker. Okay, you can start. Just walk closer to the screen. Good.
Hello, I am Mike, and I'll present you today an innovative solution for one of the biggest challenges in renewable energy. How we can see, the renewable energy market is in continual growth, so it's obvious that we will need such kind of solutions. Wind and solar companies who produce green energy, they must deliver how much energy they're going to produce at least one day ahead. And in case the forecast is different from the real generation, the producers have to pay big penalties. Only the Republic of Moldova, which is less than 0.1% of the global market, last year the producers have paid over 900k euros as penalties. Right now, let's imagine how big are the penalties worldwide. Here we come, Seng Energy. Seng Energy is a state-of-art solution which minimizes the financial losses by offering high-quality energy generation forecast. We use for that historical, weather, and radiation or solar radiation data. We have tested our solution on 4 big photovoltaic parks in Moldova, and we are happy that we have reached accuracy over 96%, and we have minimized the losses by more than 65%. The market is vast and big, and by 2030 we aim to reach 10% of the global market. We are not the only company who offers such kind of solutions, but our secret sauce is that our solution is personalized for every park, and our accuracy is very high, more than 95%. Our business model is based on monthly subscription. According to our financial projections, by 2028 we will reach more than 3.6 million euros, which will lead us to becoming a great actor in the renewable energy industry. Our team right now is made up of 2 people. Me, Mihai, machine learning engineer with more than 3 years experience, who have built and developed the failure prediction and underperformance detection modules for greatest windmills fabrics in Asia and South America, and Mihail Negara, a regional sales director at Bloom Coding, the startup who raised last year more than 1 million euros. We are glad that our solution is already being deployed locally, and already more than 80% of the local market is testing it, which will lead us in April to a 10K MRR. We have set up some goals, for example, building new features, which will lead us to customer expansion. We will scale to Romania, India, and China, and by the end of the year we will finish a seed round of 1.5 million euros. I was Mihai, founder of Aseng Energy, a startup which minimizes financial losses, startup which is already deployed on local market, and a great opportunity for investing in green future. Thank you.
Woo! This is how you do it. Yeah. Who wants to save energy? Razvan, please.
Awesome. Thanks for the pitch. What have you learned from deploying it here?
First of all, local market is a little bit chaos, so nothing out of common. And sometimes you have to make the solution like a little to adapt it to every client, because we speak about B2B. And every client have their own request. Somebody wants a dashboard, somebody wants just automation through email. And what I have learned, you have to be mobile and adapt to every person you're speaking with.
If you didn't get it, this was a very smart question, just to make sure that when you show that you have customers, it's interesting to see how well you know them. So just understand. Thank you for the question. Yes?
Kudos on the presentation. Super curious on how the business model looks like.
So we ask for our clients for a subscription, yes, which can pay monthly or just annually. However, the contract will be signed at least for 1 year. And because right now our solution is used by for energy groups, they pay 20 euros per park, which is okay, unfortunately, so 200 euros per park, which leads us to a 10K MRR by the end of April.
Short question from me, which is actually related. Your growth rate is too low. I mean, the things that you want to do, you want to plan to have more than 3 million in 4 years.
Thanks for your feedback.
Guys, don't be confused with the facts. It's not important right now. Anyone else? Okay, we're good. Thank you so much. Aurelu, where are you? Eating AI.
Hello, hello.
It's yours. Please take the stage. Yeah, go, but stand in front of the screen.
Hello, everyone.
Is it working for you?
Not really.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
it does.
so here we are. Hello, everyone. My name is Aurelio, and I'm the co-founder of Eating AI. The problem we are looking at is that the healthcare apps often fail in bringing and creating sustainable habits. So it's kind of like having a book with a diet suitable for every one of us. That's not correct. So what we're trying to create and what we're trying to have as a solution is to have a calorie monitoring app with voice and using artificial intelligence, but mainly based on the external data. Basically, even about the location you are at, about the how many steps you made, what is your mood? In case of women, there's like the menstrual cycle, and many more. So we want to create the app that is so basically we created it, but not yet launched. That will have individual recommendations in the end. So the market that we are trying to tackle is the UK market, where adults spend more than 300 pounds a year in losing weight solutions. And the business model is pretty simple, as many other apps are doing, like premium subscription model. We'll have a referral fee for purchasing a home delivery product or meals, and advertising on new products and recommendations into the app. Our revenue model looks like that. In 4 years' time, when we'll have 270,000 users, we expect to have over 6 million in RRR. The amount we are looking right now is 145K, mainly for research and development. But if not, we will bootstrap till we succeed. And here's our team. It's me and my co-founder, Mark. We have another 2 guys, amazing tech guys, Traian and Sergio. Vasily is our amazing mentor that helped us a lot during this journey. And Dorina is our data analyst. The progress so far, we plan to launch in April, and by the end of 2025 to have 90,000 users. Thank you so much. My name is Aurelio, and if you have questions, please ask.
Sure, please.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. Robert from Gapminder. I'm just wondering, what is the competitive advantage on top of, MyFitnessPal app, for example, which is a popular one in the UK? And how difficult is it to gain the same amount of products in your database as they do? I think they're boasting they have all products in the market.
Yeah, there are competitors, definitely. It's MyFitnessPal, Noom, and Loom, and many more. The current situation that what we want to be better than them is having AI integration with how do I call it? With a much easier usability. For now, MyFitnessPal, like if you use it, like I used it in the past and it fails, like or it's kind of like recurring every 3 months. You go there, you put some calories, but it's much difficult than in terms of usability. So because they have that many customers, it's really hard for now to change it completely from.
Can you be more precise about how your app is more usable?
Is it voice powered? So whenever like you have something you have eaten, you just tap it and you say it, and through the AI, it puts all this data into the app, and it transforms clearly into how many calories you ate. It's not kind of like typing it or scanning. It's more like you just say it, and through all the data we generate all the calories that you.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Why did you choose UK?
Because I lived there for 5 years, and it's a growing market, and most of the adults are looking there to lose weight. It's a very dominant market. And yeah, I have been working there in some accelerators, so that's why for me it was kind of like a market that the data is online from all the perspectives, and you can see clearly. And all the menus of restaurants are available online as too. So there's a lot of data that is available on the market to go with this type of app.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we're coming on to the last. Give him Slava the clicker. Slava, Cribase, please take the floor. Go closer to the screen. Whenever you're ready, good luck.
Hello. That's not my presentation. And this is mine. Hello, my name is Slava Grimalski. I'm the founder of Cribase. We live in a world where every company requires software, such as CRM, bots, and customer portals. However, classic software development is slow and expensive. Programmers are expensive. And this is why we are making Cribase. Cribase is a low-code platform that enables anyone to build software without being a programmer and without hiring programmers. By replacing traditional coding with a visual editor, we made software development easier, faster, and cheaper than ever before. Just look at some real cases made on Cribase. This is Fabrica School, an online sewing school that was built as an MVP just in 1 week. This is Robotiaga, an automated HR system that was built by our customer. It's profitable and it's generating 2,000 MRR for our customer. This is Way Online, an application for local communities. It was accepted by an accelerator where only 50 out of 230 projects were accepted. Our business model is SaaS with a subscription model. The prices start at $90 per project monthly. The market is growing, and according to Gartner, it will be more than $12 billion this year. We have traction, even though I have problem with presentation because you see some letters. We have traction, and our current monthly recurring revenue is about $3,000. In January, we made $5,000 because some customers paid in advance. And the most beautiful fact here is that we haven't spent a single dollar on marketing yet. Before Cribase, I launched 2 successful IT products. The last one is a website builder with 4,500 monthly paying active users, generating $50,000 MRR. So I have experience. But most importantly, I have a team that has helped me to achieve this result. And now, with the same team, we are making Cribase. Our ask is $800,000 in exchange for a 10% equity share. We'll spend this money for product development, high-quality AI integration, and marketing. We are going to change the way how people create software. If you want to be a part of this journey, if you have any questions, please contact me anytime. My name is Slava Grimalski. Thank you for your attention.
You're the only one on time. What can I say? That's a great beginning. Yep.
Hi, thank you for your pitch. How is it different than all the other builders out there? How do you plan on standing out?
The most builder are website builder. We can do more wider range of things. As I say, chatbots, customer portal, and we are just easier. And even though the average price on the market is about $30, customers choose us. So it's just, they choose us. We have a good product.
They're just
and
amazing.
we just know our customers.
Good. Please.
Just a piece of feedback for you to build on the previous question. You have very little differentiation. It's full of low-code solutions out there. When you brand yourself as a low-code solution, you're basically shooting yourself in the knee and then trying to run a marathon. So try to find a differentiating factor, something that stands out. You seem to come from the space of website or mobile/mobile app building platforms, right? Maybe compete against Wix, maybe go into that arena and target that specific. Because otherwise, that ask that you have is completely unjustified. There is no foundation for that in the low-code space.
Okay. Good. Thank you. More? You have more? No?
And make sure whenever you pitch us a solution that makes things look beautiful, your slides are beautiful as well.
Yeah, it was a technical problem.
Done. Gata. Okay, round of applause, Slava, stay. I would like to call all our presenters here back to the stage. Please join me, Mircea. Come on, there are photographers here. They need to do their job. We're all here. We're missing, where's Mihai? I think Mihai is not here. Can someone find Mihai? Again, he's wild running around. Anyways, guys, these are 5 out of the 6. Here's number 6. Mike, please. And this is only the beginning, okay? So take your bow, thank your audience, and we're done. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Come.
All right, everyone. And before we run for lunch, I would like to welcome Kristina Postovan from Google to the stage.
So thank you, Tal, for setting up the expectation about lunch for today for everyone. I'm sorry, but you'll be stuck with me for a couple of more minutes where I'll be talking not about this. Well, about this, but it's not my first slide, about Gen AI for startups and how you can use this technology to empower your business and to grow it. So, I'll start quickly with AI at Google on what we've been doing so far, so that you have an overview of what is our history and where we are standing today. When talking about AI, you hear about it quite a lot in the past time. You hear it over the news, over the internet, when you meet some friends. You heard it today at our presentations. A few years back, our CEO stated that Google is going to become an AI-first company. And in 2015, we launched AlphaGo, which is a computer system that beat the human champion of the game Go. And then in 2017, we launched Transformers that actually marked the beginning of the large language model revolution. And then last year we had BARD. I don't know how many of you tested it. It was our conversational AI. Very interesting. I used it as my personal assistant that now has been transformed to Gemini. So this is what we have today. Gemini is our most capable and general model we've ever built, and is the result of a very good collaboration between our teams at Google Research and Google DeepMind. It comes in 4 sizes, starting with the largest one, which is Gemini Ultra, which was released a month back. And this one is actually one of the models that has the capacity to analyze very large amounts of data. Then it goes to Pro, where we have two versions, 1.5 and 1.0. With 1.5, you can analyze, like imagine having 1 hour of film that is being analyzed or summarized and structured and explained in a very...
And these are not just businesses, these are innovators.
Yep, for sure. Okay, so, and also we have Gemini Nano, which was released for Android 14. It's already embedded there, and we will have it for Pixel 8 Pro. That's coming up soon. Everything is running on TPU, and if we're talking about the general AI portfolio that Google has, I must start with the infrastructure, so to give you a brief overview of what's happening underneath these foundational models. Many might say that infrastructure is being commoditized nowadays, and what's the big deal with the infrastructure? But if you think about it, what we have as a company, like we have 9 properties that are serving 1 billion users each. You most probably are among our users. I am among that user. So think about YouTube, think about Gmail or Maps, all of these solutions that are running on Google Cloud infrastructure that is combined between platform and networking. So when you consider choosing a hyperscaler for yourself and you think about having scalability, having a good uptime, would you like to run your platform and solution on something that YouTube is running on? And then if you move upward, we have Vertex AI, which is our end-to-end studio that is used by data scientists to develop and deploy ML solutions. There you have a model garden, which is compounded of different kind of foundation models. You have a first-party models from Google, like Gemini that we described earlier, and then you also have some open source models, Lambda. You have third-party sources, models from Anthropic, for example. So basically, it's your choice what kind of foundation models you go further up. And then, when we're talking about developers who want to infuse their own applications, like the ones that we saw earlier today from the startups that were presenting their use cases and businesses, you have an option to infuse your apps with conversation AI and with search. And there are multiple use cases of doing so. And then last but not least, you have built already products, like for example, Document AI or Discovery AI or Translate AI. Basically, the most common use cases of AI that we have, and you can just take it and then put it up on your own solution. Okay, so you might ask yourself, what does this all mean to me? Why do I care about Google and all the infrastructure and everything that is put here? And where is my actual business value if I'm a startup, for example, if I'm starting my own business? And that would be a very fair question to ask. So moving forward, we'll discuss about how Gen AI can actually help you. Can it help you grow your business? Maybe. Can it help you save cost? Probably. Can it help you differentiate or maybe create a moat, knowing that technology is changing at such a fast pace? You need to know if you can launch very fast, if you can be different from your competitors, if you can take advantage of all the technology, and then in the end, also, last but not least, very important, can you make your employees happier and more productive? When we are talking about all these kind of problems, in Google, especially in the engineering, we like to think about the 10x thinking, which means basically that you take a breakthrough technology that we're having right now, like with Gen AI, and then you take a huge problem, like, I don't know, environmental problem, or societal, or maybe economical, and you combine these with a radical solution that can change or improve the problem that you're facing. So this is just for you to be encouraged in the sense of when you're building a product, think 10x on what impact it can have and what huge problem it can solve. And when we think about the Gen AI stack, I will slice it in a few pieces so that you understand where you can take it off. If you start at the foundation, you have basically, this is the core. The core of the foundation models where you build it yourself, you train it yourself, and this is what you come up with. But how about the next part, where you want to fine-tune it? You take a foundation model of your choice. It can be open source or any kind, or first class from any provider, and then you fine-tune it with specific data sets that are making it different from the original one and make it more useful for different kind of use cases. And basically, it comes to the basic function of a generative AI, which is the generation of new outputs of some existing data. Then what you can do next, and this is where we go to horizontal cases, you can basically customize it. Let's say you customize it with some subset of data that is valid and very good for any kind of business, that makes it more performant, more efficient, and so on. If you go to vertical use case, here we're talking about industry use cases. Like, let's take the example of Baby Medi that was presented a bit earlier. It's in the healthcare industry, right? It can be considered in the healthcare. So how about when you fine-tune a model and you embed it in your application, every time a parent is concerned with a problem their kid is having, you get an actual response that includes the language used in healthcare, the regulations may be used in healthcare, and all the data sets that are related to this specific industry. So this is a completely different layer, and this is where you bring most of your value. So when talking about value, where does it accrue for you with Gen AI? You have to think about the following. Everyone has access to foundation models, and soon enough, in a few years, this will become a commodity. Everyone will get access to some sort of foundation model. There are many of them in the open community. So you have basically your product, your proprietary data and workflows, and then you have this foundation model. So where does your value stand? Your value stand in the tuning, in the model that you tune based on the industry needs and capacity. So exactly the example that I shared earlier, when you're building a service or a product, you need to think on how you can narrow it down to a specific need of an industry so that you can differentiate yourselves and bring more value to your customers. A few use cases. Like, how do you apply this technology in use cases? Look, we know already that generative AI is transforming and will transform continuously how we interact with technology, how we interact with different kinds of businesses. And we know also that generative AI is going to transform every industry. So no matter if you work in this industry or you have customers in a specific industry, there are multiple of use cases that you can leverage already today. And here are just a few of them mentioned. But if, for example, you take, I don't know, the conversational commerce example or chatbot, there are multiple startups already that are doing successfully this. They're building chatbots for the customers and so on. How about having one that is designed for a specific industry or for a specific use case that has something different from what the majority is offering? Or use case, media and entertainment, content generation. You can create marketing campaigns and you can leverage this technology to launch faster, to get a bigger audience, to get access to different materials that for which normally you would need more people maybe in your team. And when talking about more people, it won't change only the industries that exist. Gen AI will transform also the way we work and every job functions. So if we are talking about, for example, developing applications, let's think about productivity of your developers. As a startup, a big part of your cost comes to the talent that you're bringing to your company. And for example, if you want to launch faster, but you don't have enough budget, for example, to hire more people, and you need to launch that product in a certain period of time to stay relevant and to stay competitive, why not use this kind of technology for code generation, for code correction, for code testing, and so on? So this will improve, and we know already that Gen AI will improve the productivity of developers up to 45%. But this is not just about the 45% productivity enhancement. Think about how it transforms your business in general. You have a developer that is 45% more productive, but in the same time, you can launch faster. You can find new revenue streams. You can develop maybe different features that your competitors don't have due to this time that you are saving. So where do you start? With what kind of use cases? Multiple of them. You can summarize the content that you have. Maybe you want to build a chatbot. Maybe you want to start marketing campaigns. You want to either have GenAI at the core of your business, or you can launch it into your own application. There are multiple of them on our website. I highly encourage you to check them. And if you have already an idea in your mind, but you're not sure if this will work with GenAI, I'd be happy to sit with you and brainstorm and see if we can actually help. And last but not least, and I promise to finish very, very fast for this. So whether you're a startup or a VC or an investor that wants to help startups, this part is especially designed for you. So Google for Startups program is the program that we have internally that helps and provides for startups financial support, technical, and business support. With the financial support, we have two tiers. So either you are part or have a capacity to be part of a start tier or a scale tier. In the start tier, that means that you have been founded not more than 5 years ago, and there is not yet any investment done into your company, which is absolutely fine. You can still be part of the program. And then you have a scale tier, meaning that you have received already startup equity funding from pre-seed to Series A, and you have been founded not more than 10 years ago. And important for both of them, you did not receive Google Cloud credits yet. So what do you actually get in these cases? For the start tier, you get $2,000 in credits for Google Cloud. So basically, you can sign up and you can start testing out different kind of solutions that we have. You can start with GenAI, why not? But if you are a scale tier, you're getting up to 100,000 credits, and this is only for the first year. So you can actually launch a new solution, a new application, using the infrastructure that YouTube is using. And an important part, because I've heard a few startups that have AI at their core. For AI startups, we have a completely different program, which is 2.5x better financially than the regular one, because you are getting $250,000 in credits, Google Cloud credits, from the beginning in the first year. And there are perks in the second year as well. Besides the financial support, because this one is important, but you must remember that you also get access to different kind of accelerators, to one-on-one mentorship, to different programs. You become part of the community that Google has for startups. And you also get technical support. So you have mentorship, business support, you have people that guide you through this process. Because you know it better than me. It's not easy to have a startup and to build it up. And then you need all the support that you can get to grow your business. So I highly encourage you to do that, to try and sign up for the startup program to see if you're eligible for what kind of program you are. And for any kind of questions, I'd be happy to help you. And then the last but not least, if you're interested to learn more about GenAI, we also have free courses. So you can sign up, learn more about use cases, about the technology. Either you want to use it or you just want to stay ahead with all the updates in the technology that is coming around. Highly encourage you to do that. And with this, I'd like to thank you for your time and for resisting without going for lunch.
Thank you very much, Christina. Big round of applause for Christina. Lovely. It was great to hear more about GenAI. I'm sure that many of you will be as curious as I am and want to check that out later. Also, as someone who's a die-hard Pixel fan for the last 8 years, really looking forward to seeing the developments. And with that, I would like to invite you all to go and grab lunch. There will be some food trucks outside, and we will be back here in 45 minutes at 2:15. So 2:15, we'll be back here for the rest of the content. Enjoy lunch.
And these are not just businesses. These are innovators that drive Moldova towards the global competitiveness.
For years, startups, usually it's not for like several days. It should be for years.
Startup Moldova is the business card of the country in everything that concerns startups. And we are not alone in this journey. There is a number of community players that also support startups. For example, DreamUps or XY, Technovator, YEP. There are also universities that support the startup development and co-working places that help startups work together and build the products.
Our mission is to translate cybersecurity from a complicated tech into simple, achievable, actionable steps that will lead to a more robust and more resilient cybersecurity infrastructure for the company.
We're one of the best tools in the world for recruitment automation through AI and text messaging. And we've been in the field like forever.
You don't need to know how to build a startup. You just need to have passion, resilience, and willingness to learn, and the rest will come.
There is no better teacher than a failure. The understanding of what is wrong, so what shouldn't be in the product, what's the things, the features that are not worth the time and worth the effort to be included in the product.
And failures are cool. And some of them was trying to go too wide at some point of time. At some point, we tried to sell like pretty much to each and every country in the world, and now we have customers in 93 countries. But it's actually very difficult to scale this type of operation, so at some point of time, we had to narrow it down, and now we mostly focus on United States and Canadian market, and maybe like in 2 or 3 years from now, we will go more broad and much more strategic way. But back in the day, it was like very ambitious, of course, but it wasn't as efficient as we expected it to be.
The biggest lesson we've learned is the cognitive diversity, so that in the team, you should have people who think a little bit different. They should have the same, like, let's say, principles as you have, but they should think differently. And if you remember, for example, TV series Dr. House, it has Dr. Cuddy, who was always stopping him from doing some stuff, right? And together, they did a great job. So this is a good example about cognitive diversity.
Every fail comes with a lesson. And it's important for you to understand the lesson and implement it into your daily life, into your startup life.
And me personally, since I'm juggling several roles, because officially I'm co-founder CEO, but unofficially I'm also product manager, I'm also sales manager, I'm also sometimes marketing manager, I'm also sometimes designer, content manager, so everything that needs to be done in a startup.
Because we started our company without any funding from outside. We did it together with my partner, and there have been just two of us for literally 8 months or 9 months at the start, and I was writing all the code myself. I basically did nothing else. I only slept, eat, and wrote the code for Zor for 9 months straight without stop. And then we signed our first big customer for $1.2 million contract, just two of us. It was so much fun.
But it's always really cool to see how idea evolves, and many ideas, they really die, and that's perfectly okay. We had many more startups. This is the ones that survived, and the ones that have traction, but lots of ideas, they just disappeared, and we just have the lessons learned, but we don't remember the dates when they appeared and when they disappeared.
And we do our best to work as a team. And one of the biggest pluses of the fact that we are not similar, we come from different domains, is that we are perfect sparring partners.
And if you don't match with each other, it's better to stop earlier, because later it will be not that easy.
Most of successful founders, they not came out of nowhere. They've been around this community for quite a while, learning things. And I myself learned most of the things I know, like real ones, about how to build a startup from this kind of very informal meetings with other like elder guys and people who already successfully built $1 billion companies, and talking to them, understanding how they think, how they approach problems, listening to their cases and their stories. This is how we actually learn.
The most impressive thing now with the startups is, like, first when people start using your platform, this is the first thing, and then when they start paying you money. This is awesome. When you see the first money come in from your startup, this is like the commitment from others that you did a great job. And when you have struggles, just open one more door. Fight for your startups, because you will be the only person who will believe in it, learn from others, and go your way.
When I talk to investors, to potential investors, one of the first questions that I get is, why Moldova? And then that's a moment for me to shine, because that's a moment for me to talk about how great is Moldova, about, of course, about the tax regime, of course, about the Moldova IT Park, of course, about the legislation that is changing towards being more friendly to startups and to investors, but also about our community. Because the support that we've got from the community here in Moldova, because we are small, because we are so well connected, and because it's so easy to make networking connections in Moldova, the support we got here, I really doubt that we could have gotten this support in any other country. It takes one handshake in Moldova to get to the necessary person. In other countries, it may take 3-4 handshakes.
Don't be afraid to fail. This is so important in startup mindset. Go there, do fast, fail fast, start something new, innovate, and be out of the box. United, we're stronger. We have the same goal, and we need to do more efforts together to help our startups.
All right, welcome back everyone. I hope that you're doing great, that you enjoyed lunch, that you stretched your legs, got a coffee, tea, water, that you stay hydrated. For the ones over there, there's plenty of space here at the front, so feel free to come around after the next session as well. Get cozy. Before we move with the next session and our next panelist, I would like to welcome back quickly Christina to the stage. So Christina Pustovan, please give her a big round of applause. She talked to us a little bit about Gen AI earlier, and also we wanted to mention that for all of the startups that participated in the pitch session, there is a prize. The startups don't know about it, so I would like to welcome the founders that are still here in the room to come up on stage as well. So you can just get back on the stage now. Yes, give them a big round of applause. And yeah, we would like to give them a little prize. Christina's going to tell us more about it.
Let's wait for them for a second. Okay, so we don't have many founders left in the room. But anyhow, I wanted first of all to congratulate you for everything that you do. I think it's amazing, first of all. I'm from Moldova, and seeing how the tech community is growing up here makes me very, very proud. And from Google, we have a surprise for you, for the 6 founders, for the 6 startups that are the finalists of the accelerator. We are offering you a credit in the amount of $3,000 of Google Cloud credits that you can redeem by September 14th. And you can use for 6 months our platform to develop your products and solution further on. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Christina. Thanks to our founders as well. All right, and then now it's time for me to kick off the second part of the day. I hope that you have as much energy as I do. And I would like to welcome to the stage someone very special. So we had Nick earlier from the UK. We have another person from the UK here that I would like to bring up on stage. She's not only an amazing reporter, VC, operator, and then also, yeah, someone who's been doing amazing things in the tech ecosystem for years. Please welcome Anissa Osman-Britton to the stage.
He's always so nice to me. I don't deserve this praise. Is Mihai somewhere in the audience? Because otherwise I'm going to be talking by myself, and I really don't want to do that. How many Mihais are there actually in the audience? There's quite probably, all of you. No, but oh, hi. I don't want to introduce myself without you here, because I think it's way more fun.
I didn't realize there was a queue, so.
So this is what happens after lunch. We all come back late. Are you refreshed?
Yeah, most definitely.
Feeling good?
Amazing.
Wicked.
Especially around you.
Thank you so. Everyone's being so complimentary. It's great. My name is Anissa Osman-Britton, as Seb lovely introduced me. I am a Startup Life reporter at Sifted, where I get to go behind the scenes and talk about what it actually means to run and build a company, away from the bullshit of raising and valuations and all of that stuff. Because actually what we really care about is running successful companies. So I get to talk about that. I'm also Operations Director at WVCE, which is a Women in VC platform. We are changing the way women access venture capital, women get to senior positions in venture capital, and the training and equity that happens within that space, which is super fun. But this is about you today. So Mihai, thank you so much for being here with me. I'd love to hear a little bit more about what you're doing at NodeShift and a brief introduction to the history of the company to date.
Yeah, sure. First of all, îmi pare bine de cunoștință. Mă numesc Mihai. Yeah, so in a couple of words, what we do at NodeShift is we aggregate multiple independent data centers across the globe. We build a cloud platform on top where you can easily deploy compute, GPU, and storage resources at 80% of the cost compared to the big cloud providers, especially compared to Google Cloud as well. So if you receive free credits, after those free credits run out, come to me. That's what we do in a nutshell. The stage we're currently at, earlier in 2023, we raised the first $500,000 from 2 Palantir execs, after which we got through the Intel Ignite Accelerator program, which brings us to where we are today. We, a couple of months ago, completed our seed fundraise for $3.25 million to essentially scale ourselves commercially.
And you and I are going to be talking about talent strategy, which is good fun, especially at the early stages of a company. And we're doing it here in your home country, nonetheless, which is very exciting. So talk to me a bit about your team right now. Where are you at? How many people? What geographies are you operating across?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, it's all fun in terms of conversation unless it comes to layoffs.
We're going to cover that.
Yes, sure. But yeah, in terms of the team, there's currently 11 of us. Probably will grow up to the size of 14, 15. We're trying to be very lean. The company is officially registered in the US. We have a subsidiary branch over in Dubai, which fully belongs to the company over in the US, a Delaware C Corp. Officially, we hire everyone through the Dubai branch, but everyone's going to spread all throughout Europe. So we have a variety of nationalities, across Eastern Europe, across Western Europe as well, from Moldavans, Russians, British people, and so on.
So let's talk about that location piece as part of the hiring strategy, because you and I were chatting earlier, and I think it's so fascinating how you've used location as a way of not only attracting talent, but also being smart in how you use your runway and your funds. How is that working within your startup?
Sure. So for everyone's additional context, I kickstarted my career in California, back in the Valley, where my co-founder and I initially met over at Cisco Systems before transitioning over to Microsoft and kind of continuing in the same route. So alongside my journey, even before kickstarting, building a cloud startup, I did meet some amazing software engineers. Now the problem is, us as a startup, we can't really afford Silicon Valley salaries of an engineer, which roughly can be from $400,000 a year all the way up to $700,000. So what we've done is we approached former colleagues of ours, talented engineers over at Cisco, over at Microsoft, where what we've suggested to them is, how about we relocate you over to Dubai, we reduce your salary by 4 to 5 times, which is a great proposal, of course, but you don't have to pay tax. One is you don't have to pay tax. Two, in order to count as a resident in that country, you only have to live there for 1 day per year. So essentially...
Did you say 1 day?
Yes, exactly. So one
That's shorter than a holiday.
Well, for some, that's more than enough, if you use it well enough. So essentially, just live there for 1 day, and then you get all of your income tax-free, and you can live wherever you want. And that was an enough incentive for a lot, and of course, still stock action, options on top, to make it a bit juicier, pepper it on top. And that's a good enough proposal that developers are willing to live the comfort of Silicon Valley and make the jump.
Talk to me about the profile of the people who were willing to do that.
So the profile of the people, usually it's someone who's not a US national, because if you're a US national, you get double tax wherever you go. So if you still got to pay tax to the big Uncle Sam, but predominantly people from Europe, or actually South Asia as well, where they don't have American citizenship. They came to the US for the big American dream, but they're wearing golden handcuffs in San Francisco. Even though you might be earning $500,000 a year, you got to pay income tax, which is pretty high, then federal tax. Then also you have to take into consideration that a 1-bedroom apartment in San Francisco, like a really crappy one, starts at $1 million, and suddenly you realize that there's no American dream to begin with. And why don't you try something new where you can save more money to begin with, in an entirely different region, which is how we won their hearts.
I'm curious though, it's no secret that Moldovan salaries are lower than the rest of Europe, especially when it comes to engineering talent. And you're from here, you obviously speak the language, you have connections. Why was it that you didn't come here to hire that first cohort of talent?
Yeah, so it's worth highlighting that initially I did try to come to Moldova, look intentionally for talent, actually work with recruiters out of Moldova, based in Moldova, to find engineering talent that we did need. We put quite a lot of resources to look for people. Unfortunately, for the caliber of engineering talent that we do need, it's a very niche skill set that we just couldn't find in the country. And the Moldavans that are qualified are already living somewhere in the US, in the UK, and they're making those high salaries. So technically for our skill set, we just couldn't find anyone here.
Okay, so that's the good stuff. Let's talk about some of the challenges. What are the challenges of hiring across geographies, especially from the US, Dubai? Was there a cultural difference? How does that work?
Yeah, to be fair, from a cultural fit perspective, before starting NodeShift, I never really believed in a cultural fit, and the reason behind that is when you work for big companies like Microsoft, Twitter, Epic Games, they all have a particular culture that they publicly state, but internally, just things are very messy and it never works this way. So I kind of had the same mindset, but over time you realize that you would rather have a candidate that fits culturally. And by culturally, what I mean is they have the same work ethic, they have the same values when it comes to work, you know, and they cherish the same things in terms of growth as well, both personal and career-wise as well. If they have the same values as you and as your company when it comes to these things, you're going to work very well, even if their skill set is not entirely where it needs to be. And I would rather have that person than a very talented, you know, clever person that just doesn't have the right skill sets and values. Yeah, and I had to learn it the hard way.
Another challenge you sort of alluded to earlier is this idea of competing for top talent. Everyone talks about finding the 10x engineer, the 10x operator, whatever that means. How are you trying to find that talent and competing with everyone else? Is it the fact that you offer options? What makes you so different that people want to work for you, apart from being charming and lovely?
Yeah, so during interviews, I'm the opposite of charming and lovely, because you can see me through my webcam where I haven't showered for days. This event was the first exception in a long while when I came out of my basement, so, you know, these things happen sometimes.
We appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You do it for 100 people. You definitely do. Hope to try it extra. But yeah, oh God, I started joking. I forgot the question.
The question is, how do you make yourself more attractive to
Oh,
talent?
yeah. So the answer is, realistically, there's no financial incentive or anything else that can make us more attractive than a traditional big company. And that's the tough reality. Realistically, just like you said, they really have to like the founding team and what we do in order for them to make the jump. Usually, the type of talent that we're interested in, they're kind of covered from all aspects. So they really need to, you know, be a little bit delusional in order to want to work with us. Probably they might have liked just us in terms of personality. I always try to connect on a personal level. One of the best engineers we've had, he's really into this one very niche particular anime. I got for him, like, you know, a couple of mangas so he can read them, like, you know, throughout the interviewing process. Again, just to win his heart, because he knows, like, you know, if during the interview process I can get this really hard to get manga to get him, you know, interested, he knows that we'll also put effort into his actual career growth, you know, that we're going to care about him as a person, that we're actually going to care about him, like, you know, in terms of, like, future growth as well. This is not for everyone. Realistically, some of the talent that we'd really want are people in this age bracket of 35, 40 that already have families, they have kids, and we haven't managed to win a single one of them because just the risk is too high, and we're conscious about that.
Can you talk a little bit more about the options that you do provide and how equity works for new employees?
Yeah, sure. So in terms of equity, it's generally an open negotiation. It never comes with the fact that, oh, we're going to allocate this much for a particular employee. So we do, actually, I'm lying. We do have, like, you know, the official side agenda of what it should be. But realistically, it's all up to, you know, how the negotiation goes. And if we really want someone, we're actually willing to shower them in stocks and make them very interested. And it doesn't always work.
Have you noticed a difference between what people expect in the US and what people expect over here in terms of equity?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, when we were talking to candidates in Moldova, when we were actually interested in recruiting someone here, even before we could find someone, I was always like, hey, we do stocks as well. Like, on top of the salary that you want, we'll also give you options in the company to, like, as an extra motivation. No one really cared. You know, no one batted an eye at that. That didn't add value to them, which is very unfortunate because, I don't know, like, if you look at your future and the risk that you're taking, technically this could be, like, you know, your key for a better career, better growth. Because if I was in their place, and I was as well, and probably will be in case the startup fails and crashes and burns, what I'll want from a particular, like, you know, employer is for me to have skin in the game. So if I know I'm putting in the effort, my team puts in the effort as well, we're all growing, you know, from a financial perspective.
It's quite fascinating. The EU is doing a lot of work to ensure that options are way more attractive across the region, especially in terms of legislation and tax. You can see in Germany it's not that great right now, so seeing that change may mean that talent takes it more seriously as time goes on. We're going to end on a really depressing note because we've only got 3 minutes left, so why not end in the saddest way possible?
That's very Moldavian style.
I love it. I've already been adopted. When it all goes wrong and you have to do layoffs, what do you do?
So realistically, at least from our perspective, we kind of went the traditional corporate route where we never fire someone unexpectedly. Like, I do believe in a way, in a mantra, hire fast, fire faster. Realistically, conscious everyone is a human being, everyone has family commitments and so on. when we do see a performance issue, we highlight it straight away. There's like no waiting period. So we highlight the performance issue straight away, and we give about a month to fix that. We give clear metrics of what needs to be fixed. I don't know, in case it's an engineer, maybe it's the number of pull requests, maybe it's the quality of code, maybe it's something else. In case it's like a salesperson, I'll give you a specific case. Like, we had a business development representative whose main goal was to source new deals, right? First month, was onboarding period. Second month is when we originally had some expectations. He did not perform for the first week of the second month, so we already said, hey, by the end of this month, we'll expect you to bring this amount of new potential deals, as we originally agreed per contract as well. It didn't happen, so it went towards the firing process. Again, what we also do is make sure that we just don't leave them stranded. I do have quite a big network in the tech industry, so I always do referrals and so on. That's in case we, departed in an amicable relationship.
But it's not easy for you as a founder to do that, right? Could you tell me a little bit personally about that journey?
I think personally it might have been harder in the past, but I've done layoffs for big companies before. So usually when the big execs somewhere in a big tech company, like, I don't know, Twitter or Epic, decide to suddenly lay off 20% of the company, it's not the big execs that are doing the hiring. They're like, hey, Mihai, I have a great job for you. Why don't you fire the next 20 people? And it's a very difficult, challenging position, because usually you have to engage and fire people that are way more senior than you, that have way more larger commitments from a financial perspective, and you understand that you're just basically like a voice that represents someone in the background. So that was much more difficult than here. Here we know the personal situation of the employees, so we actually know how to help them if necessary. And it doesn't take as much of a personal toll, or maybe I'm a bit more thick-skinned because of that previous experience.
I lied, we're actually going to end on something different very quickly, very quickly. You've been amazing at giving us your knowledge and your wisdom. What would you like from the audience, this very captive audience, who I'm volunteering to give something to you? Any requests?
Yeah, so no particular request towards any specific person, but in general, one of the first things that Olga highlighted today in terms of recommendations, which I strongly believe in as well, is that in Moldova, we don't have any processes that make it simple for startups to open up a company, open up an organization away, open maybe even a bank account. To be fully honest, I tried to open a company here. I went to the notary, I went to a lawyer. It sounded difficult, so I never did, just because there was friction to begin with. And then again, there could have been an influx of money potentially into the country, and that could have been beneficial for the ecosystem as well. I just couldn't, because I just couldn't log online to do that process.
Mihai, thank you so, so much for your time. You've been amazing.
Yeah, thank you so much for yours.
Thank you both, Mihai and Anisa. That was great. A lot of insights here. I love when people get real on stage as well, and it's not just sugar-coated answers. Before we move to the next session, I have a little announcement to make. So apparently a car is blocking the way, and I would like for the owner of the Renault Megane WMM169 to move the car, otherwise the police is going to have to do so, sadly. So if you can please make sure, if it's any of you, that you go and move the car, otherwise we'll just pass it around over there. Now that that is out of the way, I would like to welcome someone to the stage who we've mentioned earlier before. We've talked in the introductory round about resilience, about what it takes to build companies in difficult situations, and I'm really happy to have Andreas Flatström from Beetroot. Please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Wow. Great to be here. Actually, Moldova is like one of the places in the world where I have like the warmest memories. So I'm super, super happy to be here today with you guys. I'll share you like a story of basically Beetroot, how we sort of came from Sweden, opened up in Ukraine and a bit of Moldova, went from sort of startup to scale up, and about our, I guess, big plans and for the future. So yeah, this story all began with me and this guy Gustav here. Like we were two Swedish guys in university with a passion for tech and impact in business and a sort of fascination for Eastern Europe. So we had learned like Russian and had this idea that we want to start some kind of company that has a positive impact in the world, like very fluffy. And we kind of started to travel around. Like this was yeah, the best days of our lives, like going around with this like Zhiguli Lada, and basically like trying to figure out where where our future could be built. So we were traveling in Belarus, Russia, Ukraine, Moldova, and we got very hooked on basically Ukraine and Moldova. We choose Ukraine, first headquarter, super efficient, the best office so far. But also we had Moldova in mind, so we actually quite quickly moved to Odessa to be close to Moldova, where we built this like network of partner teams. But essentially, we had just this one big vision that we want to build a tech ecosystem with impact. Sounds super fluffy. It was super fluffy. And we were like students, so we didn't really have much experience of what to offer. So we kind of thought, like, what can we do? Like, we can build a culture of trust, where you sort of bring in bright people, share a vision together, decentralize responsibility, and like sort of like build a really homey, wholeness kind of style culture. So that's what we did. And then, fast forward a few years, but from 2012 until today, we scaled to around like 500 people in today 8 different countries. We call it an ecosystem where impact is the core. So it's Beetroot Tech, Beetroot Academy, Beetroot Hub, and nowadays an aid fund. So sort of super quickly, Beetroot Tech is essentially, we develop software for others, a lot of impact companies like in climate tech, ed tech, e-health. Some of the logos you will see in the bottom has actually been developed together with our Moldovan partner teams. So doing that, it's our main sort of core business. But then in 2014, with the revolution of dignity in Ukraine, it kind of triggered us back to this original idea. We want to make something to have make a difference. So, well, if you come from tech and you can teach people efficiently how to work in tech, you actually make a big difference, because the standard of living working in tech, sort of connected to the global, you all know this, you work in tech. So we were like, yeah, what can we do? 15 people company, Swedish, Ukrainian, and Odessa. So we built a vision, like we built the Beetroot Academy, where the idea is we help people to build great careers in tech. Started it in Poltava, small scale, scaling it now, and hopefully, to the millions of people in the world over time. So it's sort of very practical, intensive tech courses. Today we have like 12,000 graduates already, most of them in Ukraine. Like we've been teaching around like 5% of all the tech specialists in Ukraine for the last couple of years. But we have graduates in 30 countries already, 70% of them working in 600 different companies. And actually majority is women, which I think is really cool, to sort of getting that balance. And it's both B2C and these days more and more B2B. So it's sort of a flipped classroom methodology. You flipped in the sense that you have the material in your learning management system, then you go to the classroom, which is these days online with the teacher, learn both hard skills, soft skills, and sort of have, I think one of the really important things is that you have the constant content updates that happens together with the teacher community and also the student community. So we did this offline, 19 locations, then came COVID, it pushed us online like many others, and we actually realized over time that we are able to achieve the same quality online, which also made us much more scalable and possible to continue on that. So what you see here is on the left side is sort of the intro to tech courses, like 4 months, really intensive to get you ready for employment. And then these days we are developing more and more of these like upskilling B2B sessions. For example, we're doing now generative AI courses where we teach developers at Volvo AB, so the biggest employer of Sweden. So we went from Poltava to teaching Swedish developers at the biggest company how to use generative AI. So it's sort of becoming more and more of an ecosystem. Abrupt shift. We were going to talk about resilience a bit. So as you heard, I mean, we have had before the full-scale war, we basically had almost all of our team in Ukraine. Some partner teams in Moldova. Can you prepare for war? Kind of, I mean, you can do a lot of things to prepare. Like we did actually a lot. We had like, cash on the offices, contingency plans, evacuation plans, and so on. But the really big problem, and I think it's maybe important to take in, is that most people really didn't think that this would happen. Like, so it was very hard to mobilize people there actually. So like 1 week before the full-scale war, we had like 2 big team calls. Like one was about the upcoming ski trip, and one was about the potentially upcoming war. And guess which one was the most interesting one for the crowd 1 week before. However, when it happened, of course, the mobilization was completely different. Like actually very fascinating sort of mobilization of, at least my feeling, that the whole sort of society uniting, the whole company, the tech industry, so sort of like going on to the maximum possible way to deal. I was in Ivano-Frankivsk at the time, so this is actually from my window and in that morning. I guess everyone who was in Ukraine these days will have like very, very strong memories from these early days in the war. But yeah. I suppose you're applauding the Ukrainian resilience, which has really been amazing. And this is actually some of the cases, because honestly, when this war broke out, I thought kind of like only about safety of the people. We even said, like, use all the company resources, just get people into safety. But really quickly, I realized that people actually came back to work. Like even just a few days from the full-scale war, like people asked, can I work? Like I have my client, I have my deployments to do, and so on. So essentially, like 2-3 weeks after the start of the full-scale war, when 80% of our people left their homes, we were back to like full capacity of working. So these days, like we have all the offices is like with Starlinks, with generators, and so on. And basically, like we don't have an operational issue with the war. We are used to air alarms, taking the laptop to the shelter. Like strangely, like this became the everyday life. However, as a company, like we have still most of our team in Ukraine, but it actually pushed us to open here in Bulgaria, in Poland, also in Vietnam. So it kind of made us, I guess, more international. And we also started this like Beetroot Aid Fund, where we collect money that we distribute to various like grassroots movements. But really, like sort of, I guess, the big feeling is like this sort of uniting force of people, like just, uniting for an external threat. We used to run a tech hub as well, a little bit like with the vibe of maybe not this room, but the other rooms here, like in Mariupol, together with the city. As you see, Zelensky was visiting us a few times. We were like kind of trying to reform this city and doing that. Today it's destroyed, as you see on the pictures, like the rest of Mariupol. And that's luckily, I mean, all of our people managed to leave. Some of them were on the way to the ski trip, actually, when the war started. So maybe the ski trip wasn't so bad after all. And yeah, a shout out to the room, Smart Data, because what happened, Smart Data is a local company. Alex is somewhere in the room, I think, our old-time partner. Why I'm putting this on the screen now, because what happened with the start of the war, so we had a lot of people in Odessa, in Ivano-Frankivsk, and guys from Smart Data just told us, like, come to Chisinau, we'll organize everything. So like the first days of the war, we had like 20 plus people or something here in Chisinau. So yeah, amazing Moldovan guest friendliness, forever thankful. And it also, I think, triggered us also to say that we want to come back to Moldova. We really want to make a difference here. So a little bit more than 1 year ago, we opened Beetroot Academy, finally, after all these years. Maybe some of you were on that event. It's been like a good start. We're like gradually, like in Ukraine, like we started like very small scale, and then we grew gradually, and in the end we're like thousands of people per year. So I'm imagining that we are on the same path here. Like we have now like more than 100 students that we had in Moldova and Romania. We kind of group it together a bit. Local meetups monthly if you want to join. And it's, again, it's for beginners, but also more and more for upskilling. So we are now doing this B2B like workshop that we were going to run for like trainings for generative AI topics, and that is for the for the local companies. It's with the support of it's the Economy project with support of Helvetas and Sweden and Help, and yeah, really also like a shout out. We want partners in that. So to sort of try to summarize this story, I think that Moldova has a great potential. I think some of the things that are mentioned here, I've heard also been mentioned in the room. I really think that there is no reason why we couldn't build unicorns out of Moldova. We have talent base, it's relatively low cost of living, actually a good tax system now for tech. And I think that after the Ukrainian victory in the war, like this, let's say, region, like together, I think we can really be the powerhouse of technological growth in Europe. EBRD Academy, like we will be here working, trying to scale, doing more and more upskilling, reskilling, like, and we do it like both as all of EBRD basically, like an impact-oriented company, like for two reasons. For the impact, but also for the business opportunity, because we think that you can really combine both and that this is a valid market. So our ambition is to scale to the hundreds of students per year, like closer relationship to local companies, and so on. But also to use Moldova as a little bit like sort of testing, because it's a small market, it's a really good market to test new things. So even like some of the things we are doing now for Volvo that we are teaching, like we're gonna we test it out in Moldova, like, and then we are teaching some Swedish companies how to do coding with generative AI. So yeah, so from Moldova to the world, yeah, it's gonna be cool. Thank you. And if you're a local tech company, use this QR code. It's a survey for, we're going to have these workshops related to AI. We want to figure out what topics. We have a lot of different options actually, and we want to figure out what is more interesting before we go with the workshops. So you do that, give your contacts, and then we will be in touch and do something cool together. And also, yeah, feel free to add me to LinkedIn and so on. Thank you. Mulțumesc.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Much appreciated. We'll definitely be in touch and then be discussing that as well with you. Curious to know how we can spread that in other countries. And being based in Estonia, there's definitely lots that we can do there. Brilliant. Well, I get the next speaker mic'd up and ready. I am very excited to be having our next session talking about how to start your startups and lessons of actually building the company. The founder's originally from here, but has been expanding everywhere. I know has a remote team. He doesn't know that yet, but actually hired a friend of mine 4 years ago who ended up moving to London working for him, which is really cool. So please give a big round of applause to Andrzej Winicki, CEO of Graphy. Thank you.
Do you kill it? Wow. Hey everyone, how are you today? Good? Do you still have energy? It's 3 p.m. How many startups are in the audience here? Can you just raise your hands? Yeah. How many of you work for startups? Cool. So we're going to talk about failure today mainly. Yeah? Sounds familiar for startups? So my talk is about how we scale Graphy. But actually, I'll talk about two things. I was lucky enough to be this week working with startups from Moldova and mentoring them in one single topic. How do you scale from 0 to 100 users in less than a month? That's what we've been focusing together with everyone in this audience. So what I'll do is, I'll have 2 parts to my presentation. In one, I'll tell you more about my company Graphy, about what we did, how we raised, how we pivoted 2 times, and how it's finally taking off. And the second part will be about my learnings in working with the local ecosystem and startups from here. Yeah? Let's get started? So, yep. So, does it? Here we go. Yes, so about Graphy. Graphy is a data visualization product. We'll make it extremely easy and delightful to visualize data, take insights from this data and communicate these insights with your team. We raised $10 million from funds like Code2, La Familia, Northzone, Seedcamp, and some amazing angel investors. We're based in London. And we had an interesting journey. If you look on this graph on the right-hand side, you'll see we had a few iterations. And the company is finally, it's really taking off. I'll go back for a second. And the company is taking off. So I'll tell you more about how this happened. So we launched Graphy around the pandemic. And we raised a lot of money, and we had this big vision to be the next data platform, data company. We went big and started competing with companies like Power BI, Tableau, and others. And what we just realized after a while is that the vision was too big. I mean, we're trying to solve too many problems at the same time. And when the economy changed around 2022 or 2021, we realized that our old strategy just didn't make much sense, didn't work anymore, because we couldn't build a strategy anymore based on raising more funds. Our strategy had to change, and our strategy had to be to build a sustainable business. So I'm going to tell you more how we build a sustainable business. We took this product that we spent around $3 or $4 million building, we just threw all this money away. So that's a big mistake we've made, and we started basically from scratch a year ago. And what we did, exactly 12 months ago, we built a new product. And this new product, and by the way, what didn't work out? As I was saying, the product was too complex. We're trying to solve too many problems at the same time. And we are too in love with the product and not enough in love with the customers, basically, yeah? And the sales cycles were very slow. So if you, from a startup, if you see yourself in any of these buckets, I just strongly encourage you just to sit down, have a think about your existing strategy and see if you need to make any adjustments, if you need to make any changes, and pre-evaluate where you are today. Because the environment is different, the funding is not the same as it used to be, so only the best companies survive, and you need to change your strategy to be one of these best companies. Yeah. So we pivoted to a simpler product. So from a big, huge product we had, we built this in a few weeks' time. Just said like, okay, we had many components in our product, from data pipelines to data transformation to analysis and so on, but all our passion was in data visualization. So we took this part from our product, which is data visualization, and we just launched this as a separate product. And to our surprise, it was very well received. It kind of became viral a little bit. People were talking about this on socials, people were sharing this, people were telling their friends about this. And just in a few months later, we got to something like way more complex, basically. So it's all about taking to this lean approach and methodologies, like launch something simple, iterate on this, get feedback from your customers, from a user, for you to end up into a much better place and building a much better product, essentially. And also what this changes is the morale in your team. Because I'm seeing more and more startups telling me like, oh, we've been working for 2 years, and my team is kind of demotivated, and the whole question is that, why are they demotivated? And motivation comes from customers, comes from user engagement, comes from feedback, and that's what you should be optimizing for. Not for perfect experiences, for ideal user flows, but like for customers who are giving you feedback all the time. And I was speaking with local startups who are coming to me saying like, look, we have too much feedback, customers are asking too many questions. I'm saying that's the best thing you can ask for, because if they give you feedback, they care about your product, they care about your journey, and they want to be part of it. Because if they wouldn't, like, everyone is busy, people wouldn't give you feedback if they wouldn't care about what you do. So like, feedback is the best blessing you can get from your users, from your customers. So yeah, we did this in 12 months, and in 12 months' time, we scaled the product again to around 60,000 users among the many, many customers, and it's all organic. We're a very small team, with no marketing, just listening to our customers, listening to their feedback, scaling this, and giving them the best experience to visualize and understand their data, essentially. So I'll just move on, and I'll tell you more about the learnings in these 2 months as well. Oh, and by the way, that's my favorite graph, essentially. So you can see our old iterations. And by the way, if you see January 2022, we'll probably spend around $3 to $4 to $5 million to get there. And it wasn't working out, and we had a massive team. We're trying to build too many things at the same time. And then we launched a simple product. And look how it went up. And it's not stopping. Like, it's just growing at an amazing rate every single week, every single month, basically. So yeah, please don't make this mistake. Trust me, I did it myself like a few times there. So start from less and scale it up and make it into something your customers really love and use. Cool. My key learnings from this is actually simplicity is key. And is as everything in life, like, aspire for something simple. Aspire for something that it's easy to manage, easy to understand. Like, simplicity is the purest form of startups, in my point of view. Once you start complicating things, it just becomes way more difficult to manage and to get them over the line. As well, just iterate rapidly, you know. I see startups spending 1 or 2 years working on something without speaking with their users. And yes, they're most likely wrong because it won't work out, but my question to them is, do you not have passion for this space that you're building a year or two? Like, go and speak quicker with your users, not for the sake of your startup, just be selfish with yourself. You don't want to be spending time in an area of a business that you don't have passion about, and you can only find this information from your customers, from your users. Again, pivoting, it's something normal in startups. Like, every single startup does, and we only see news about big pivots like Slack, what Slack did from gaming to communication, Twitch, Instagram and other platforms, but like every single startup should be rapidly innovating, moving quickly, changing things to get to the place when they get this customer traction. Yeah, and again, just be adaptable and be open to changes. Because again, I know the startup is your baby and the product is your baby, and you love your baby, you're attached to your baby, but like sometimes you just need to make this change in order to grow it quickly. Just don't be too stuck and try to modify things that are not working. And again, it's easy for me to say this, but it's sometimes more an art than a science to realize when is the time to do it, essentially. So I want to talk more about this week I had in Moldova, and I only prepared this slide yesterday at 9 p.m. just because I'm still in the process of mentoring startups, and I'll tell you more about this. The team from XY, and by the way, do you know XY? Yeah, shout out to them too. So they invited me to London to spend 1 week with different startups and pick a topic and just share my experience with them. And the topic I picked was just, I think the only thing which matters is to get to product market fit, and the first step towards that was to get their first 100 users and helping them to do that. I want to say one thing, I was so great spending this time together because the talent of these people and they're so hardworking is just so insane. And I'll give an example. I was giving homework to everyone, and the deadline for homework was quite tight. I was asking them to read a book for the following day or implement changes or build a new landing page. And to my surprise, like I was just coming every single morning with people showing me new stuff, trying new things. And I think 2 or 3 startups launched this week just because of this like mentality and this mindset that like, let's go and do something. So that's amazing. We also have huge ambitions, which is extremely, extremely exciting. They want to build something great. We don't always know how, but that's okay. Like you all start from the desire and from your need to build something cool, and then you just work backwards. And again, the ideas are amazing. Like if you just pitch the idea, there is no difference in quality of idea from a Silicon Valley startup or a startup based in Moldova. So I think they all have a lot of potential to bring something cool to the table. I'm going to talk about a few things that all these startups are kind of like falling into this trap and making this mistake, and hopefully you can avoid this too. I see that technical founders don't do sales, and this upsets me. I understand why. I understand doing sales for someone who is technical is comfortable, it's out of your comfort zone, you don't want to do this, and therefore the first hire they make is they hire a salesperson. And I'll tell you why this is wrong. And this is wrong because the founder itself is the only person who is passionate about the product, who knows the vision for the product, and is the only person who has this spark in their eyes when we're talking about their products. So I'm strongly convinced that sales is a skill that every technical founder can learn, like with no exception. And I've seen this been done by founders of Stripe, for example, which is now a $100 billion company, and they're the most technical founders I've ever met in my life, for example. So if they could do that, you could do this as well. So yeah, if you're a founder, if you're a technical founder, don't be afraid of sales. Like just treat this as you explaining or wanting to solve this problem for some specific customers. I think the mistake number 2 is when I talk specifically about the B2B SaaS, they often launch locally. They just like optimize everything too much for the local market. But there's nothing wrong with the local market, but just we optimize it so much, but then it becomes impossible to expand it from there, essentially, yeah? So yeah, if your product is something which has a specific niche for Moldova, like of course do it locally, there is nothing wrong with that. But if you're selling a product which can have a global need and use, try and optimize it for this from day one, because there is a danger that you would fall into the trap of optimizing your product for the local market, and you'll just stay there, because then it becomes too difficult, and your product is too localized for expanding and for other markets as well. Another big thing I'm seeing, I think, is people spend too much time on the product itself. And I love telling them that building your product takes as long as selling to your customers, yeah? So if you build your product for three months, you're going to sell to your first customers for another 3 months. If you build it for a year, another year, 2 years, 2 years. So the best strategy you can have is that you can start optimizing for customers from day one, like same way as you do for products. Because there is still this thinking that if you build it, they will come. I talk about customers, but this just doesn't happen. Like they build amazing products, and I'm just so full of features and different and very flexible products as well, but when it comes to customer acquisition, I'm just asking Booth, how many customers have you spoken with? And usually the answer is like 0 for 9 months or 6 months. Like, don't do this as well. Like, try to get your customers on your product or your platform from day one, or at least try to be getting this feedback from them as much as you can, essentially, yeah? Cool. So, look, my conclusion is quite simple. Like, with what I've seen this week, I'm so confident that in the next year or 2 or 3, we're going to see exits from Moldova for tens of millions or hundreds of millions, and very soon we'll see a unicorn. It's a fantastic ecosystem. It's just growing every single week or month, and it's just amazing just to see so many great people in this audience trying to solve the next problem for customers and trying to make it big with so much passion and enthusiasm. So thanks so much, everyone, for doing that. Yeah? And I have one ask for everyone, just one ask, basically. And we do it very, very well in London. In London, we feel like there is a community. Like, when you launch something, there is a WhatsApp group all the time about, like, founders asking for, like, give me your first like, so people will see this and so on. Like you all feel like a team in battle, basically, yeah? I'm not seeing it that much here. So if I can do one advice to you is, like, if you're networking over there, go and ask for a WhatsApp number, for Telegrams, create groups together. When you do something, support each other. Tech is such a small ecosystem, but it's such a big chance that in a year, 2 or 3, you'll be working together somewhere. So start cultivating these relationships now, and start just behave like a community. One thing I do, which is very controversial, I meet with my competitors for breakfast every single 3 months, yeah? And I do it because I'm so passionate about the problem I'm solving. I actually more care about the problem to be solved than me being successful in this case. That's why we're meeting up in person and we're exchanging our notes and how we think about the audience and so on. And guess what? Space is so big, so we can both succeed in this case. The same to you is, like, try and foster this community and build it. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. You don't need to be meeting in person. Just exchange your numbers and keep yourself updated. And just don't be afraid talking about your problems. Because we're chatting just before, but, like, everyone is smiling, but everybody's having problems when you go for startups, because startups are extremely hard. And if you keep it for yourself, you're just making your life much, much harder than this. So yeah, I want to thank everyone. I hope this was useful to you and you can take a few takeaways and apply to your startup. And I can't wait to come next year just to meet more startups and see how the ecosystem is developing and what we've been all building. And yeah, feel free to reach out to me on LinkedIn or just connect with me. I'm always happy to provide feedback, see how I can help, and just, again, foster this community. Thanks a lot for your time, and see you soon.
Thank you so much, Andrei. Much appreciated.
I believe you worked with Kelly.
Yeah, right? So small world. Yeah, one of his, I guess, early employees was a friend of mine working in Amsterdam building for Techstars, and then all of a sudden he managed to get her to join his team, which is fantastic. So as you mentioned, a very small world. The tech ecosystem is very small, and at home I think it's very important to be super connected to all of the people that you're going to be interacting with a lot. So now it is time for us to have our investor reverse pitch competition. So for those of you who don't know how this works, often we have founders on stage and then investors sitting there quietly judging what's happening. We're going to turn that around, and we're going to have the investors come and present their fund, their investment strategy, and how they're operating. And the person who's going to be moderating this is no other than Anissa, who's going to come back onto the stage. So please give a big round of applause for Anissa, and for all of our investors who are going to come one by one onto the stage.
Thank you. So this is fun. You know, as a startup founder, you sit in front of VCs all the time and they judge you and they look at you and they get to, like, think about your idea and what they think of it. We now get to do the same to them, which is my favorite thing. So we're going to ask them some really tough questions. You're going to get a QR code that opens up Slido. When they pitch, which they're going to have 3 minutes for, a strict 3 minutes for, I'm looking at one of them like 3 minutes, you're then going to get a couple of minutes to ask questions. So please scan it. Am I in the way? I'm so tall, I'm obviously in the way. Please ask questions. We will do that for 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, and then we will move on to the next one. Sound good? Yes? Is everyone alive? Yes? Awesome. Okay. Great. So the first VC we're going to invite to the stage is Florin Visa from Early Game Ventures.
Thank you. And is there a pointer, or it's... There was supposed to be a presentation? Of course, I mean, I don't need one. It was just for you. Okay, and will it work? Yeah. Okay, Early Game Ventures Fund 2. Very happy to be here. First time in Chisinau for me. I'm very glad that I took this opportunity, and it's a great community. Thank you very much to all of you. I've met really wonderful people. I like the fact that you gave us 3 minutes. I thought that you would give more to startups and you want just to put more pressure on us, but I saw that you also gave 3 minutes to startups, which of course is not enough, and it's not going to be enough for me too. Okay. Yeah, that's not my slide, but you know that.
Slight curveball for our investors, you see. It is not that easy when the tech doesn't work. And it has nothing to do with his presentation skills, but we're going to get there.
I'm trying to find more buttons here. And it's still doing the same thing, which is going back, I guess. But I can point you something. Right. In early game, oh, wow. It's magic, and it's not aligned. And I know why it's not aligned, because I did not provide in the proper format. And I knew I didn't provide in the proper format. I didn't expect this. Whatever. So we are a venture capital fund, started in Romania, started with Early Game Ventures Fund 1 in 2019. And now in 2024, we are very close to launch our second fund, which will be a Romania Plus fund, where Plus stands first for Moldova and then for other CE countries. The type of investment that we do are into 2 categories. Pre-seed investments, where we put plus minus $500,000. We want to be the first institutional investor in the startups that we get into. We take a stake of 10 to 15%, and we help them build a team, a portfolio of clients, a recurring stream of revenues. This is actually only for Romania and Moldova. We're not going to do this kind of investments in Czech Republic or Poland. What we'll do in other countries is what we call seed and Series A. Mostly it's seed, but we'll do follow-ons on Series A, where we put 1.5 million lead or co-lead investments into taking, again, stakes 10 to 20 million, and actually help companies scale up, because our investment thesis is looking for global champions. So we are very close to the ground in these geographies, but we want to push the companies that we invest in very far. And let's see how long it will take. This is not working. I mean, it's... yes. So, I've made this one slide because I knew I wouldn't have time to get you through it. What you have on the left is the questions that you should be asking from investors, with a lot of graphics that are unaligned. And it's a representation of how are we helping that. What is more important is access to relevant network, and what we feel most proud about is that we have 3 partners that come, me being one of them, that come with a very heavy background and a very large personal connections. So we're not going to introduce you to people, we're going to talk to people and give you the feedback, and that's very important for us. We have certain industries where we're very comfortable with, and we will be investing if your startup is in those industries. And the many light bulbs are the investments that we've done so far, which is 28 in Fund 1, and we're looking for 25 to 30 in Fund 2 as well. One of the things that was said, I think, a couple of times today was that VC funds, they come and ask for things without knowing because they've never been startup founders themselves. Well, all the 3 of us partners in Early Game Ventures, we were startup funders, from businesses in mobility to travel to training. Yeah, we've been there. We've been in your feet, so we know what this is about. And that's pretty much it. Happy to answer the questions. These are some of the results from our Fund 1 portfolio.
Oh, there we go. I think the first question should be, how important is a deck for founders?
The deck is very important, of course. And actually, we have a policy that if we can't get a deck from a founder, we're not going to take it forward, our discussion. So it's important. Why is the deck important? We want to understand via the deck that the founder understands what is important for his business. So if they do not understand what we need to see, then they're not going to be able to deliver that to us or to the others. So yeah, that's why the pitch deck is incredibly important.
Someone in the audience asked, how much do you believe that there can be a Moldovan unicorn?
100%. I mean, I can believe that, of course. I wouldn't be in this business if I wouldn't believe that.
And the last question is, what is your favorite formula to saying no to a founder? It said, assuming it's a polite no.
I don't have a favorite one. I mean, I'm not, and again, this is something that comes from the three partners of us, and it is a bit in the DNA of the fund. We're sometimes a bit blunt, so we're not afraid to just say no. No, this is not for us, or we don't think you're doing the right thing. We have a question, your answer is wrong. But then, of course, the polite answers is always like, okay, you need a bit more traction. So, you know, get back to us when you have that traction.
Amazing, Florian. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Perfect. Okay, next up we have Marius from Tech Angels. Do you need a clicker? Good luck.
Thank you. I don't even know if I should bother with this. I'll try, though. Good afternoon, everyone. A pleasure to be here. Great to be back in Moldova after about 8 years. Haven't been here since 2016. But it's great to be here. I'm representing Tech Angels. I'm leading this this group of business angels out of Romania for the past year now, and I'm going to pitch to you why I believe it's important to come to angels first, to talk to business angels first, and in this case to Tech Angels. Yeah, same thing, I guess, as everyone. Don't send your deck in PPT format here. Tech Angels is a group that's been around for 11 years. We've invested in our members have invested in more than 250 startups across Romania, the region, and the world. Over more than 43 million euro deployed by our members so far. We're talking about private money here. So business angels are people that take money out of their own pockets and they put it into your company. The power of such a group is that you have, in our case, 140 entrepreneurs, former executives, corporate professionals from very diverse industries. You have, the VCs that are represented in our community. You have representatives of accelerators and the other angel networks. You're essentially in a pitching session at Tech Angels, and by the way, these happen every week, 3 times per month. You have a broader audience, right? With the business angels, you have a very high chance in a group of this size of talking to somebody who understands your industry. So somebody who's been in your shoes maybe as a startup founder or maybe as an executive in a corporation buying that kind of product has a high chance of seeing your pitch. And this is very, very valuable. Also, different people, different angels have different investment thesis. We're not a platform where we push members to make a decision for one startup or another, but rather we encourage business angels to make up their own minds about which startups they want to invest in. So 250 startups so far in the aggregated portfolio. Really easy to get to Tech Angels. You just go to techangels.ro, you apply online, you submit your pitch. That's it. It enters our platform. We screen all investment opportunities. I'll give you an interesting hint here. We tend to favor Romanian and Moldavian founders, wherever they might be in the world. So, of course, we do, out of the 300 or so startups that apply, for financing each year. We do have a number of international startups, but we tend to favor the ones founded by Romanians and Moldavians. And I was very glad to see some entrepreneurs who have pitched at Tech Angels who have received funding from Romanian angels here today. Another maybe very important thing that I'd like to close with, a business angel is not just a person with money who comes and deploys money in your company. Of course, the fact that we bring our own money makes us more pragmatic, but we also have a lot of expertise that we bring to the table. Your startups, there's a lot of stuff you don't know how to do. There's a lot of places where you need help. An angel can provide that kind of help for you, and then kind of grease your way, facilitate your way to meet with the right investor afterwards. One pitch, 100 opportunities for investment and support. And yes, we do syndicate several members together to invest when it's a really great opportunity. The largest investment made by a Tech Angel syndicate was 1.8 million euro, just to give you an idea of the size that Tech Angels can reach. And yeah, I think that's about it.
That is about it. Thank you so much, Marius. We've had so many questions come in, so we're going to fly through some of them. The first one is, if a business is growing and making money, what would be the advantage of having you as an investor?
Again, the expertise.
Okay.
I think independently of the stage where you are and how profitable you are, the expertise of angels.
And the flip side is, if they want to become an angel investor, how much money liquidity do they need to have?
There isn't a right answer. I think the most important thing is to get in, educate yourself during the first 6 to 9 months as an angel, and then decide how much capital you want to deploy. The norm is 5 to 10% of your disposable income.
If the startup fails, they think angels are different to VCs. Do they have to return that money back to angel investors?
Short answer is no.
Long answer?
Long answer is it depends on the conditions you have agreed with the angel.
Okay, so it's in your contract beforehand?
Yes.
And now let's do one of the last ones, which is, how do you calculate startup valuation? Is there a method that you use specifically?
Me or angels in general?
Let's do angels in general.
We try to be flexible. So the thinking of an angel generally is, how do I accommodate the startup so that investors can come in at a later stage, like VCs, and be comfortable with what they see in the cap table. So the rule is, a business angel normally should not be greedy, should not search to take, with a little amount of money, a lot of the equity in your company, as a rule of or a rule of thumb. And this kind of translates into valuation afterwards, if that makes sense.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good luck, everyone.
You can hand it to the next. Okay, next. That's quite fun, right? It's quite fun seeing VCs do this. Should we get a few more up? Yeah. Okay, awesome. So next up, we have Startup Wise Guys. Hopefully, somewhere. Somewhere? Waiting for the music. I would sing for you, but cats would die.
The big green button, right? Lovely. Merci. Thanks. Okay, let's see how rusty we are at this. Oops. Next one. Good. Hello, everyone. My name is Razvan Shuta. I'm working with Startup Wise Guys for the past 3-4 years now. I used to be one of their investments, so at some point I switched. So in brief, that's my story. I can tell you way more about it over a beer later. Nevertheless, today I'm here to present you Startup Wise Guys, what we do, and most importantly, why we do what we are doing. I'll go briefly through these 3 points for today. A bit about us, our history, how we invest, and if I have time, also about the programs and products that we are having. Long story short, Startup Wise Guys was born in Estonia in 2012 after a generation of successful entrepreneurs was born once Skype exited. In that moment, as in every ecosystem, something is happening, something is moving. Therefore, an acceleration program with some funds attached to it was born, namely Startup Wise Guys. Long story short and fast forwarding to today, we grew the company to operate across Central Eastern Europe. We grew it to have startups in our portfolio which are from 70 different countries. The team grew from 3 people to even 60 people at some point, but of course we had to downsize. But we had one single mission for the past 12 or so years, and that has always stayed the same, which was to support founders, help founders become true entrepreneurs and build great international tech sustainable companies. This has been critical for us, and it has helped us, and it has been guiding us. Of course, across the past couple of years, we got some recognition. We've been recognized as the top acceleration program in Europe. I'd say oftentimes we are asking ourselves, are we a VC, are we an accelerator? However, the things are going together for us. That's how we've been growing as a company. We are not a traditional VC. We are having more human touch, I would say, and that's important. Of course, as I said, we got a couple of accolades. 2023, we've been voted as the best acceleration program at the Global Startup Awards. More so, given also the regional context and the investments that we were having in Ukraine, we got quite a good recognition there as well. So to any Ukrainian founders that are here today, guys, keep pushing. We are with you. And what makes us different is that we are the first international investor for quite a few of the startups that we go for. So in 90% of the cases, it's us. We are vertically focused. I'll talk a bit about it later. And we have quite a supporting community, but also, I'd say, aftercare program. A couple of numbers in place that are backing up the accolades. We are running quite a few accelerators. Almost every year we have in between 8 and 10 acceleration programs, a community of 800 and some founders, a portfolio of 400 plus startups, and of course there is a bit of success with 15 exits. But even most importantly, we take pride in the fact that our startups are making a difference. They are employing people in the countries that they operate in. So at the moment, our portfolio companies, aside of the founders, employ 4,000 or so people. That's important to us. Next, this is a bit about our presence in Europe. I'd say it's quite self-explanatory. We followed the deal flow. We went from the Baltics, headquartered in Estonia, all the way down to Kiev and then Istanbul, and then we also had Italy and Spain, which were dormant ecosystems where we actually did very well. A bit about how we invest. We have specific segments. Of course, we target teams which are B2B, then SaaS, FinTech is our second largest vertical, sustainability, PropTech, Cyber, XR, and Web3 is the latest addition. In short, we are looking for passionate founders, a motivated team, at least working MVP and ready to sell and ready to accelerate, and initial customer traction would be very lovely.
Razvan, I'm going to have to stop you. Thank you so much.
We just confirmed that we are terrible, or at least I am terrible at
I gave you 4.5 minutes. I was like, I'm going to have to come up here. We're going to give you a round of applause, though. Great timekeeping.
Awesome, thanks. Yes, questions, better.
Questions. Please keep going. We've only got 4 for you, so let's do them. How do you monitor the execution and development of a startup after you've invested?
So startups are reporting to us almost every month or every other month. We have a proper system in place. We have a portfolio department that is taking care of that, and in turn, we are reporting to our LPs.
What do they share with you? What kind of data?
Of course, they are sharing the latest and the greatest. Revenue, of course, partnerships, runway, and a couple of more that I don't know.
Cool. What industries do you invest in? You kind of got that up at the end, so I'm going to skip that. How much are you aiming to invest in a single project, and what is your target ROI?
So we are looking at tickets on average 100K or even up to 150K euros, and then that comes paired with the acceleration program.
And how much equity do you take for that?
Up to 9%.
And the question is, what is the ROI you expect on an investment of that size?
The more the better, I guess.
So let's end on a fun question, which is why Web3?
That was a controversial decision, but we had really good partners that wanted to try it out at least. However, we did not put a separate fund in place for it. So we are still cautious, I would say.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
You can pass it to the next. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, cool. So we're about halfway through. And to block out the middle, we have the only woman who is pitching, which is a shame. Next year, we're going to do much more, ensure that the balance is equal. But we have Raya from Launch Hub Ventures.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Also, my first time in Moldova, and it's amazing to see so many exciting and enthusiastic people. I have to preface this by saying I used to work for Microsoft, so I sent my presentation in PDF. So hopefully that works. I mean, we learn, right? I'll give you the very brief pitch for Launch Hub Ventures. We've been around since 2012 when the first fund was started. It was a very small fund focused on acceleration phase, and over the years we have increased both our ticket size and our participation in companies. And nowadays we invest out of a 74 million euro fund with ticket sizes of 300,000 to about 2.5 million euro. And our round sizes go from, well, the lower range of that up to about 5 million euro that we've participated. From the current fund, we've invested already in about 20 companies, and we're looking to add another 5 to 10 portfolio companies in the next few years. We are generalist investors, so we don't have a specific vertical that we look at, but we invest across the board, including Web3, obviously AI, very interesting for us, and deep tech. We invest in sustainability and anything in between. And we invest at the seed stage, so we like seeing companies with a little bit of initial validation, so probably having an MVP and some initial client traction, although that is not a requirement, and we go all the way up to several tens of thousands of monthly recurring revenue. And yeah, we have a fantastic portfolio. Okay, that's a PDF, that should not happen. Anyway, if you join our portfolio, you will be in a fantastic company of a group of startup founders that have attracted over 500 million euro in follow-on investment. And we're very proud of our portfolio. We will hopefully see the results of that over the next few years. And in terms of how we add value to our portfolio companies, we work in two main directions. One is strategic advisory. You as the startups have all the knowledge about the company's product and the business and how to do business development. We can support with connections and introductions to clients and partners, but that's not the main thing we do. We do strategic advisory, which means we monitor macro trends for you and we advise you on how to behave in the broader market environment, something that founders don't typically have time to do. And something we're particularly efficient and very proud of our track record is helping companies secure follow-on investment, which is typically a Series A round. These are some of the funds that we've co-invested with or that have followed on in our investment. We have a fantastic network of funds, tier 1 funds that we've worked with over the years, and we're happy to extend that network to our companies and also work with our portfolio on getting them ready, both from a business development perspective and a pitching perspective to speak and gain investment from some of those funds. So that's us in short. I'm happy to answer any questions, and you can connect to me. Damn it. I don't know how a PDF gets messed up, but anyway, connect to me on LinkedIn, and I'm happy to speak to you.
Thank you. And to time as well. You are on 3 minutes. We love that. Okay, so first question is, why should they choose you as a VC over other funds?
A few reasons. So we have a bit of experience to share on how to develop a successful company from the region. And we can share that with the founders, the Series A, and the follow-on investment network in particular. And we're also quite friendly. I know everybody says that, but we really are. We like supporting our founders through thick and thin. We do follow-on investments, and we continue backing the companies over the years, including when things are not exploding at the moment. So we do bridging as well.
How long does it take from the first time they meet you or have an email with you to closing an investment?
To term sheet, not to closing, because that can get complicated with legals, but we try to stay within a few weeks, so 4 to 6 weeks is our target for giving you an answer, a positive answer. The no's usually come quicker. But yeah, we try to stay within a few weeks of first contact. That is if we don't know you particularly well. If we already know you, then that can get faster, and this is why we actually like to meet founders early on, so we can build a relationship before the actual fundraising conversation, so it happens faster.
That's interesting, because the next question is, what is the key thing you look for in first-time founders who have relatively little previous experience?
The main thing for us is the market that you're operating on and the market dynamics. So not just the size of the market that it is currently, but what is the dynamic on the market? Is it a growing or is it stagnating or even declining market? And the other thing we look at whether it's blue or red ocean. So how many competitors are there out there? Is it already a taken space ripe for consolidation, or is it a space that's ripe for disruption? Obviously, we prefer the disrupting businesses.
And the last question is, oh, actually there's two, one very quick one. Why, is one founder enough? Like, do they have to have a co-founder?
If you had asked me that a few years ago, I would say no. Usually the reason VCs say no to one founder is because it's so much work and the pressure is so high, it's really difficult to do it alone. So it's really good to have a co-founder to share both the workload and the emotional burden of being a startup founder. But honestly, lately we've seen, and it is a pattern that's emerging, that there is usually one lead startup founder that is contributing to the majority of the decisions, and the role of the other founder can be filled by a really good executive team. So if you're able to secure good executives to the team, that is also good enough.
And the final question is, why are there few women in VC? Why are there so few women in VC?
Honestly, I don't know. Maybe that they don't know how cool it is. But yeah, tech in general is not super popular with women for some reason. But I don't have an explanation, if I'm honest. But I don't mind being the only one in the group. It makes me stand out. So after this, you'll probably remember me well, I guess.
Raya, thank you so much. I appreciate your time. I would disagree with the statement slightly. I'm in a WhatsApp group with 1,400 women in VC from across Europe. Some of them are the most senior partners at funds, and the industry is growing. And it's not often about them being there, it's often about where we look. So they're coming up, and it's great that we're starting to see more of them in some very key and serious investments. Right, next we have Robert from Gapminder VC.
Hello, everyone. So I saw this video meme on Instagram not too long ago. There was this tall, skinny guy on a train platform, and just when the train was about to leave the station, he gets up and he starts like pushing the train as if it was helping the train to leave the station, when in fact, obviously, he was doing nothing. Surely enough, the train left the station, and the guy was really proud. He was like, "Yes, I did it. It was all me." And there's a video, it had tags. The train was a startup, and then the skinny tall guy was a VC, taking all the credit for the train leaving the station. I do love me some VC ridicule online. But now seriously, joking aside, I guess you can say, the capital from VC funds could be the fuel for a startup, but it should be much more than that, shouldn't it? I mean, it's not just about money, it's about how you actually get involved and help the business grow. And I'm going to tell you a few ways, amongst others, in which Gapminder helps its portfolio companies. So we get involved in marketing and sales strategy, helping the companies define their unique selling point and having an appropriate positioning in the market, as well as setting up the appropriate sales channels. We get involved a lot in recruitment, especially when it comes to senior positions in international markets, which can always be a bit of a hassle for startups to find. And speaking of international expansion, we help our startups with setting up the appropriate sales channels for international markets. 16 out of our 20 companies have international clients. I personally get involved a lot in financial planning, for example, help the companies set up financial models and KPI tracking tools, which are very important to keep track of performance. And we help with the governance of the business, setting up the appropriate governance procedures, including how to prepare a good board pack. And finally, and maybe most importantly, we've been very successful at helping our portfolio companies raise follow-on rounds. And I'd be lying if I said these are the funds that we can introduce you to, because in fact these are the funds, just the funds that have already invested in Gapminder portfolio companies. The funds we can introduce companies to is a much longer list. And of course, you know, I mean, these are some of the ways that we help startups, but apart from that, it's also about fit, isn't it? So a little bit about Gapminder's investment thesis. Broadly, we're a Romanian-based VC fund, the largest in Romania. We have a Romanian and neighboring countries thesis, which includes Moldova, Slovenia, Bulgaria, Serbia, and the Czech Republic. And in terms of stages, we invest in seed and late seed companies, which means our first ticket could go up to 2.5 million euros. And very importantly, we are sector focused. So we have expertise in certain sectors and we look to invest money in those sectors. We're a B2B enterprise, deep tech VC with preference for certain sectors like fintech, cybersecurity, data analytics, and enterprise automation. But at the end of the day, I mean, finding an investor is a little bit like dating, I think. You can have all the, I'm sure you've all been there at a date where all the right criteria were ticked on a paper, it looked really nice, but at the end of the day, it's about chemistry. So, you know, it's important to have a right fit with the people and not as much or not only with the investment criteria. Thanks.
Thank you. We only have one question for you, which is fun.
Great.
So people want to know, if you don't invest money, can you just do consultation, supervision, mentorship, all that stuff? And what sort of percentage would you take if you did do that?
So I think the answer is absolutely. I think it's part of our remit to get involved in the ecosystem and help whether or not we're investing. And there's no profit for that. It's just our role in the industry to talk to it as many people as possible and help as many companies as we can, whether we invest or not. So 0%.
So where can they find you to do that?
You know, LinkedIn, here, email, where we want to be found, and we're open for any kind of, you know, assistance that we can offer.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Robert.
Cheers. Thanks.
Okay, we've got 2 more to go. 2 more. Are we alive? Are we all still here? Are we still paying attention? Yes, love that. Cool. Okay, so now we've got Alexandru from Roca X.
Hello, everybody. How are you? I'm actually a bit afraid to touch the button because I have so many things crambled into these slides. I don't know how they will look like. But anyway, we should give an award for the startup which tried to mess up with our slides, even if they are a PDF. So that if somebody did that, should come up in front and tell us about it. So I'm Alexandru Bogdan. I'm a general partner and CEO of Roca X. Roca stands for Romanian Capital. And we are part of a larger group of funds. We have private equity, growth, buyout, and so on in our group. And we are all together because we have a mission to support a transition from an economy of consumerism to an economy with value-added companies. And the X stands for the multiplier that we are expecting, searching and supporting our startups to reach. And we are early stage tech fund. We started in 2019. We have a great team that brought this together, and we invested in about 30 startups. And we don't think that we know it all, so we also need to have a very good advice from people that are ahead of us in terms of how they develop the funds. They saw what happens to the startups in later stages and so on. So we have an advisory board close to us that support us into giving the best advice. We have also a lot of venture partners, and what is very important about that part of the group is the fact that we as a group are in an administrative position in about several hundred companies at any given time. So whenever we meet startups, we try to really understand what's the dynamic in those domains that they are active in, and we call the companies that we are active in to really understand that dynamic. And usually that can come with a negative answer, like we don't need that, this is a nice to have, and this is how we validate that some of the companies are having a good product. But whenever the companies are giving us a positive feedback, like, look, I've been waiting for this for years, that transforms immediately into a POC and the first contracts for our early stage startup, because we are a very early stage investor. Clicker. We've been around since 2019. We've been in 2021 in top 3 most active early stage funds in CE. We are currently preparing for our next fund, and this is a bit about how our startups evolved. We had 30 tickets, and this is only a sample of how they expanded across the globe. We would say that in this journey, we learned a lot also, not only about how to scale from CE, because this is a challenge, and the challenge is very common to all the countries in Southeast Europe when they go outside, but also to understand what are the special things on how to tackle diverse ecosystems, because not everybody needs to grow into the US or the UK, but also sometimes maybe MENA, it's an interesting region, or Asia. I think the most important, and Robert was mentioning a bit about that earlier, it's what do we bring to the founders, and it's easier to let them speak for us. So we selected a few of the testimonials. We would say that we have a very co-founder approach, and we are there to support them in all the difficult times, and we would love to continue that. As I was saying, we are preparing for our second fund, soon to be launched, and this is it. Okay, thank you for your time.
Perfectly on time, thank you. So is there a particular country you prefer companies to be located in or registered in?
Now we've been investing across Europe for this fund. We have companies from Macedonia, Israel, UK, Germany, and so on. For the new fund, we will be also focusing on Southeast Europe. Ideally, we would love to have a headquarter into an EU country, but otherwise, there's no restriction.
Is that location and registration, or one or either?
First of all, registration, because it's a signal about legislation for next level investors. It's not a requirement for us, but to pave the way to develop for the startup.
And a fun last question. Can you tell us about a bad investment?
Difficult to choose one. So there was a bad investment. I don't give the name. It's in the mobility. It was a hype for many of the players here around. So we ended up putting too many of us money into the same company, but small amounts. There was a limit. It was a limited enthusiasm. And because there were too many of us, there were so many reporting requirements, so many paperwork to do, that the founder crashed and said, no, I can no longer do that. We'll close the business. So unfortunately, it happens, but it's important. Everybody is in this game, not for the ones which are failing. And I think this is a very important message to the angels or investors in the room, that this is a game with a high percentage of failures, like 60, 70, 90% at the angel investment level. But the ones which are making it, the 10%, 1%, which bring like X, 10, 100X multiplier, are the ones that drive the entire industry and bring the results for all the investors.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, and last by no means least is Anton from U Ventures.
Hi, everyone. I'm Anton, and today I'm representing U Ventures. U Ventures is a US-based fund, and we have been investing in Ukrainian and Moldovan entrepreneurs who think globally. So let me give you some key figures about us. We launched in 2017 and currently have a portfolio of 25 companies. 24 in Ukraine, 1 in Moldova as of last year. We've created over 1,500 jobs, and our key areas of interest are actually quite broad. We're industry agnostic, like I mentioned, focusing only on Ukraine and Moldova. We have experience in B2B software, in edtech, and also in hardware. We also have a very strong commitment to Moldova's ecosystem here. That means that we support XY Partners, DreamUps, YEP, and also Startup Moldova. So these are some of the companies that we've invested in. You see, lots of them are all operating on the US market, and we have one Moldovan company, our champion now, Bloom Coating. So you might ask, how are we adding value to you as an investor? Well, first off, I think all of us are competing on the same market here. We're all helping you with marketing, strategy, and business development. When it comes to recruiting, we tap into our network not only in Ukraine, Moldova, but also in the States. We've been able to help fill top positions across companies. And when it comes to fundraising, we reach out to our other investor partners to come join on next rounds. Lastly, we have a great team beyond just of U Ventures at Western NIS Enterprise Fund and Horizon Capital, who could assist with putting together a selling strategy and put you towards the path of an IPO. So we've invested with top global investors, some of them amongst Y Combinator, General Catalyst, Techstars, Toyota Ventures. So I ask all of you to please reach out, let's get in touch. I'm always happy to review a pitch deck. Also, I want to remind that this is not just a pitch for potential startups, this is also a pitch to potential co-investors, so I'm also pitching to you. So thank you for your time.
Anton, you smashed it. You did it in 2 minutes.
Excellent.
You really taught people what to do. Okay, we need some more questions, so please get asking. The first one is, how do you find more angel investors in this community?
So right now in Moldova, we've been on the market since 2017, and we keep on helping through different acceleration programs. And we're really counting on those programs to start putting out potential targets for our pipeline.
And what's your role exactly in the fund? It said you're a scout, but what does that mean?
So what that means is I fly into Moldova, Ukraine, and I meet with companies here. We assess them, and based on that, then we put it forward towards a discussion of whether or not we invest or not.
What do you like most to see in founders? Are there some qualities that you aspire to see?
So I didn't mention this earlier on, but usually when we're speaking to founders, it's on a seed or Series A level. So at this point, we're already seeing companies that have, at minimum, a $10,000 monthly recurring revenue. And so what we want to see is these founders really looking global. From what we see, putting in the same efforts for regional growth is practically the same of what we're doing global growth. And so all the companies that you've seen us invest in really take that extra step and invest in and grow in US markets.
And final question, why Moldova? What is it that excites you about this industry?
So our mandate as a fund and our investment thesis is to cover strictly Ukraine and Moldova. And so we have a mandate, we keep on looking into the market, and I've been coming here since 2017. I've seen great growth in the companies that are coming up, in the talent that are producing companies, and I think there's lots to look forward to and get excited about.
Amazing, thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
And just quickly, I want to say a massive thank you to all the VCs that pitched. I'm sure you can all agree that was actually quite fun, and they did a decent job minus the decks. So another round of applause for them. And Seb, I'll invite you back. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. Big round of applause for Anissa as well. Expertly moderated session. It's been really great. I think it's always interesting to see the contrast with all the founders on stage, but also bring the investors here. Thank you for the time. So now we have a short break. We have 10 minutes to quickly grab a coffee, pass by the bathroom, and then come back here for the last sessions of the day. I have 3 more sessions for you today, a lot of super interesting content, and then we'll have all of the networking afterwards. So for those of you who don't have Brella yet, do download Brella, and then for now I invite you to stretch your legs before the last few sessions that we have today. See you in 10 minutes. All right, welcome back everyone. I hope that you're doing great. And a little bit too early, that's okay. If you can all grab your coffees and biscuits from the lounge over there and then come back to the front, there's a bunch of space here. Please come and sit down. We have 3 more sessions for you today, 3 short sessions with a lot of amazing insights that you still have to gain. So we'll just focus on that for now. And then we'll have plenty of time for networking at the end. So now I would like to direct our attention to investable startups and what makes startup investable. And for now, I would like to bring our moderator for this session, who's none other than Olga, which you've met earlier. So Olga, please take it away.
Again, hello everyone. We have a very interesting session now with Marius Estrati from Tech Angels from Romania. Marius, come. So how are we going to do it? We're going to have an interview, in a way. But we will leave like, let's say, a minute or 2 for every one of you who wants to put a question, so that we will have the microphone available. Just raise your hand at the end and ask your question, okay? So, Marius, thank you very much for coming to Chișinău.
Thank you very much for having me.
I know this is not your first time. So you used to kind of travel a lot. You just mentioned that last time you've been in Chișinău was 2016, right? Can you tell us a bit, what is your career path? How is it connected to Moldova? And what are you doing today?
So I did used to travel to Chișinău a lot because I used to lead a company called Skill Value. That's an IT recruitment and IT skills assessment platform. And we had a team in Chișinău, a great team in Chișinău.
How many people?
I think 6 around the time I left, 6 people in Chișinău. And yeah, I used to come here, I think every, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, roughly. So I came here a bunch of times. I used to see the first few startup events here in Moldova before we even knew, even in Romania, what a startup really was. So yeah, it's great to be back, and thank you so much for having me.
Yeah,
and yeah, after Skill Value, I actually entered a company called UiPath that many of you have heard of. I was the chief people officer there during the company's growth phase from 2017 until 2020. I left before the IPO because I wanted to do something different, do what I do today, which is I'm an angel investor. I invest in startups. I have a portfolio of about 17 startups right now. And I also invested in 5 venture capital firms, kind of spread out across domains and geographies.
Super interesting. Let's speak a bit about the Romanian startup ecosystem and the investments. So you mentioned that you invested in startups. Tell us a bit about that. What was the verticals? What did you kind of look into? And how would you define the Romanian startup ecosystem today?
So first of all, I would like to clarify that as an individual investor, I have my own thesis, but I am leading a group of 140 people, and each of us has their own thesis. So for the startups here in the room and for those looking for investment, you have a great chance of you know, finding somebody who understands your business and your way of thinking by addressing a group rather than one single individual. In my particular case, I'm coming from this space of enterprise software, so it's obviously something I value and I care about, and I look very deeply into. Also deep tech development tools. I'm a software engineer as a background, so I do understand what's going on in that space. Yeah, already that's a lot to get excited about, and these are fields where I feel like I constantly have a lot to learn. Yeah, these are my areas of focus. I think a twist that I bring to this is that I invest, just again, a thing of the personal thesis. Half of my companies have to have diverse co-founders.
So it's women or minorities?
Women, minorities, refugees, disabled, whatever constitutes, yeah, of course, a diverse, fits the definition of diverse. And you know, the reason for that, because I get asked what the reason is for that, is it's purely economical. It's because companies with diverse founders tend to return better results for investors. And you know, as an angel, you actually deeply care about that because I invest, you know, money out of my pocket. So, you know, money that I worked for, money that I could otherwise deploy and use in other various ways.
Can you share with us how much do you invest, like per startup? What is the ticket size?
I've done tickets. My smallest one is 2,500 in a syndicated investment that we did at Tech Angels. We tend to contribute sometimes, not always, but to the winners of the Startup Spotlight competition at How to Web, the largest event organized in Bucharest that you might have heard of. So that's my smallest one in a syndication where it's kind of a blind shot. You don't know who's going to win. My largest investment as an individual in one single company is 300K.
From your presentation today, we've mentioned, or you've mentioned that you investors invest either individually or as a syndicated group. Can you explain for the public, like, what is the difference and how the syndication is done?
Yeah, so syndication is a group of angels getting together and pooling their resources in order to invest in your startup. Typically, whether they're organized in a special purpose vehicle for that investment or not, when you're dealing with a broader group of angel investors, one has to take the leader role. And this is something that I believe you as founders should have in mind. You know, if you have 8 or 9 angel investors coming in with various amounts into your startup, you don't want to be answering phones to 8 or 9 different people calling you at random hours, asking you questions about how things are going. You'd rather want to have one lead investor that you talk to, whom you share your concerns with, and who can go out and tap and get the necessary resources for your startup when that is needed. So syndication is just a way of us angels organizing ourselves. For startups, it's important to know that when you address a group of angels, you know, both things work. There's a possibility that several people are going to be interested. There's also a possibility that you're only going to have 1 or 2 who kind of click with your idea and what you want to do.
Speaking about the startups and your selection process, what are or how a startup should be for you to select it, to kind of spark the interest in you?
So I'd like to start with something that's deeply important, not just for me, but for all angel investors. If we don't see the enthusiasm in your eyes about what you're trying to build, it's very hard to get us to be enthusiastic about it. So your enthusiasm, your passion for solving the problem you're trying to solve is going to determine whether or not you're going to be able to inspire other people. And let me just take a minute to applaud the quality of what we've seen here, because there were some passionate pitches there and very well done earlier today. So that's the number one thing. Then you also have to think, angel investors, we don't have a lot of financial data to rely on, right? Depending on when we invest, we typically invest very early on when a VC is not maybe yet looking at the company. So we're not going to be asking for the last 3 years of financial records. Rather, we're going to be looking at the founding team. What is the chemistry between the founders? We spend a lot of time face-to-face with the founders and try to determine, you know, how do they work between themselves? What are like the unsaid things? One of the things I always tell founders is, or you know, maybe a single founder looking for co-founders in their company, when you select people or bring people on board as co-founders, agree on one very important thing with them. What happens when you disagree? What happens between co-founders when you disagree? Because us angels, we're actually going to push you in the evaluation phase to see how you react and how each co-founder kind of reacts when there's, you know, do you have the same level of understanding of the problem you're trying to solve or the kind of company you're trying to build? Do you disagree? What happens when you disagree? Is there somebody kind of, you know, standing out and taking up the role and being pushy and pushing everyone to the side and making that decision? Or is it more...
That would be a red flag, right?
No, it's not a red flag. It's what's the dynamic of this team? How does this team work, right? Because that core team of people that initially works on a startup, that's where the culture is born. And there isn't a right or wrong answer, but you need to, as an angel, you need to look at it and say, does this kind of dynamic, in this kind of context, for this kind of problem, work to be able to build something that delivers a result? This is the question that we ask ourselves.
Interesting. Earlier today, you were asked a question about how do you do valuations, and you said like me or the angel group, and the answer was about the angel group. Tell us about your process of doing the valuation for a startup.
So yeah, I have a mix between a more, let's say, academic approach and the regular kind of finger in the air one. So that, you know, there are various ways of looking at valuation for a startup, but I think of my overall portfolio. So I do actually do a management of my portfolio of startups. So when I see something, it needs to fit in there into the portfolio somehow, and first of all fit my thesis. That's the most important thing. In terms of valuation, like I said on stage, the thing I care the most about is leaving enough room for others to be able to join the round and help take. I know I can help maybe that company evolve from 0.1 to 0.2, let's say, right? But I also know that somebody needs to step in at some point and help take it further. So it's always important to be able to accommodate that. So in the valuation process, I look at that. I tend to favor the instruments that are very friendly for business angels, like convertible note investments or safe notes in the case of US startups. Why? Because in reality, no matter what I do, I cannot put a finger on it and precisely determine the value of your company right now. If you're a startup that's evolving in a healthy way, your value is evolving every 3 months, right? So there isn't like a frozen image, instant image where, yeah, this is your value today. If you're talking to one more important prospect tomorrow, which you might be in a startup, your value is actually changing. So I don't feel it's right like to put a finger on it.
Evolving process.
It's an evolving process.
And then let's talk a bit about the due diligence. So
yeah.
How do you select the company? What are the red flags that you're looking for? And what is like this things that you would say, okay, now we can sign a term sheet?
So no, just to make my life easier, I'm obviously going to tell companies that don't fit into my thesis as a domain that, you know, you might be building an amazing business-to-consumer app, but I don't know anything about, I know very little about business to consumer or marketplaces, so I'm going to be honest with you and tell you you're doing something I don't know enough about. So that kind of falls off from the list. We don't need to go further in the due diligence. A lot of the due diligence, I prefer to call it pre-due diligence. Before we start paying lawyers, let's get some stuff straight about what we want to do here. Let's agree on some terms, right? And then we can enter the legalese. If it's tech angels, that's going to, you know, maybe some people pull together, form a syndicate and want to lead even a pre-seed, maybe lead a pre-seed round. We are prepared to put forward a term sheet. We have a term sheet standard with all the right stuff that you're going to find in VC term sheets also. Yeah, we're going to put it forward and move on from there. Red flags typically appear in that pre-due diligence phase. If we've put a term sheet forward, or if I, as an angel, have made a commitment to you, even verbally, or we've shaken hands that we're going to do something, it's going to happen. But in that pre-due diligence phase, I'm really going to grill you, and really hard.
Marius, what would be the trends and industries that are hot for investors' interest now?
Listen, 10 people are going to have the 10 different answers for that, except for AI, of course. But what I'd like to say is just this to the founders, the remaining founders in the room. Again, if you're passionate about what you're doing, if you believe it's a real problem, if you double your effort into solving the problem with effort into building a great company, right? I think you should talk to some investors, because that's the exact kind of thing we want to see. There are always kind of trends, things going better, things going. I don't know. I haven't been able to kind of figure out the immortals, the evergreen ones, the things that are always going to go well. But let's look around us. What's happening? I mean, energy, defense. These are intelligence. I mean, these are important topics. As always, you know. There's still a lot to be done in terms of enterprise software, in my view, because there's a lot of stuff still to improve. Deep tech with all its flavors and everything that revolves around deep tech. I wouldn't call them trends. I think these are things that are necessary in our society today, so it's normal to kind of focus on them if this is what's going on in the world, right?
Do you have any questions in the room? Yes. Can you help with the mic? Let's hear a question. We have 1 more minute, 2 minutes.
Hey Marius, is there a company which asked for your investment, you turned it down, and then it happened to be a success? Do you recall such a situation or no?
We see about, what, 100, 110 pitches per year at Tech Angels, and I tend to participate in all of those meetings. And obviously, I don't invest in 110 companies per year. There are numerous companies where I've said no, and they are doing very well, of course. And
How do you feel about that?
Very well. I did not invest because I'm sticking to my thesis. That is the reason why I don't invest. If you're asking if there's a company in my thesis where I didn't invest and now, there's no regrets in this game. There's absolutely no regrets in this game. I shake their hand, I wish them all the best in the world, and I support them in every way I can. And I think founders that I've invested in, as well as founders in whom who have not invested, can certify the fact that I will answer the email, answer the phone, and help anybody in the ecosystem in whichever way I can.
But I would like to continue a bit about this bad investments. I'm sure you had many, like it's a numbers game, so the more you invest, the more chances you have to win, but also the more you have chances to lose. What were your lessons learned from the bad investments you did?
So I only have 2 exits so far. One is a successful one. I made more money than I put in an Estonian company. And the second one is a company where I lost the money. It's a write-off. So it's only one data point. Listen, I think success is a better teacher than failure. I know we've discussed today a lot about failure and how failure informs what we do next and blah, blah, blah. Please understand me. I'm coming from a background where hardship was life story, my life story, right? And you could have asked me until 2017, how much did I learn about that hardship and all from that hardship and from those failures and blah, blah, blah. I don't know, I can go on and make an entire philosophy about it. Reality is UiPath was the single greatest opportunity in my life, period. And if you want to make it big, you have to take huge risks, gamble, right? You really, really have to gamble with in my case, with my professional life. When I left, everyone told me, are you fucking crazy? Like, no. When I left to join UiPath, because it was before the Series A, nobody had heard of it. Like, UI what? What's this company? What do they do? Like, you're leaving a role with the CEO, you have a good salary, you have the blah, 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 and all that, and going to a startup? Like, who the hell does that, right? Like, my parents were desperate on the phone, like, what the hell are you doing, son? Are you sure? Yeah. So this is, how things happen, but that's the single most important decision that so far I've made that has benefited me and my family immensely, and a good, powerful success story for Romania as a whole, for me personally also, and I've learned a lot from it. And I'll maybe end on this note. I wouldn't have been on this stage. Nobody would have had the curiosity to ask me whatever, like 7, 8 years ago, right? But I am here now. And the reason why I'm here now and I feel comfortable sharing these things with you and I feel comfortable talking about all of this stuff is because success is a very important teacher. So I think it's important to strive for success as much as you can. Bad investments, I'm sure some of them will transform into, I don't think they'll go into bad companies, but some of them will lose the money. I've made the very first mistake as an investor was that I invested in a company without doing proper due diligence. Proper due diligence, again, on my side, pre-due diligence, investigating the domain, how it was a heavily regulated domain, and I didn't figure out that it was still going to take many years for that to go through. With a minimum amount of effort, of a couple of days, I could have figured that out and not lose the money. But I was an idiot, and I lost it. Because I got on the, I wanted to jump on the gravy train. It was a founder whom I know, with whom I had worked with in the past, and I said, I'm going to do it. Why not? And instead of being a proper business angel, I actually fell into the fools category, a fool that invested in the company.
Well, this is how you learn as well.
It's part of the story, yeah.
Few last words to the founders out there.
You're doing an amazing job. I believe in you. We believe in you. We want to see you at Tech Angels. techangels.ro, apply for financing. Simple, straightforward process online. We favor Moldavian and Romanian founders. We want to meet you. Just put together what you want to ask for, and we'd be very, very happy to meet you. And I'm still here around for a few hours to take your questions, if I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marius.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marius. Thank you, Olga. That was great. I love when people get real and kind of tell their story with everything in it, so thank you so much for that. We have 2 more sessions actually talking about the fund and some of the questions that have just been asked now. There are a number of VCs that are proud to talk about the investments that they've missed. So if you don't know about Bessemer Venture Capital, which is like a US fund, I would highly recommend to check it out. They've missed out on companies like Airbnb, Apple, Coinbase, eBay, to name a few that they could have invested in and didn't. So that's always fun. And now I would like to welcome to the stage someone who's going to talk to us about exit strategy. So most of the discussions today have been about early stage or kind of up to Series A. And now we're going to talk a little bit about exit. So please give a big round of applause to Denis Filatov.
Hi, everybody. Everyone is a bit tired, right? Looking forward for a networking dinner. So I'm going to be quick. Let me start with a short intro. I'm Denis. I work at Horizon Capital. It's a private equity firm that invests in Ukraine and Moldova. Our notable investments in Moldova include Maib and Purcari wineries. We invest in companies at growth stage. Average ticket is like $10 to $30 million. We consider ourselves value-add investors. What does it mean? It means that we're deeply involved in strategy and operations of the companies in which we invest. We don't have our own VC arm, but we're in a close collaboration with the VC firm U Ventures. So when there is an attractive opportunity to invest in a company at an earlier stage, so I'm always happy to check this opportunity and share with my colleagues at U Ventures. About myself, before Horizon Capital, I worked in strategy consulting. I did my MBA at London Business School. And what's most important, I'm a big fan of music. So I can occasionally DJ here at Norma Bar in Chisinau. So if you love dance music, please come over for a good party. So exit strategies. You know, the topic itself is very huge and we don't have much time. So I would rather use this presentation to provoke some thinking on this matter rather than to give you a full-fledged playbook on how to craft your own exit strategy. And let me start with a short, let's say, definition sessions. What is exit strategy? Basically, exit strategy is a plan outlining how, when, and to whom you're going to sell your business or part of it in order to maximize the shareholders' value. And in terms of how, like exit options, it could be simplified to 2 basic options. First, taking the company public through an IPO, and second, pursuing a private transaction, either with a strategic buyer or financial investor. I won't delve right now into every possible exit scenario. That's not the purpose of this presentation. I would rather say that for me, as an investor, it's super crucial to have a well-defined exit strategy early on in the process when I just start considering an investment. Because just imagine the situation that you're an investor and there is a founder and, for example, founder dreaming about an IPO, taking the company public. But you, as an investor, understand that during your investment time frame, let's say 5 years, it would not be possible because the company will not reach the sufficient scale for this. And at the same time, founder, for some reason, against selling the company to the, let's say, major competitor, who might be the most likely buyer in this case. And also, it might not be possible to sell the stake to other financial investor due to the lack of investment activity on secondaries market in the region. So then, what should we do? And to avoid such dilemmas, it is always a good idea to have an alignment on exit strategy before any investment. And all of this matters for sure for already matured companies. And, but what about startups? The companies that are still in the beginning of their journey, still exploring their product market fit, testing business models. So should they be concerned with the exit strategies at all? And I decided to ask this question my friend, who is a VC investor, and he replied me that no, the startup founder shouldn't be concerned with the exit strategy. Why? Because instead, they should focus on building great companies, executing great ideas that have long-term value and scalability. Because VC firms, they invest lots of checks in numerous companies, seeking for one or two that will eventually exhibit hyper growth and bring the returns to the whole portfolio. Yes, but let's look at it from a different perspective. We know that 22 and 23 were a challenging years for public markets. You see all these panic headlines suggesting that the IPO era is over. And also, if we look at exit values in Europe, so I selected Europe because it's more comparable to us as a region than the US, for example. We see that in 2023, the total exit value hit just 12 billion euros. It's the lowest number since 2013. But in terms of number of the deals, there were almost 1,000 deals, which means that while there are still a lot of deals, the individual value of each is much lower than it used to be. And it's not a surprise that in 2023, the major of the exits, like 80%, were acquisitions. And the median value of exit was 23 million euros. The point here I'm trying to make is that if you succeed with your startup, most likely when you exit, you will exit through an acquisition and not an IPO. And you need to be prepared for this successful M&A, and you need to start the preparation early on in the process. First of all, you need to identify the universe of your potential buyers, so the companies that might be interested in your startup, in your what you offer. You need to understand what acquisition trends, who is buying what, and why would they be interested in your company. So what you offer, either like market share or IPs unique, like customer base, any other unique features. And you start engaging with these potential buyers early on in the process. So go for networking events, approach your potential buyers. So start building this relationship well before any deal happens. And also, do not forget about some, let's say, homework for the successful M&A. So you need to ensure full regulatory compliance. You need to have a motivated organization that's motivated for an exit. And of course, you need to brush up your financials and operations in order to be at your best during the time of the sale. And to illustrate my point further, let's consider an example. It's an e-commerce company. They present on 8 markets. They sell toys via the cross-border model from a warehouse in Italy. And on one hand, the company looks good. They're profitable, they're growing, they have solid unit economics. But this company faces significant challenges in finding a viable exit opportunity because, first, they don't have these unique features. So, second, they have some gray aspects in storage certification. And overall, they're seen as another generic e-commerce player. So that's why, for founders, if they seek successful exit, they need to undergo this M&A preparation exercise that I outlined before and start steering the company to this direction. And the last point here I'm trying to make is that, okay, exit strategy matters, of course, but remember that your main focus as founders should be in building successful companies, executing great ideas, simply because a well-built, long-term focused company is more likely to be successfully sold. So the balance is key here, and don't be obsessed with exit strategy from the start, but also do not disregard them completely. And Don't forget to enjoy the process.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Appreciate that. I hope that you're all doing good. I know it's getting towards the end of the day and people are quite tired. I will also very much enjoy a glass of wine very soon. But while the team is bringing the chairs for our very last session and last panel of the day, I would like to ask you all to bear with me. So we've got one last session talking about opportunities for the development of the startup ecosystem here in Moldova. And I'm very excited to have our panelists share their thoughts with all of you, which I'm sure are going to be valuable. And then after that, we'll move to all the networking and the fun stuff. So for this session, I would like to welcome to the stage Katarina Plinsky, who is working with the Deputy Prime Minister.
Good. Thank you so much for the introduction. I'm honored to have today with me on this stage my colleagues and good friends. Please, a round of applause for Ms. Natalia Donzu, the administrator of the Moldova Innovation Technology Park. Vadim Zheleskov, head of FinTech department at National Bank of Moldova. Louder. Thibaut Charlet, program manager for digital and economic development at European Commission in Moldova. And Maria Terentiev, Principal Manager Advisor for SMEs and Finance Development at EBRD Group. Thank you everyone for joining me today. I was today staying in the audience and just remembering how last year I was in the team of organizer of this event, and I'm so proud that this year the event got bigger and bigger, and maybe next year we'll meet at the Chisinau Arena, who knows. Maybe we'll have so many startup founders, and I'm really looking forward to that we will need to have the arena for the next event. Thank you so much for joining me today on this stage. We're talking about development opportunities for startups in Moldova. As the host of this panel, I'll go the last one, and I'll start with Natalia, who will present us the tax incentives that startups can benefit from the Moldova Innovation Technology Park membership. Natalia, welcome, and please.
Hi everyone. I'm with MITP for the last 4 years. Besides that, I worked 11 years in consulting, including in a Big Four company. So during my career, I used to interact both with investors, but also companies, including startups. Now I'm leading Moldova Innovation Technology Park, which is a community of more than 1,700 companies, including I think almost all of the startups here in Moldova. What I already know from my past experience is that both for businesses and for investors, the tax system in the country is very important. And it is important from 2 points of view. One, how good is it and how simple is it? And the second one, how predictable is it? Because you can have very good conditions. But if you don't have like an overview or a promise from the government, then you don't know what's going on. And actually Moldova has these both things on the tax part, because these companies which reside in the IT park, they benefit a 7% single tax. It means that no other taxes are to be paid, no corporate income tax, payroll taxes, which are actually a huge tax burden in every country around the world, especially in Europe, and any kind of local road, real estate, and things like this. So this actually makes Moldova very attractive in the region, and I would even be not that modest to say that Moldova now has the best tax offer in the region for tech companies, for startups, for IT companies, and so on. And the second element, which is also very important, the predictability, is the fact that we also have a state guarantee for this tax incentive, saying that by 2035, meaning for the next 12 years, we will be having this tax regime secured, irrespective of the eventual fluctuations in the government, in the tax policies, and so on. So I think this is a very, very good incentive that we have as a country. The tax itself and the predictability around it, but I think this is, let's say, one of the pillars which made, in a way, or one of the game changers that transformed our IT sector in the last 6 years, and we've seen 3 times growth of this industry due to this intervention, due to this tax incentive. But I think now we are in a point of time when we need to build on it and to work on other initiatives, complementing with creating the legal framework for investors to be willing to invest in these Moldovan companies, to boost actually the competitiveness of these companies, so that they are able not just to build a product, but also to do business in a high-scale way and things like this. And I think the colleagues that are also here with me could express some of the initiatives that they lead or they have seen, and I will add on top later what are also some initiatives of ours.
Thank you, Natalia. Indeed, each of us today have something to offer to the startup community. We all have some announcements for you and call to actions, so please make notes. And the next speaker I want to invite is Vadim Zheleskov, but before that, please raise your hands if someone used MIA Instant Payments, which was launched on Tuesday. Cool. If you didn't use it yet, please grab your phones and download it now.
Or if you have a lot of money, don't do this. You can send and pay commissions to other organizations. Okay.
Please tell us how startups can benefit from this payment tool and use it for growth and development.
Instant payments is a new system that can give you, like citizens, possibility to send money, P2P transaction and request to pay. And of course, if we want to make it better, we can add to business some features. And the most important for startups is that soon, I believe in 3 months, it will be new ways. If you work in local market with local citizens, new ways of taking money from your customers. No, to make money with your customers. It will be possible to pay by QR code, pay by link, and request to pay. The most important things is that first, the money will come in 10 seconds without blocking for 3 months, 2 days. Money will come in 10 seconds. And the second and most important for me, I'm also a startup guy, the cost of transaction will be maximum 0.8, not 2, not 2.5, 0.8 for transaction. So it's very important if you have low microtransactions, the cost is very sensitive. And if you sell iPhones, how much money you make on iPhones, it's not so big to pay 2%. What this can give for startups? It is two types of startups, new companies and corporate startups, because corporate startups also must be in our country. We also need to create something new in companies that sell I don't know, tax services or other accounting. They can create new startups in niches, like small parts of this. So this is a possibility to create some instruments to local business. Like example, you have clients from restaurants, like you have soft like ICO or other. You can create a microservice for these guys to connect the service to instant payment to make money like on payments. It's small business, but it's also startup. It can make you 100, 1,000, 2,000 euro per month, but it's startups. I mean, you can find new ways to communicate to a business. You can find new ways to make your business, your clients happy. This is most important things that we will do, and I believe this can change the way how we'll interact the business with clients in different segments, audience.
I know that payment processing is one of the issues that our startups face mainly, and that's why seeing that the National Bank of Moldova, together with the government, launched this tool, and the market is going, the banking system is going through the instant payments. It's really, we are happy to see that, and we are looking forward your adding new features to the tool. I'm moving to the next invitee in this panel, Thibaut. Nice to see you in Moldova. Thank you for joining us at this event. Just yesterday we were talking about EU Commission launching here in Moldova the EU for Innovation program. Could you please tell us a bit more about this?
Thank you very much, Katerina, and thank you for the invitation. So indeed, I'm based in Brussels, working for the European Commission, and I'm in charge of the program supporting the digital economy in Moldova and in the other countries of the region, such as Ukraine or Georgia. I'm very happy to announce that we will soon launch a new program, which is going to be called EU for Innovation. It's a program targeted at startups, especially in Moldova, and it will be relying on 4 components. The first one would be to support the incubators. So we will launch a call to allow incubators to get financial support for their operational expenses. And also to be able for them to support startups in high added value segments via new programs for mentoring to validate the business ideas, business models in cooperation with European incubators and accelerators. The second component will be to set up a fund in Moldova. We are still working on the modalities, so I'm glad that I could exchange still with the colleagues on the ground to define what would be the best way. But it will be important for us to use this fund to really support early stage investment in the companies, again to build this pipeline of bankable, highly startups with a very good potential. I think this is where we need to work still in Moldova. The third pillar would be on a regulatory alignment to build the legal framework, as you mentioned. We recognize that there is still a need for more of legal certainty for investors, for the startup founders, maybe more alignment with the EU best practices also, and international best practices, of course. And the fourth pillar would be first to increase regional integration, because Moldova is part of what we call in the EU the Eastern Partnership region, which is composed of Ukraine, Georgia, but also Armenia and Azerbaijan. And all of these countries have a role to play, being more connected as far as the startup ecosystems are concerned, and I think we can work on this. But also to increase the linkages with the European startup ecosystem, which is extremely important because Moldova is a candidate country, and we consider that by increasing the linkages between the ecosystems, we can also speed up the integration of Moldova in the single market, which is composed of 450 million customers in the EU. So I think it's a good market for Moldova to tap into. and for EU companies to benefit from the highly specialized skills of Moldovan entrepreneurs. And I think this is something we will try to support. And the international spotlight as well, and I'm glad that this event is sponsored by our colleagues from the USA and the UK also. Besides EU for Innovation, I would like also to mention very quickly a broader financial support that we are providing to Moldova. It's part of what we call the EU Economic and Investment Plan for the region, which benefits Moldova. And we have a target to mobilize public-private investment up to 1.5 billion euro in the region, including in the field of the digital economy. So we are working together with EBRD, with our colleagues of the European Investment Bank. We have innovative financial modalities. So we have a guarantee agreement with EBRD to de-risk the investments of local banks into the startup sector, and with EIB as well, so we can blend the loans with our grants. So voilà, there is a toolbox of innovative financial modalities that we are trying to promote to Moldova, and in the next weeks and months, this will be our priority also to provide this financial support to the country. I'm running out of time, so I will stop here, but happy to answer any question. And again, congratulations. I've been impressed by all of the ideas, startups that were presented today, and I'm looking forward to continuing the cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Thibaut. Maria, we have heard earlier today from Ms. Hansen, the country director of the EBRD, about the Star Venture program. Please tell us more about the program and who is eligible to apply.
Hello, everyone. Yes, indeed, I will present the Star Venture program. The program is implemented by the EBRD, and it's targeting high potential startups and innovative startups, and aims to nurture these companies to mature businesses at a faster pace. Within the Star Venture program, the beneficiaries are selected directly by the EBRD via international consultancy company based on, or from a pool of applications based on competitive basis. Once selected as Star Venture beneficiaries, these companies do have access to a bunch of support, type of support, this being access to business diagnostic workshops, advisory projects, mentorships, mentorship activities, of course, fundraising support, and investing pitching events. The support is provided for a period of 18 months, and for example, advisory support could be provided in various areas of interventions. This support is usually tailored to the needs of this beneficiary, and this is, let's say, the sweetener of this program. And this advisory support could be delivered, for example, in marketing, ICT, quality management, or any other advisory area needed. Let me just, of course, mention here that the program is supported by EU, Sweden, and Italy via Central European Initiative, the last one being the donor that supported the organization of this event. And thank you very much to them for this. You asked about eligibility criteria, of course. The program looks for registered entities, so we will not support an idea. We will support a startup already registered like an entity. And this company should have a proven innovative technology-based solution, or should show an innovative business model. There should be a large market opportunity, a strong competitive advantage, a turnover of less of 1 million euro, and they have to have less than 10 years since company registration. Company registration year, not years of actual activity on the market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if you have questions, we will take them. But I would like to get back to Natalia first to ask and for you to ask you to tell us more about what activities MITP does besides the administration of the park. As MITP is not only about tax incentives; it's also a community of ICT companies that supports the sector and supports the development of startups too.
Thank you, Catalina. Actually, we are working on 6 strategic directions, those which are focused to grow our residents' businesses, because the mission of the park itself is to grow the competitiveness of this sector, are focused on community and networks, digital innovation, international promotion, legal framework, and then consultancy and support. We met yesterday with Ionela and Thibaut, and I unveiled part of our projects. For instance, last year we launched Moldova Innovation Awards, an annual contest which is like an Oscar for a local IT community, and in which we dedicated category for the best startup in Moldova, and Bloom Coding was the winner of this contest. We also do different community events in which we also bring on stage residents to showcase their success stories, their failures, some products that they develop. A residents to residents program, kind of mentorship in which companies can learn from each other and tell their stories and some tips and tricks on the things that they do. Also very important, I think, on the international promotion, because today we like heard a lot about going global, going international, is actually to see what are some opportunities for these companies to go abroad. And here we have some international events which we attend together with the resident companies in the park. Now very soon we will be having an IT investing guide with the support of FTA and Western NIS Enterprise Fund, and which will be like a roadmap for the investors looking into this sector. Some communication, international PR and communication campaign, which will unveil the advantages that Moldova has, its successful companies, and that Moldova is not only attractive for companies and investors, but also for tech talents, which would like to grow in companies which have interesting projects and in which they can actually develop as professional. On the legal framework, especially interacting with startups, one of the pain points that I see is that when you're into a startup, you're very focused on the product that you develop, and then maybe you don't have the knowledge or don't have the resources or don't have the time to see what are the, the laws and the government decisions that you need to follow and so on. And I think it is very important to have somebody like MITP who will structure this for you, who will keep you updated via different newsletters with the legal changes that happen, who will provide that private-public dialogue when it comes to some changes. For instance, the recent prolongation of the state guarantee, and which will advocate for this on behalf of the entire community, including the startups. Also bringing the best expertise from local and international consultants when it comes to tax, legal, accounting, and different types of matters. I see it also very important. And a lot of initiatives which altogether are meant to help these companies grow a healthy business which can be scalable. Because myself, I believe that we can have a very good solution or product, but if we don't know, for instance, how to sell it, how to present it, how to make some financials so that the investors will trust us, how we can build a team and build a business, then I think the idea can be very good, but it can die. So I think we need this twofold approach in growing the startups here in Moldova.
Thank you, Natalia. Vadim, can we say that Mia is also a startup, and what are your plans for mid and long term?
Good question. Government startup? No, it is not MVP. It costs too much for MVP. No, we use startup approach. It means that we use Figma, we use Notion, we use different Miro and other instruments that is not usual for government, of course. I pay some things from my pocket.
We also use these tools in the government.
I mean, it's not so popular because my acquisitions can pay for this. I pay from my pocket. They don't understand how to pay for Figma, like example. But the idea is when we started from the same like a startup. We started from research. What is in other countries? How they did, what they did, why it was fail. The fails, it was the best countries because we understood why. The idea is to find the secret sauce, companies. Why in this country it was fail, but in this country it's not. For me, it's startup approach. When I have a lean canvas for government service, so I started from the zero. And the idea is that startup, it's not about the system. Startup about how you do this. If you have a vision that we have hypothesis, I mean, the hypothesis that this works in that case, then we can change. We gave to banks, because it is implemented in banks, it's not separate app. We created UX. We created UX flow, we gave them, and they gave us feedback. So we changed in UX something. So it's agile. And the same like example, we ask banks to make a sprint. We have with every bank 2-week sprint. So it's not usual when you do this with the interaction government between business, between citizens. So for me, it's startup, but which can be fail. There is no such possibilities.
Hopefully not.
Of course. But the approach is to see like a startup, to be agile, to be open-minded.
And shortly, if you can say, what are your plans for mid and long term?
Okay. How I told, the second stage is for business. At the same time, we do this for government. New possibility to interact with us. Then I want to create the subscriptions with instant payment, because for me it's a problem in Moldova. When we created startups, it was a problem to make a subscription model, to take money from SaaS products every month. It is not so easy with the instruments that we have, and instant payment can do. And of course, the next big step for our country is open banking. It will be next year, soon. I mean, not a lot of time. And these give more possibilities to all fintech or not fintech startups to take data from banks, to read accounts, to make a lot of things better than now.
Thank you. Thibaut, you mentioned the support for the country, you mentioned the launching of the Youth for Innovation program, but the main question today in this event is, will you be giving money to startups?
Not me, unfortunately. Yeah, well, the Commission cannot give money to startups directly, unfortunately, but we can, via different instruments, give money to startups. So I mentioned that we have this, well, I will start with the very early stage funding. So with this new program, EU for Innovation East, we will set up this fund for Moldova. So it would be a small fund. I think we will start with 1 million euro to start with. Then the question would be how we can make sure that we have a very efficient management model so that the startups can benefit from it in the right way. So we are in the process of scoping, also analyzing the situation in Moldova. I think we already discussed with some organizations, and I think We can explore, for instance, crowdfunding. But this is one idea. So that's for the early stage, this fund, and we will make sure that the startups benefit from as much as possible funding from the fund. Then when we support the incubators, so the money that we will give via grants to the incubators will help them develop their products, their services to startups, and also to themselves launch call for proposals to give small grants to the startups to start validate their ideas. So that's the early stage, idea stage. When we go for more mature companies, here we go. Here, this is the economic and investment plan. Here we discuss with the financial institutions, with EBRD, European Investment Bank, and it's really, and we have this, for instance, EFSD Plus, sorry to go a bit into the techniques, but it's the European Fund for Sustainable Development Plus, and we have guarantee agreements with partner financial institutions, such as the one I mentioned with EBRD. I think it's Digital Transition Platform. It's a 35 million euro guarantee agreement that we recently signed with EBRD. We had one transaction recently in Azerbaijan, and we hope to have soon a transaction in Moldova. But for that, we need to identify the good business case. So the private sector need to speak to EBRD to request for the support, and then EBRD and the European Commission will discuss how to mobilize very quickly the investment, because the guarantee is there. The money is set aside and ready to be used, but we need to have a good business case, a good pipeline of projects. I will stop here then.
I see, thank you. You know, the good thing that we are the last ones and we can stay on this stage until we finish what we have to say. I have a last question for Maria about getting back to the Star Venture program. We understand this is not the first round that you are implementing or implementing with the startups. So if you can tell us about success stories or examples of startups that benefited from this program.
Of course, just a step back. EBRD is here to give EU money to startups. Yeah, indeed. We had our first Star Venture cohort launched started in 2022. And so far we have 5 local startups supported via this program. To mention them, it is not a secret, the list is published on ebrd.com website as well. We have Global Database, Energy Solaris, Fagura, GetCourse, and Proporția. Last 2 companies already graduated the program. This means they absorbed all the allocated budget, this being 50K of euros per company. All these companies have accessed the advisory support in marketing, strategy, R&D. Very interesting project, by the way. Looking forward to share with you the success story of this company. But I will not share too much at this stage with you. What I would like to also share with you, these companies traveled to Australia, Portugal, and California for business matching trips. All these costs are covered from funds allocated via this program. A very important detail here, our local team is there for you, for applicants. I mean, you are not just applying and after that you have to you are responsible for how you are implementing, where you have to look for projects, for mentors, for consultants. Now, we are there for you. You will pass the business diagnostic training. After this training, you will, together with the consultants, will understand where you need the consultancy advice, additional consultancy advice. We will after that support you with terms of reference development for these projects. We will share with you the potential to travel to, I don't know, summits, international conferences, because we do have access to all these details from our London colleagues, from our HQ colleagues. StarVenture is a community. So, call to action. Yesterday, we launched the call for applications for next cohort. Please access ebrd.com/StarVenture. There you will have application guideline and application link. And we really looking forward to receive all your applications. If any questions, please reach out. We are based in Chisinau, so we are here to advise and to help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you all. And as I promised, I'll be the last one, because we at the ministry will also do work. Hope you see that, not only from our communication, but also from our actions. I just wanted to briefly mention some initiatives and some reforms that were passed in the parliament recently, and mentioning the extension of the MITP park till 2035. This is the biggest news of the year, I guess, thanks to the efforts also of the park. And two other noteworthy reforms: the limited liability company reform that empowers associates to establish statutory regulations governing profit distributions among founders, thereby guaranteeing entrepreneurs the freedom to tailor their business to the vision. Sorry for the fact that I'm reading. The second reform is the Moldova 0% tax on retained earnings, shared by only 3 countries in Europe, important to mention, which makes the nation an attractive destination for investment. And at the end of this panel, I would also like to make a call for action. You may know that very recently, on 19th of February, Moldova joined the Digital Europe program. Through this program, SMEs and startups from Moldova will have the chance to benefit from funding also. So we have here 5 people on this stage that are offering you money. You just have to make a line there and discuss with all of us. You will take money by subscriptions, right? And yeah, getting back to the Digital Europe program, we work now on ratifying the agreement, and Moldova is already eligible for calls for 2024. So in February, we'll launched 5 or 6 calls, if I recall correctly. We are eligible for that calls. We just have to ratify the agreement, and it will be very soon. And also an important thing to mention is the European Digital Innovation Hubs. The Digital Innovation Hubs are a part of the Digital Europe program. They will be funded in the regions of Moldova. We intend to have somewhere between 3 and 4 in the regions, and these digital innovation hubs will also activate like platforms and accelerators for SMEs and startups in the regions. So stay tuned. There are lots of opportunities from the government and also from the partners. I would also love to thank you all, and not only you, but also our partners who are in this in the audience. The government is very lucky to have the support of you, from you, and the support and the openness from the external partners. We work very close with the EU delegation in Moldova, with the EU Commission, with EBRD, with our partners from USAID that support the development of the ecosystem. Thank you all so much. If you have questions, someone in the audience, we can take 1 or 2. No? Good. Thank you.
At the end, I see we have a problem here.
No.
Yeah. I think, if you don't know, we have here the youngest state secretary in our history. So let's celebrate the youngest and the IT guy. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much for all those insights. As you've seen, there's a lot of money to be asked, taken. I hope you took notes. They're going to be around. They said no, but you can approach them during the networking and ask how you get some of that funding. So for all the founders here, please do it. It's an amazing opportunity. Generally comes equity free, so definitely ask for the funding. And now it's time for our closing words. We're just a few minutes away from the drinks. So I would like to welcome Katalina back on stage and Olga as well to come and join me for some closing words. Give them a big round of applause.
Kalina, how did you like it?
It was amazing. It was very engaging. It was very agile, and you know this word. As you said to me before getting to the stage, don't say any smart words. We are here to set a call for action, and the main call for action during this event today was, I guess, don't be afraid to fail, and we are here to support you.
Amazing. I have one more thing, just I would like to add the things that I've seen during the event, just to highlight them. I've seen the huge interest and support from the government and from the presidency, which was like unprecedented. And I really enjoyed to see that. And it means a lot for the community. It means you're not alone. There is someone there looking for us and will help us in the future. I've seen so many good speakers coming from the region. Some of them came, even if we didn't ask, they said, okay, I want to help you, let me come. They were here to support you, first of all, and then Startup Moldova, and they were interested in the region. The other thing which is extremely important as investors, we've seen, again, unprecedented number of VCs and investors on the stage talking to you, sharing with you their offers. I think this is remarkable for us. This is a very important step for the future. And of course, last panel, you've seen that there is so many things in the future that are opened up for Moldova and for you as startups. So thank you a lot. And I have one small thing to ask you, maybe two. I want to ask you to give a huge round of applause for Startup Moldova team who managed to do all this event. Thank you very much, team. Woohoo! Thanks a lot. And
Congratulations,
thank
Olga.
you so much.
Congratulations, Startup Moldova team.
Catalina last time she was the one organizing that as part of Startup Moldova, so we also have our ambassador within the government from Startup Moldova.
Absolutely, I can say you have friends in the government, and one important thing to mention here is that the government can be the early adopter of your solution. So you find me on LinkedIn. Let's keep in touch. Thank you, Olga. Congratulations for this event.
Yeah, thank you. Picture?
Yeah,
Should
absolutely.
Don't go away. Come to the stage.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do that.
Yes, come here, everyone, to the stage. Let's do a group picture all together just for the memory.
Last bit of energy. Everybody comes along.
Please come.
Don't be shy.
Olivier, you too. Don't be shy. You're a startup.
I will come next to Olga. All right, everyone, come over.
We have place for everyone. Come join us.
Let's make it nice and busy.
Even if you're not a startup.
All right, Christian, don't hide in the back. I see you here.
Yes, Christy, you're standing in the center.
All right.
And just squeeze a little bit so we have more people that.
You can come here.
Did you, Mircea? Do we have a photographer for that?
Here we do. I saw him here. Yes, there he is. Perfect.
Tudor, we need to have you. I know you're selling your credits there, but come. Guys, join us. It's a last call for the picture.
All right, everybody ready?
Christian is here.
Oh yeah, bottles.
Everyone's here. Woohoo!
All right, 3, 2, 1, Startup Moldova. Woo! Amazing, thank you so much. All right, so now networking drinks. There's gonna be tables at the back. There's gonna be some drinks that you can grab over there. We will also be heading to dinner with all the executive pass holders and speakers. There's a bus that's going to be outside at 6 o'clock. So in about 30 minutes outside the door. Anything else? Yeah, and thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate all of your time, energy, focus during the entire day. It was a blast to be hosting the summit, and I hope to see